metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Surrogate, cold and empty, lifeless remains. The surrogate, the surrogate. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. It is week 6, day 7. I am Just Oshi and I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Trouble as we are going to be bringing you through our 3 series today. But Trouble, it's been a week. It's been a long week, but yesterday was quite a quick one as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of the games also have shattered expectations. We were expecting, the middle of the pack to start breaking apart slowly but surely. Weibo's losing games, WE are suddenly winning games, and it's all a big mess again in the middle of the table. AL was doing so good as well, and then they go and lose to IG 0-2. What a mess.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a lackluster performance from AL. They seem to be on a bit of a downward turn. IG, though, keeping up the momentum, now up in 8-3 and definitely pushing for a top 6 spot, if not top 4. We'll see how they end up finishing the rest of the season. Of course, EDG's comeback started so well and then it ended so quickly. Yeah,
it was a fever dream.
It was a fever dream. It was a quick 20-minute nap, unfortunately, for EDG. And we have a look at how that has affected our standings and kind of see where these teams are, because as they said on broadcast yesterday, we have a fairly definitive top 3 right now.
Yeah, and if you look over below that top 3, teams sitting at 5, 6, and 7 wins are gonna be hungry and thirsty at the same time to start picking up these victories. We said again, if you're in the middle of the pack, you need to be beating teams around you to try and make sure that you do get into these playoffs and not to scrape by.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you're on this page, you are into playoffs. Bilibili have actually already solidified themselves a top 10 finish. On the other side, though, you can see there's quite a few late names lagging down here. LNG from quarterfinals at Worlds last year, now down and potentially missing playoffs. We'll see how they do with that. But of course, RNG and EDG also not doing so good. I do believe if they both lose one more series, I think if the threshold grows by one more, they are potentially already out. So we're starting to see people, we only got 2.5 weeks left, which is a lot of time and not a lot of time at the same time, but we're starting to see teams, already see their spring finished.
Absolutely, and honestly, seeing the LPL from the outside of these years, names like RNG and EDG ring such a huge bell in my mind that seeing them literally 16th and 17th at the rock bottom kind of hurts.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at today's schedule as well, because there's a lot on the line here, especially for some of the teams going up against some of the bigger boys. You got BLG versus RA. That's a big moment for RA. Again, we're talking about teams already losing out on the spring season. BLG looking to continue going high and secure themselves a top 2, and of course a double elimination berth. But Ultra Prime versus Top Esports later, and then a massive game between Team WE and Weibo. That's kind of our little match of the day, if you will, because 8th and 9th, they are so close. See if WE can make some daylight, or if Weibo can start to drag them back into the fray.
Absolutely. WE on 6 wins, Weibo Gaming on 5. So again, you definitely want to be beating the teams around you. Now, I want to draw a little bit of the attention towards RA versus BLG, because this is kind of like the David versus Goliath that we have right here. But RA are still in the running of making playoffs.
Versus a coughing baby. That's what it feels
but
like.
I'm going to give you the bright side here. RA can still make playoffs. They are 3 and 7 currently in the standings. Now I'm gonna bring you the bad news. They still have to play NIP, FPX, WE, and starting today with BLG, which is probably the toughest opponent of them all.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can have a look at the roster for RA as well, because there was a lot of hope for this team coming into the start of the season as well. It did feel like you got the likes of Xiaoshu, Vikla, Asum, like they were doing well. Like I think a lot of people, and myself included, were very much on the kind of hype train for this team and looking towards being a little bit more set up for success. It just hasn't really come together for them, and unfortunately for them, they are going up against a BLG who are just star-studded, like literally top 3 in each.
Sorry,
if
who
not
are
top
they again?
2. Oh. I know, right? Oh, who? Just a small team of probably the 5 best players in each of their roles. At least top 2 in each of them.
Absolutely, we have like these documents where we're like strengths of the team and who's the star player. And when it comes to BLG, I had to choose a star player and I couldn't, because they're all 1 for 1, being in the top lane, considered if not the best, because Zeus might sue me, if not the best, one of the best top players. One of the best top players in the world. And honestly, I agree with you. I think arguably every single one of them in their role could be the best player in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like for RA, and I love that you talk about Bane and kind of say how great he is and stuff like that, but like the matchup that you and I were like specifically looking at today was that top lane. And I think Xiaoshu versus Bane has a lot of potential to kind of be a bit of a banger. Xiaoshu has done exceptionally well despite, you know, the kind of, you know, the shortcomings of the rest of his team.
I feel like Xiaoshu has been doing a lot of the hard carrying when it comes to RA. A lot of his skill participation in those team fights is very key to their success. As you can see, a lot of his stats are quite similar to Bean, even though Beans are extremely towards the number one. Xiaoshu was very surprisingly number two behind most of the stats, and being number two behind Bean in a team that is actually kind of sinking and sitting towards the bottom end of the table is very impressive for a top laner who's coming in and has to prove himself versus someone like Bean.
Yeah, and again, like RA aren't a bad team. It just feels like it's just right at the end of their games, it doesn't quite click together. And it does feel like for me, you know, it just feels like one of those teams that is almost there. If they can get one or two small little things together, they could be, you know, 5 and 6, 5 and 5, such like that, fighting for a top 10 spot. Unfortunately for them, they are 3 and 7. But even in the last series, going up against AL, like again, it was a playoff contender. AL were 7 and 3. RA were still able to get them all the way to go the full distance and take them down. But it did mean that they had to kind of play, honestly, the best League of Legends they've played in a long time.
Honestly, I really enjoyed watching Neu and Vikla play together. I feel like the way Vikla particularly played the way in these games, so aggressive, moving first into fog of war, always behind Neu, so it allowed them that pressure towards the bot side of the map to enable their AD carry to do all the carry, to catch people off guard in the river like we saw over in these replays as well. And honestly, hands up, I wasn't familiar with Vikla's game, and Hui seems to look a little bit weak, especially in the early stages of the game, because of how immobile he is until he ramps up with damage. But Vikla made it look super strong early on.
Absolutely. And look, we're trying to be positive about RA. We need to be positive about RA, but unfortunately, they are going up against BLG, and we have only just about touched on them because I think we both know that like there's just so much to talk about how good this team is across the board. It doesn't matter who's having a bad day. It doesn't matter if someone's not quite popping off. We've seen days where, you know, in games where Bin's not quite having the same kind of power he has in the top lane. Doesn't matter. Knight and mid lane's getting 4 kills. You know, jungle and bot lane are smashing. And that just seems to be the kind of the general flavor for BLG. They're so quick out of the blocks. They're so strong in so many of their assets or facets. It feels like it's almost disingenuous to say that, like, you know, they're just too good.
I feel like when it comes to teams like BLG, you can always just fall back to your team fighting, even if you get an oopsie in lane, even if you get counter matchup over in the top lane and Bin gets a little bit pushed further behind. I feel like this is where their caliber shows when it comes to these team fights, where they know how to play them. Their front to backs, their flanks, their teleports are always on point. I want to point especially at that man in the mid lane, Knight, who has been a shining star for BLG ever since he joined them. I think he has definitely elevated their game. No shade to Yagao, but Knight has brought a whole new element of bringing all these different picks into the mid lane and all these different styles of play with the Karmas, with the LeBlancs, with the Akalis. You name it, he plays it.
Absolutely, and I think like Knight is still the best mid laner in our league right now, and I think that anyone who's saying otherwise is just really not looking at the rest of the kind of setup. They're just kind of, you know,
waters.
Yeah, literally, it can happen. You know, sometimes you kind of want to believe something else that's just not quite there. But yeah, this team is monstrous, and it feels like they're the kind of team that is just going to keep growing. They, you know, they swapped out Yagao for Knight, as you mentioned. Knight came over from a JDG that lost one best of 5 all year in terms of the regular season. They had lost one best of 5. Unfortunately, it was probably one of the most important best of 5s in the semi-finals at Worlds. But I mean, it's just BLG are just kind of, they're not looking just at a championship. You argue that they're looking at MSI. They're already looking at Worlds later on this year, because that's the kind of style, that's the kind of expectations that we put on them. Much smaller expectations for a Rare Adam as they come onto the stage. This is a new team that's really trying to just find its foot, try and find its vibe. And I do like the vibe of this team. I think they can be a playoff contender if they can just keep one or two small things under wraps and get themselves in a you know, kind of a more favorable position in those mid games.
All right, let me put my caster hat on and tell you why this very unfavorable matchup for Air Atom is going to be extremely interesting to watch, and tell you why those little things could potentially really matter. I'm looking especially at red side. We mentioned Xiaozhu. He's literally sitting right behind Bin when it comes to stats. His CS at 15. His skill participation is insane. His team does rely on him getting a good matchup, and getting a good matchup into Bin is very difficult, because even if you shove this guy onto a tank, onto a counter matchup, he will still do his job and he can come up even in this particular one. So I think it's going to be very important for Xiaozhu to get the counter matchup, pin Bin on lane, or even have some jungle attention towards the top side of the map.
Absolutely, and look, I love that you're selling me on this. I love the vibe and the hope. However, as we said, it's, you know, you pin Bin back. Well, then what's Knight doing? Oh, Knight's running around getting solo kills. What's bot lane doing? Like, we've seen it multiple times already this season, where Elkanon are just popping off, getting solo kills, getting 2v2s in their favor, because that's just how good they are. We will have RA on the red with BLG on the blue for our first game, so let's see what the priorities are. Let's see where everyone goes. Of course, Azir is still disabled on 14.4. We have Nico, unlike the rest of the world, I believe. We have Nico, and no one else does, so haha. But yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult. I do agree with you. I think giving Xiaozhu having the best matchup that he can possibly have is the key here for the side of RA. But the LPL is just one of those leagues where the higher you go, the more it's like you just need to be able to win in every lane. And having a one-track mind hasn't worked since Uzi was on RNG back in 2018.
And you know what's really funny? I was, of course, watching yesterday Top Esports versus OMG. Sorry, not Top Esports versus OMG. I'm talking Smack. JDG versus RNG. And Flandre got counterpicked twice in the top lane. He had a big smile on his face. Yep. He literally picked TF. Yasuo got picked into him. He had a smile on his face. He didn't care. He picked TF again the second game. Yone got picked in his face. He didn't even care. So I feel like I'm trying to sell the Xiaozhu versus Bin matchup, but I feel like Bin is just gonna sit there with a big grin in his face, and he's like, hey, bring it on. You give me a counter matchup? Great. I'm gonna try to push my hands and see how far I can get even on this matchup.
That's it. That's literally kind of the best way to put it. But we'll see what RA can bring out. Maybe they've got a fun little, you know, kind of counter matchup they want to go for. Red side does give you that opportunity. And we'll see what they want to try and go for. For BLG, I expect nothing less than just 25-minute wins. You know, very quick, very clinical. And it's hard to see any other result. It does feel like this is a team that is just so fast as well. Like then, you know, BLG and Top Esports being two of our quickest teams in the league. And it's no, you know, kind of JDG kind of in the middle there with some of the being our longest in terms of game duration, our slowest teams, but it does feel like the quicker you are, the harder you can hit in those early stages, the more advantages you can build for yourself. And for me, BLG are just so powerful coming into the season, and just growing from strength to strength, getting Knight into the system, building around him, making sure he is comfortable, he can be a carry. So we'll see what they can do. And for RA, I would love nothing more than an upset. I'm an Irishman. We generally have not got a lot of huge amount of time around sporting kind of events. We're very much the underdogs, except in rugby, which unfortunately we lost yesterday, which sucks. But we, you know, it's. I want to see an underdog story, but it's a big mountain. It's a big mountain, you know. It's best way to put it is everyone dead on Mount Everest was a very ambitious person at one point. So, you know, you got to be careful how big your ambition is.
That went 100 to 0 real quick right there, Sheen. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to keep it real, all right?
Of course, BLG on blue side and RA on red side. I just want to see what the Smolder priority here is, because we saw a lot of priority for Smolder yesterday on the LEC. If I'm not wrong, 100% win rate on the LEC. There was a pentakill as well on the very first day of Smolder on the LEC. And the LPL has seemed to be picking up on Smolder throughout the week as well. So I want to see how they're going to play around it from the side of BLG, because we saw JDG and Ruler piloted yesterday and it looked absolutely incredibly powerful.
Well, BLG want to prioritize that Nico, get that on tonight, as we do have the Karma being banned. So two of the big premier mid laners no longer on the board. BLG say, cool, we'll give it tonight. He knows how to play this champion. And we're very happy with him having that kind of a very, very strong engaged tool just to try and catch out AD carries. Now, RA prioritize their jungle and top this time around, looks like, because they try to get that kind of beefy front line and build themselves what looks like be the start of a front-to-back kind of style team composition.
I feel like the second you lock in Vi on red side, you've got to pair it up with a very strong mid lane, and something like the Ahri jumps to mind, 14.4, she was also a bit buffed. But also the Vi indicates, hey, you want to pick Smolder? I have a lock-in button for your Smolder to get onto you. I'll probably have a very powerful mid laner that can follow through, something like an Akali, something like an Ahri to jump in together with the Vi. So we'll see what BLG's answer right here is, because Bin also plays Darius, and you've just locked in an Udyr, so you could potentially be signing up your own certificate of death, but Xun straight into the Kindred Milky Way style.
Yeah, getting himself there. We'll say Milky Way style for this season, but Xun very much a fan and has always been of the Kindred. This seems to be a bit of an LPL special coming into this particular split. Not seeing many regions at all kind of go for that Kindred. A couple the Pioshik over in the LCK, but not a huge amount elsewhere. And it does feel like a lot of teams in LPL very much feeling that this champion has its place, especially when you know what it's going into. You can be a bit more aggressive. And it does do very well at the things like the Vi, just because your ults are very much kind of, counterintuitive to each other. The Vi wants to go in, burst somebody out, but if you can get that Lamb's Respite down to protect them, to give them that extra time to heal up and to, of course, escape away. Once the Vi blows kind of all of those cooldowns, they don't really have a lot of places to go. The Vi is very much a one-and-done kind of champion, but we'll see where they want to try and bring this one here, as we do have the Smolder being locked in here now for Assel.
Ooh, and usually the reply to Smolder right here are things like Kai'Sa and Zeri, especially when you see Supposta in Toronto was the top side of the map. Kai'Sa and Zeri can very easily jump onto Smolder, actually pinning down in lane. We have some solo kills onto Smolder from the two guys. Is gonna be getting straight out banned here, and I'm expecting potentially a Zeri ban. Something else that Alka has been gravitating towards is that Tristana towards the bot lane. A very powerful champion, can build towards something like a Kraken Slayer, very strong into tanks like Udyr.
Let's see. I want to try and kind of ban away, like you said, the Kai'Sa being taken away as well. So, RA, imagine they're going to try and take away, the Xayah on the backside of this one just to stop that Lovers duo, because it's so powerful. But they're giving as much as they can to Assam, while on the other side, BLG just kind of taking away the very obvious picks. You mentioned the Ahri coming in here potentially for Vikla. That's been taken off the board. We might see another, I was going to say the Talia is another great one, because with the Vi getting the CC down, you can get the flick back almost permanently and perfectly. So right now, it is just a lot of pressure coming in here now for Vikla. I mean, it's a pick, but I don't know if it's the right one, but they're going to lock it in. Vikla on the Akali.
I'm a little worried that the Sivir is going to come through. The only thing that can run away from a Vi is potentially something like a Sivir. You've got your spell shield. It's going to be the Twisted Fate towards the bottom of the map. Perfect. Bin gets a pretty good matchup in the top lane in the likes of Aatrox as well, and my god, is BLG squishy.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, the damage available to this team is kind of nutty right now. Like, if this Twisted Fate Kindred combination starts to get off, they get a couple of early kills, a couple of early objectives, this team is going to be so difficult to try and get down on top of, because, again, it's all about how your cooldowns are used here for RA. If you are able to kill off the Twisted Fate or the Kindred before they're able to get off a couple more auto attacks, before they can start to be a nuisance with gold cards and Lamb's Respites, then you're in a fantastic position to be able to try and, just burn them down with your tank stats being just overwhelming. However, on the other side of this, BLG saying, look, we don't need much of a team fight if we're just kiting you out, if we're just whittling down your health bars little by little, bit by bit, you can never start a fight against us. So it's a literal front-to-back kind of traditional jump-in team fight, protect the Smolder, versus what is just kite, more kite.
Absolutely, and they have so much protection versus the Akali as well. A lot of the times when we do see the sort of Akali Vi, Ahri with Vi, something that wants to jump into your backline, potentially destroy your AD carry straight up, you've got Rek'Sai R, you've got Nico R, you've got Rakan R. There's so many things that can pin the Akali down But maybe this is what our A needs. That distraction, that focus onto the Akali and the Vi diving into the backline might win you enough time on the Smolder to get these extra auto attacks in. We've seen how powerful this champion is. People are already sick talking about this, but 225 is not a joke. When the execute starts coming through from the little dragon, when 2 to 3 items are already stacked up in his inventory, he can be extremely powerful. And once you get through that initial Rek'Sai ultimate, Smolder can actually burn it to the ground.
Absolutely. We obviously wait for the stacks, as you've mentioned, but we'll see if they could even get there. BLG picking a very squishy but very powerful team. If they start to snowball, that ball becomes an avalanche very quickly. On the other side, if Rare Adam can just keep the game controlled, if they can look to try and fight around objectives, get their front-to-back team fight, engage with their support and their jungler, they are in such a powerful position to try and maybe potentially cause an upset here against BLG, but we'll wait to see how they want to go, because right now, both these teams starting fresh. First game of the day, first series of the day, last day of the week. Before we have, I think we only have 2.5 weeks left after today. So it flies by, Trouble. Just feels like the season just starts and then it ends as quick as you look at it.
Absolutely, and if you're Rare Atom, you're sitting on 3 wins. It's so pivotal to start picking them up. Unfortunately for you, your first obstacle to start picking up these victories is going to be BLG, sitting very comfortably 10-1. They've only lost to IG. They've only lost 4 games in total in all of their series, and 2 of them were to IG. They've had 1 or 2 fun games here and there, but all in all, extremely dominant. And now a lot of the expectations are, especially for the bot side, Twisted Fate is extremely strong when you leave him alone in a solo lane. We've seen TF mid, of course, is where he originated from. We've seen TF top side of the map dominate. It's the exact same thing towards the bot side of the map. If Elk presses Ghost, Asum is going to have to be extremely careful to not hit a gold card in the face and actually die. We've seen most of the time, especially when there's a Smolder, the supports kind of roam towards the top side of the map, trying to play for these grubs, trying to play for those Herald plays, and AD carries are left in the bot side, especially when you have something that wants to be stacking in the bot side of the map, like a Smolder. You want to be leaving him down there all alone, trying to stack up the passive, of course, the stacks. So I'd love to see how the 1v1 goes between him and Elk, but for now, it's still a 2v2. Still a little bit of a back and forth in terms of trade.
On level 2, we're coming in here now for Elkanon in just a moment. They didn't quite get it before they went for a bit of a trade, but yeah, you can see there just how difficult it is for Zora and Asum to really go in. And this is the thing with the Smolder as well. You're not really a champion until we get to the later stages. One more auto, he's ticking down. There's not going to be enough. Oh, use your pots, ladies and gentlemen. That is why he's still alive. But a flash in by On, as he's looking for a little bit more. Asum's still level 1. We've seen BLG do this before, where they find an inch in bot lane and they take a mile.
Uh-oh.
And we're going to look for a dive on Zora. He's not level 2 just yet. Gold card just get hit. Helk's going to have to try and get him out of turret aggro. Shun flashes away just to make sure he can keep going with that. They're still going with this one here. Zora going forward, but On takes the aggro. And that's first blood to BLG.
But that was so beautifully played. We said the second Elk presses Ghost and starts running down Asum, it is going to be super difficult for Smolder to play the game. Add Rakan on top of this equation, it becomes even harder. The second dive coming up from BLG was also very beautiful. You see Shun skipping the entire bot side camps to make sure you punish that Smolder early on. Only level 2, about a bajillion CS down, and Xiaoshu.
Xiaoshu, you can't do that. You cannot disrespect it. That was just so unnecessary. And I mean, this is why the Aatrox is picked into the Udyr so often. You have kill potential.
All right, let's talk about the bot lane. First, you see Asum right there. Has to cleanse the yellow card. Very well played by On. Holds on to the Ignite until after the cleanse was used for the yellow card by Asum. And Zora, unfortunately, is stuck underneath the tower. Level 1, yellow card is going to hit by the TF. You see that Elk tanks first and walks out after tanking 2 tower shots. And then when Shun gets ignited, he has to flash out. But then On is the one with full HP. So on the re-dive, he make sure to take the first tower shot so they can get that complete kill onto Zora. What a beautifully played dive. Zashu is trying his luck again.
He's trying his luck again, but not quite getting the full kill just yet. Of course, he got a reset as the Aatrox did not. We'll have TP here as well. Bin does have a full rotation of spells, and this is where the Aatrox gets scary because if he hits a couple of these, this is where it gets scary. He gets the healing. Oh, he doesn't have the flash this time around to get that last Q down, but that was nearly another solo kill. This is what I'm talking about.
God.
This is what I was saying to you, Georgia, and the champ select is that it doesn't matter what lane you look at, they're just smashing.
So here are the expectations, right? Going into this, of course, we know BLG are exceptional laners. They're not going to let you breathe. I think this is like the core difference with JDG as well. Even though JDG is at the top of the standings, BLG will choke you from lane. They're not going to wait for these team fights, even though they're flawless at them. They will just take the upper hand very early on. And this is exactly what's happening. Bin in a very good matchup on the Aatrox versus the Udyr. You can see that he's not only handling himself on his own, he's also able to get a solo kill onto Zashu. We actually did talk about him at the very top of the show, as in, hey, maybe he's the shining light in this RA versus BLG best of series. Maybe he can actually take the pressure onto Bin. So far, Bin has slammed the door in his face. So has Knight. So has the bot lane. BLG are very strong and dominant in game one.
It just feels unfair. It really does. It just feels like there's nothing you can do. And despite bot lane winning, or you know,
Ghost again.
They're gonna pop it in. There's gonna be the wild cards, and Elk already on 2 kills. Asum, he's getting chased down here. Gold card will land. A cleanse has to be used. He gets it just off cooldown and has to use it immediately.
So you know what our job is, right? Our job is to let people know of how close a matchup is and how very easily tables can turn. I can't lie here to you, chat. I think BLG look fantastic. Bot lane looks incredibly strong, especially with the TF. We mentioned the second that Ghost is up for Elk, it's going to either force summoners or cause deaths in the bot lane so far. Not only has it caused loss of summoners, but it has caused 2 deaths onto Zora as well. The fact that they threatened in this bot lane 2v2 Asum with the yellow card, but then turned onto Zora because they knew they could pop the rel. I mean, it just speaks for itself, the volumes of skill that these players are holding into their hands. As Shashu is trying again.
Yeah, not sure if he wins this one. He's got a Hex Drinker coming in. Ghost gets popped. You do have Nayu trying to sprint up here with the ultimate. No flash available for Bin, but he's still looking for the fight. Still getting a plenty of damage down here. You can see now the healing's just becoming a bit too much. He doesn't have a rotation of spells, though. And once those Qs are down, Bin will follow with it. So RA will get themselves a kill on that top side. And I mean, they needed something.
That is a pretty good punish right there. There were 2 waves crashing underneath that tower as well. Shashu will be able to breathe just a little bit. The Hex Drinker was a little bit to burn through right there, especially since of all the AP damage that Udyr is dealing through his trades. But a pretty good gank nevertheless by Nayu. However, Zora under attack.
Yeah, you're under attack and you're not even under the tower just yet. That Gromp should be secured here, and that's going to be another stack over to Shun. That's 3 so far at 8 minutes. Yeah, he's done very, very well. Got a kill bot lane, I believe, which gave him the 1, and then, of course, the Scuttle, and then the 3rd one on the Gromp. So they're just able to kind of keep putting the pressure bot side. As much as RA are doing what we said to do for them to do, give Xiaoshu priority, give him a matchup that he can win, and they are. It doesn't matter when your bot side is just hemorrhaging. It's twice the CS for Asum, you know, or Elk over Asum. So, like, I mean, how is he supposed to fight this?
I think the worst part is not even the bot lane. They can say, hey guys, maybe we can bleed through the bot lane at some point. The Smolder will get strong. 2-5, 2-5, 2-5, perfect. I think that most of the problem falls onto Nayu, because for every play that you make to gank towards the top side of the map, you will lose your entire quadrant on the bot side by Kindred. I feel like at this point, on an Elk and even 2v3, even with the Vi, putting that attention towards the bot side of the map. So right now, BLG are leveraging the fact that they have such a strong bot lane that can draw so much attention over the side of RA to just get their Kindred ahead. It feels like you're bleeding on one side, you're trying to remedy that on the other side, but then a Kindred slides into the equation. Knight hasn't even spoken a word yet. So I'm like, this is looking a little bit dicey for RA.
Already, we're Saying it's looking dicey, as we can see there. Plates galore
Hey, I'm
coming
giving
in.
it to you straight.
Yeah, I know, right? It's already. I mean, but that's just why. It's just how it is sometimes, you know, like BLG, and I think the LPL in general has sort of formalized itself as there are top teams.
Here we go again.
Yeah, they're going to look for a move on this Xiaoshu. He has no ghost, so he's going to be a little slower to get away from this, gets the knockdown, and they're going to be able to ping him up pretty damn easily. On was tanking up the tower. It was basically a perfect move up towards that top side. Nothing you can really do. 45 seconds till the little grubbies spawn, but Knight, as you said, hasn't really done much, but he hasn't really had much to do. The mid lane has been not an island for the first time. Top and bot have been the points of pressure, and it's just been working out for the side of BLG. Even now with Elk on bot side, he's just doing so well to just keep them constantly waiting and wishing they could go for this dive.
But here is, right, you get some pressure towards the top side of the map. You're expecting, hey, maybe we can pull a dive towards the bot side of the map. The second Nayu moves towards the bot side. On is already on his way. The timer, the window that he had to go top lane together with his jungler was impeccable. Elk pressed B, he was already in base. On had pressed B like 20 seconds, 15-20 seconds before him. He already had that extra window, and no one ends up dying on BLG. Like the macro, their tempo, their movements on the map are impeccable, and they're putting on a clinic right here. They the only kill they have drop was towards the top side of the map, but I feel like top side is the most susceptible to dying even when you're ahead, so I'm not gonna fold Bin on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Bin is playing as... I mean, the fact that Bin got a solo kill before he died as well just kind of shows you where the matchup is, forcing Xiaoshu to go for that little bit of healing reduction early. Actually going for the AP healing reduction rather than the armor one, which is interesting enough when you think about the fact that you have got double AD carry on the side of BLG. I kind of would have preferred the Bramble Vest, to be perfectly frank, but it is what it is, as we now have a fight over the last of the Grubs. Two have already gone over to the side of BLG. The last one will go to RA, so it's a 4-2 split for the moment. Twisted Fate doesn't have ultimate. I do believe he popped the Destiny Gate before that bot lane kind of really kind of stacked up just to make sure he wasn't going to get dove. But now we see BLG with the Dragon Spawn. They're going to move their attention towards mid, push that in, and then look to try and take that objective as the Smolder and Vi reset.
So you have total control in the mid lane as well with Knight pressuring wave after wave. You've got On as well helping him crash the wave. And of course, Xun very close to his Kraken Slayer. First item for Kindred is going to be extremely powerful. He's got first dip into the river as well. A lot of backup from his team. On sees the Ral is just going to engage on them. It's just a little bit of back and forth at this point, but BLG are so strong. Smolder is nowhere near.
Nowhere near it. They're looking to try and get a smite steal, and they will. That's going to go over to RA. They're looking for a fight after the fact, but now you can see the damage is really starting to come in. On getting a little bit of help from his veggies. That lettuce is doing him the world of good. Vikla has to perfectly execute over the wall. He flashes. One more auto from El could be enough, but he hasn't got the range, and he should be able to get away. Vikla will not be in range of those wild cards either. And at the end of it all, they still get more kills over to BLG, but RA did get themselves the Dragon.
But they lose so much. You did win that Dragon, but for what? You do earn yourself 5 minutes. That is very fair enough for RA, but you do not have the numbers. If you look on your minimap right now, Smolder is still in base, while RA are trying to move into this river. Sure, you have level 10 onto your Akali, not quite level 11 for that 2 points onto the R, and you are in numbers disadvantage. You'll also have Bin TPing right there on the top of your screen. Stop Smolder from having any interaction whatsoever in this particular team fight, and it instantly makes the 5 versus 3. Of course, with Xiaoshu staying towards the top side of the map. He did hammer that top lane tower to his defense. 4 tower plates have gone to the side of Udyr, but at what cost?
Zora, my sweet summer child. You'll be thinking of summer very soon, because their spring split for RA is just disintegrating before their eyes. This will probably bring them to 3-8 with 4, maybe 5 series left of that, if I can do maths correctly. You're looking at an 8-8 as your best possible finish, so they are not looking great for the moment. More plates going over. Now you thinking about an engage there onto On, but the Rakan, I mean, On is arguably the best Rakan in the league, and it just feels like he just knows the limitations of this champion so well. Asum brings in Mom to say, hey, it's my party and I'll cry if I want to, but they'll still take away both these towers just after the 14-minute mark. And then, I mean, trouble, it's already a 6,000 gold lead. It's starting to become unassailable. I talked about the snowball, but this is already starting to become a problem.
Absolutely, and you mentioned something earlier on. You said they have double AD carries. Usually one problem with Twisted Fate down the bot lane is that this will be your only type of quote-unquote AD carry on the map, so you need him to group. Right here, it's not the case. You've got Shun onto Kindred on the other side of the map. You can just simply have Twisted Fate on a side lane, being a perma nuisance the entire time, having to send 1 or 2 members of RA to try and stop the bleeding from the side lane, whilst the rest of the map is taking advantages all across the board. We saw top lane tier 1 going down, bot lane tier 1 went down. Now you have Rift Herald in your pocket as well. In 2 minutes, you do have that dragon. You can pop down the Rift Herald. A lot of pressure in the mid lane, deep into the dragon. It's like those small advantages, and every time I see the types of Smolders, the Zeri's, you know, that the very hard scaling AD carries that go into that late game that you want to wait for, that you're like, hashtag we're scaling, it's fine if we lose early game. The question is, how much are you willing to bleed to try and bring it back? And the second question here is, and this is a caveat only for BLG, how much are you willing to bleed at all versus BLG to then try and bring it back? Because it's going to have to be a mountain to climb. Asum has not died yet. He has been farming his heart out, and this Smolder could potentially end up carrying the game. Due to the nature of BLG's comp being so squishy, you could find angles, but so far BLG are choking RA on the map. I mean, hell, they just walked to tier 1 mid lane, just took it.
Yeah, they don't care.
Sure.
They don't care. Why would they care? Like, no one was going to engage on them. No one was going to have a moment. You have a static shift, almost a rapid fire. You have a Medjai's on Knight, who we talked about has been quiet so far today. So you see the Rift Herald being taken. Don't know if this is the correct move here from On, but he's going to try and get away from this one after the fact. They are going to get Nico to pop in with the Pop Blossom. Decent damage. Xiaoshu jumps over the top as Nayu gets taken out. That's 1 for none so far. On flashes away. Oh, he's a slippery character. Just about gets punished, but I mean, it cost everything, including Vicla's life. Elk looking for a little bit more of a push here onto Asum, but they won't be able to get it. They do get the charge down. Bin loses the World Ender after the fact, and they're going to get the tower anyway. I mean, they can keep going as well if they really wanted to, but they've got their prize. They backed themselves away. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. I mean, they're bullying RA right now, and it just feels like RA, even when they get the perfect engages, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, 7,000 gold deficit right now for RA. 9 kills to 2. BLG are absolutely dominating the entire map. And I wanted to comment on Knight's Medjai's right there, but I will right after, because On goes a little bit too deep, and he's sort of like, team, can someone like just come closer, kind of E onto them? He gets caught, but no one even has the damage to walk up, and we're back to life because now he's looking, but he's looking at the wrong neighborhood. Now, Knight having a Medjai's whilst barely participating this entire time. Not necessarily due to his own fault, you know, he has been a little bit of an island lately in the mid lane, so he has been doing his job by pressuring the waves, not allowing Akali to roam early on, especially after 6, where she gets really dangerous. So Knight purchasing Medjai's right here, it feels like the Janna that you have in solo queue, who roams the entire map, just presses E when a kill is about to go down and just grabs a Medjai's. Zora has been caught here. He's gonna make it out. But yeah, it feels like Knight is just going with the flow, you know? Like, he's banked the Medjai's. He's like, listen, I ain't getting much here. I might as well bank some AP from getting all these assists.
Absolutely, and I think that it's he knows he's going to be the big engage. I think that the great thing about a Nico, and especially, you know, I know one of the bigger kind of supporters of Medjai's, more so on Ahri than anyone else, is Nymera. And he does say that, like, you know, all it takes is one big skirmish in this mid-game around the 20-minute marks where you get those plenty of stacks, you get a big Nico Pop Blossom, and all of a sudden you've built that from a 5-stack Medjai's into a 15-stack Medjai's, and that's where the game starts to become, you know, unassailable, untenable for RA. I mean, 18.5 minutes in, they're nearly 10,000 gold behind. Yeah, I mean, like, and Shun and On just walking in here. On just says, all right, I'm here by myself, but I'm still a Rakan, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. And yeah, like, and normally at this stage of the game, I'm asking my co-caster, how do you build back as RA? How do you do this? But we've kind of talked about it. It's scaling. It's getting to 40 minutes into this game. It's making sure the Smolder has all the stacks in the world and also has all the items to be built up and stuff. But I mean, right now, an Essence Reaver and a couple of half items versus 2 items onto Elk's Twisted Fate, and that rapid fire cannon makes walking forward so difficult. And it feels like the Smolder has become kind of found out in the LPL a little bit. We are seeing a lot more counters to it as people move forward and look for a little bit more. Oh, Nayu. Oh, that feels so bad. That's now 6 stacks here for the Kindred, and now Shun is starting to He's starting to own all of the jungle.
See, I was just about to say, I want to commend Nayu because it's very difficult not only to stay even versus a Kindred that's been dominating the map, but also to pretty much not run it down. Because Vi is one of these champions, when you're in, you're in. You will die, especially when you're behind. It does look very difficult, especially in terms of KDA, but it is what it is with the Vi. It's a one-way ticket, and especially when you're behind, you have to take the chances, you have to create some opportunities for your team. Thankfully, I didn't say that to Kasakus Nayu. He did it himself.
You did it in your mind, though.
I did do it in my mind, but no one knows. So Nayu's jungle has not been his. Let's just be honest right here. He has not owned his jungle from the very beginning of Elks and On's journeys towards the bot side of the map, and how dominating they have been since the very early game. And now, you ask me, how do you bring this back? I think BLG are going to have to make not one, a few big mistakes in terms of team fighting to sort of try and give as much advantage back to RA to the point where this Smolder can carry. Yes, you have the prospects to do that. The Rel engages, the Udyr engages, you know, the Akali diving into the backline. But currently, Akali doesn't seem to possess as much of a threat. You've got Solari onto your Rakan to protect anyone. You've got Hexdrinker onto Aatrox. You've got Kindred ult. You've got Stopwatch onto your Nico. There's so little threat on the side of RA to force that Kindred ultimate, where we said, hey, if Shun pops that Kindred ultimate and then Smolder can clear up the fight with the frontline from RA, that's perfect. I feel like the threat is so little right now that I don't think Shun is going to be popping ultimate anytime soon at the start of the fight.
No, I mean, like, Shun there, 4 people kind of roaming around him, and he's just saying, no, I don't care. Like, I'll take you down. He's got 2 items, so even Xiaoshu has to be afraid of him right now. And I mean, all this posturing that RA did there to just try and gain back some of the vision in their own jungle, to have it near that Baron. They still have 2 wards, so they should be able to go for a TP play if they need it. They don't see anybody, though, on this Baron, because they haven't got the exact timing of it. Knight even kind of being a little bit of a nuisance. Now they see it's going down. Will they be able to get a teleport in? I mean, the Baron's gone. There's nothing for them to do. On goes in to try and catch out Nayu a little bit. There's the Destiny Gate, the flash forward in with the Pop Blossom on the 3. Mom ain't gonna do you anything here today, and this could just be the game. The Baron has been taken. Vikla goes in, and this is it. They're just melting them right now. Vikla, with all the dashes, with all the movement in the world, he flashes over the side of the wall, not quite getting the wall, but it should be enough difference. But the TP comes in, and Vikla should be going down anyway. Pin TP to end it all. It won't be the fastest game of the split. That belongs to BLG versus EDG as 22-10, but it'll be nearly just as fast. 23 minutes or just underneath it. BLG absolutely dominate RA. They'll have a last gasp here as they try and engage, but you've no damage. Your death timers are so staggered, and you're just giving over more KDA.
Absolutely, Smolder's coming up, but I don't think it's going to matter right here. They might actually even look to stack their KDAs with a Smolder respawning. You know what would have made this much easier? If my Aatrox actually TP'd in base to try and end the game, but hey, BLG
KDAs,
are actually stacking up the KDAs.
No, they are just like on the fountain, melting Hellfires right now. They do not care. They're actually ignoring Astum. They give one little kill over the Kindred's. Ult actually goes off just before they die, so bit of a weird one there. They go back in with the quickness. They get the Pop Blossom down. They are having fun. They need to deal with this Smolder right now, because Smolder is actually going to be building them down. They need to end the game. Elk and Bin have to walk away.
I don't think they can anymore.
They can't anymore, but it's just been fun. It's having a fun time there. BLG, they almost end the game, but not quite. And I mean, it's all but done at this stage. They're gonna reset. They're gonna come back in. They're gonna end the game in the next 2 minutes.
Just a little look at their cameras. They're having way too much fun, but honestly, looking over on RA as well, I saw some smiles there too. They're like, hey guys, what is happening here? We're like diving Nexus. Smolder gets a couple of kills. Are we back, boys? Now we have Sojin onto Smolder as well. 2 items, second item onto our Udyr. Maybe this is the comeback. It's very difficult. Your entire base is in tatters. If you're RA, you do not have a singular tower to protect your Nexus, and BLG have just cashed in on all the gold that they took from RA from bringing them down. Again, though, Bin, You're gonna have to ask yourself, was it worth it TPing top lane to take down that
Always
that
worth
running
it.
Akali? I think he would say it was worth it. Actually, he's like, I
Absolutely.
extended this game time by like 3 minutes, but who cares?
Yeah, we're seeing it so often that Smolder ultimate has to be used just to try and wave clear. The inhibitor mid does go down. They have top lane down for another 3 minutes. They're going to push in towards this bot side. I mean, look, it's done. This game is over. It's going to take one last team fight with all their summoners available. And yeah, here we go. Pop Blossom comes down. Doesn't really hit onto anybody, but it does not matter. Double kill coming in here for the Aatrox. Bin is massive. It will not be a penta, but it will be a beautiful KDA here for this Twisted Fate. Already building up towards a very, very good game. And well, perfect KDA, if you will, for Elk. He's the only person on his team to not die. And now, at 25.5 minutes, BLG take the win. And RA just left wondering how do we even change any of this?
What an incredible showcasing of dominance right here from BLG. And honestly, this is why they're sitting at the top of the scoreboard. They will choke you from the very get-go in lane. We said, hey, what does the priority look like for Smolder here? Because if you're going to pick such an inactive champion into BLG, they're going to send you back to the fountain. They sent them back to the fountain one too many times, and they never let go from that early game.
No, they really, really didn't. But that was BLG versus RA game 1. We're going to send it to a quick break. We'll see if RA's got anything in the tank or if BLG are going to roll them to a 2-0.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are jumping into our second game very soon, but it was BLG absolutely dominating in game number one. We can have a look at the stats and just kind of see just how damn well it went, because I don't think they ever were behind, ever.
I mean, okay, I'm looking at the damage done right here, and I'm like, Asum didn't really participate. He didn't really get the stats up onto the small. That was still 17,000 damage coming from this dragon. That it's a lot of damage. The only one that out-damaged this was Knight by very little, and of course, Elko had a very snowbally early game, so I'm getting very scared of what this champion can actually accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, that Smolder's even put behind and it's still doing so exceptionally well. That's just how this champion works. But I mean, look, it just wasn't enough for today. And you can see there Vikla just not really doing the amount of damage he needs to do. The Nayu, I don't really want to give him too much blame because he just didn't really know where to go. He tried to help top side. It's not really going to lead to that kind of snowball effect. Bot lane was already dead to rights before he'd finished his first clear. These are the things that unfortunately just leave a jungler left wanting. And you know, I mean, MVP going over to On. A little bit of support.
Yes.
Love going over. I like this. I personally would have said Elk just because he didn't die.
No, listen. We had this conversation. It's like Elk because he didn't die, but like, are you a team player when your team decides to have fun? And you're like, no, guys, just finish the Nexus. No. I'm with Bin. I'm with On. Bin TP's back into his tier 2 top lane just to kill the Akali on the last hit. On just goes in without his team with the Rift Herald charging mid lane tier 2. Now, these are MVP candidates right there.
I mean, for sure. I mean, look, anyone could have been the MVP, to be perfectly honest. And we'll see what this next game holds. We will have a swap of sides, but I mean, for RA, it clearly didn't work. I think that when you're building a composition that's very much built to go, we're going to go to 35 minutes and the Smolder will take over, you're against such a proactive team in BLG. It just feels like it's just not what you need to be going for. Like, I mean, we talked about kind of the game durations and stuff like that. Like, I believe BLG are not exactly the fastest, but they're not the slowest either. I think their average game time is about 33 minutes. But when they want to be, they just get so quick, so quickly kind of take over a game, and it just feels like you can't really have that kind of inactivity against this kind of a side.
I mean, this is what happens when you pick an Akali mid lane, right? You kind of get pinned underneath your tower, and then Vi loses her buddy. This is why Vi is really good with Taliyah. You get to shove, you get to make plays with Vi. Same with Ahri when it comes to pairing her up with Vi. So I felt like Nayu was a little bit left on an island where it comes to just playing Vi and wanted to make these early game plays, but they weren't necessarily facilitated by any one of your laners, so you kind of get hanging in the middle. Now, of course, first pick over to RA. I mean, I think this could potentially, if they lock it in, be a very good proactive pick for them, because you can use the Taliyah pressure, whether you pair it up with Vi or not. You can very easily go to side lanes. You can very easily manipulate the way fights work with the Weaver's Wall as well. So I'm really liking that Vikla is back on a champion that can be a little bit more proactive and a little bit moving in the early game.
Okay, a little bit more, as you say, productivity in there. BLG, though, going to get Knight onto the RE, something that he is exceptionally comfortable on. The amount of picks he's able to build with that champion is just insane, and we'll see what kind of jungler they want to pair up with that. We've obviously talked about the Vi in previous game draft as they look to try and go for it. Looks like Shun is having discussions about what he actually wants to play right now, so I think that right now they're happy to just lock in their support. That does leave open things like the Senna they can still go for on the bot side. They can pair it up with a traditional AD carry if they so choose. RA now have a decision to make if they want to lock in their bot lane, if they want to try and, you know, similarly to what we saw in game number one, lock in that top jungle. It looks like jungle for sure is going to get locked in here with the Xin Zhao.
And I already see a lot of engaging tools on the side of BLG. The dash roll with Ariton, the Nautilus being one of the most notoriously known full engaged champions that we have, especially towards the support role. And I think Shun is feeling himself in this particular series. He's like, listen, guys, I'm usually the guy who's going to play dog champions, like Sejuani, like Xin Zhao in the jungle and facilitate for you. But right now, you do have the Ahri in the middle, so you could potentially be the one pairing it up with the Vi, trying to make plays. Of course, into Taliyah is not the easiest. It's going to be the Jax right here, which is going to be a flex for Bin as well as Shun in the jungle.
Yeah, see what Jax goes. They've already got themselves a little bit of a flex in the draft. BLG now will have second rotations, first picks. They can start batting away things like AD carries if they feel like they are going towards that Senna and try and get the exact matchup they want to have for RA. You are okay with the current setup of things, but you are worried about where that Jax is going to go. You are worried about where that Jax is going to be, you know, kind of situated. So your bans can't be as loosey-goosey. You know that you're going to be kind of burning through a couple of things. And they're putting a bet on that Jax being in that top side. They're saying, look, we're going to get rid of the Vi. We're going to get rid of some of these engaged champions that work so well with that Ahri in the mid lane.
The Draven being banned right here. I'm wondering if they're gonna choose to put something very squishy on the bot side of the map for BLG. Something like, dare I say, something like an Ezreal that could pair up really well with champions that like to dive in because he's so self-sufficient over in the backline. I think the Kai'Sa ban sort of solidifies my thought process here, unless they choose to lock in Smolder for themselves, which also Kai'Sa is very, very strong into. Twisted Fate is going to get banned out, which was something that Elk absolutely dominated last game with. And here, I mean, it's a mystery, right? Because we wanted RA to get counterpick towards the top side of the map as well, but that Jax leaving things open, not knowing whether it goes in the jungle or in the top lane, could be a huge problem for RA to deal with.
So many AD carry bans right now, and the one that slipped through the fingers was that Smolder. I do feel like with that Kai'Sa and Draven, it was very obvious that BLG were like, yep, we're going to give Elk something that just wants to kind of scale a little bit, get up and get to 2 to 3 items and just become unbelievably difficult to deal with. All right, you have a fairly decent composition of dealing with him. You've got plenty of champions that can kind of jump in on top of him and get him knocked up and displace him as such. But for RA, now you have to start locking in things that can maybe deal with it. Jinx, been a fair while since we've seen a Jinx now in this kind of league, but it is going to be locked in here for Asum, so they're going for the kind of equal scaling. And then we get to figure out where this Jax is going to be. That Udyr locked and loaded as well for the top side for RA.
I mean, you can very easily put the Jax in the jungle. It's a pretty good matchup into Xin Zhao. Then Ben played Aatrox in the previous game as well. It worked really well into the Udyr. He even managed to get a solo kill. Now, of course, it's a little bit of a slap in the face when you see that Smolder didn't necessarily work for you when you're RA, but then it's getting picked up by BLG. It's sort of like a, we'll show you how to play this champion, please take notes. However, RA have a really beautifully constructed front to back team fighting composition. I do say though that Jinx is just a worse version of Smolder. It feels like Smolder is more of an evolved version. If you look at sort of the abilities and the way these champions play in fights, it's very similar. The splash damage by Jinx, Smolder does it better. The big ultimate by Jinx, Smolder does it better. The whole getting attack speed, especially once he's excited and gets first kill, Smolder does it better because it's inbuilt into his kit and he can use it with the press of a button. So I feel like this is going to be a big battle on who can play the better control around their AD carry, but I feel like a handshaking matchup into Smolder is always going to be Smolder favored.
Yeah, it's always going to be Smolder favored, you feel, if they're handshaking towards those late game team fights. We'll see. Keep an eye on the time as well from Elk. I believe that the time right now has been like 18 minutes and 45 seconds for 225. One of the fastest I've seen anyway. Could be wrong in terms of that being the fastest, but that's definitely one of the fastest we've had in the LPL. But Rare Adam, like you said, they've built themselves, but if you were to describe a traditional, you know, composition, if you will, for League of Legends, this is kind of what it would be. Mage mid lane, good skirmisher in the jungle, a standard hyper carry engaged support bot, and then of course a tank in the top side. On the other hand though, BLG, good pick potential, good early to mid game kind of skirmishing power, and even having that late game insurance with the Smolder. It's still hard, you know, it's still Mount Everest coming out here for RA. They are still very much the underdogs, but if they can survive the first few skirmishes, if they can get past 20 minutes and they're only, you know, equal or only a little bit down, they are going to be in such a good position. But right now they are moving aggressively into the bot lane.
was that up to your standards, Ashin?
It was
that
the
coordinated enough?
The BLG chants were definitely there. I love that one person at the end. It was just like, you know, whatever team they wanted, they were just like, yeah, that team. They're like by themselves, very happy to just throw that in.
All right, back to this game. They were looking I think they made their way into that bot lane tribush as well, seeing if they can get any early game interactions right here, of course. I don't know if that's a very wise choice, because I'm a Katarina player, and I know how difficult level 1s can be, and I think Alistar players get the same. It's kind of like the champion is kind of like non-existent in that level 1, so you definitely want to be avoiding. But if you do get yourself in a brush before opponents face check you, it can be an extremely powerful tool to be able to get out pulverized and sort of start a fight. It wasn't going to be the case. BLG did not give any opening in the early game, and now we saw this matchup before in the top lane, but one thing that has changed, if you guys haven't been keeping up with like all the map changes and everything, red side top lane has become so freaking difficult to gank from blue side due to the addition of the wall, of course, on the red side. So if Bin was having a pretty fair time in the previous game dealing with the Udyr, I feel with the addition of that red side and the extra I would say support he has by not being able to get ganked that easily on red side, he might have an even better time versus Xiaozhu, especially since RA are not necessarily looking for any early game shenanigans towards the top side with this particular composition.
We'll see. Xiaozhu also, congrats to them. They have picked up their 100th LPL game. Congratulations, already building up a nice kind of, oh, hello. Nayu gonna find Shun and jump straight back into him. A leap strike back onto the Wolves, and the Wolves still secured there by Shun. Nicely done. Will still lose priority around his bottom half of the jungle, just because his bot lane is just in not a good position right now, and he accepts that, walks away, and doesn't really need to be going anywhere else really in terms of his jungle. Just recognizes, yep, that's just how it is, and we'll walk away from that.
Nayu is in absolute jungle nirvana. Vikla, however, a little bit too far forward. Might have to flash.
No, nice little flick back.
Clean.
Really well done. Very clean there from Vikla. Dodges away from the charm, gets away from the counter-strike. Just very, very well done here altogether. Shun will walk in here with Nayu, but Nayu's got to flash over because Elkanon have dealt with their affairs on the bot side. A flash over immediately means they're going to be able to try and taste this a little bit more. The zap just slow them down, but very difficult to really chase this as BLG. You can see there just so much slows, displacement, the traps as well, dropping down. And now Vikla is going to remind Knight, hey, you have a lane partner here, and we got to make sure that you're not just getting back in here for free.
A very nice collapse right there by BLG, trying to take some summoners away. They did manage to do that, but Shun has been falling behind. There's the entire quadrant on the top side of Nayu that this Zinza has available to him. He's going to press back, but knowing that Shun is around, he actually has to stay. Of course, Shun being called towards the bot side of the map because they want to crash that wave without having to worry about getting ganked by Zinza right there. Both junglers are going to choose to back and get back onto the fray towards the top side of the map. Now Nayu has a lot of support towards the top side of the map. If you look towards Xiaozhu, and the Udyr, that's a lot of pressure towards there, so you can play towards the top side. You saw Vikla played that mid lane gank so freaking well to not lose his flash. So a lot of pressure towards that top side of the map.
Now Shun kind of left to
have some lead in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Good start here from RA. Shun will find himself just falling a little bit behind right now. Knight just dropped down a ward, which immediately gets cleared by Nayu, but now Shun has the information he needs to collect that scuttle and back himself away. And I like this coming out from Nayu as well. Just like building a very early kind of skirmishing lead, knowing that he's stronger than the Jax right now. Doesn't need to clear his topside jungle just for the moment. Just kind of saying, look, I know what's going on. I can take away these grubs for the moment. Zora just taking so much punishment here, and already, I know we talk about how Smolder's a late game champion, but like you said, the Jinx is a kind of a worse version of him, and already Elk just kind of having a bit of a field day in this 2v2 once he gets a couple of those levels up.
Yeah, and it all kind of stemmed from that bot lane skirmish that happened a bit earlier on, where a lot of flashes went down, a lot of chase went down. There was a lot of HP loss on Asum and Zora, and they ended up being sort of pinned underneath the tower for the time being. Now, of course, they know that Ari is roaming towards the bottom of the map. There is flash onto Zora, but all Ona has to do is literally walk onto you, pin you on the ground with one auto attack. Knight is going to ult through the wall.
Gonna try and go for the dive here. They're gonna look to try and tank it up. An easy pick up there. Knight should be able to dash out after taking the turret aggro as well. No flash available. Vikla Oh, I don't know if that's what he wanted to do. Maybe, I don't know, maybe went for the wrong way. You can see Knight there laughing on the screen. He knows that was a little bit of a weird oopsie from Vikla, potentially. Asum so low on this bot side as well. He lost his flash as they looked for a re-engage, but I mean, BLG already focusing back down towards this bot side. It's becoming a little bit of a trend for them as well. Just kind of constantly looking for more and more moves around this bot side to get Elk ahead.
Yeah, it must have definitely be a misclick right there, but you see Knight, he shoves in his wave, heads towards that bot side of the map. Zora has to preemptively headbutt Pulverize right there, because if you get pinned by an auto attack from Nautilus, you're more likely to go instantly down, especially if the taunt lands by Ahri as well. So he had to make the move first to potentially get as much damage down with the Ignite, with the Jinx auto attacks. Unfortunately, wasn't enough, ends up going down. Asum does survive, but he has lost his flash in the process. And of course, the whoopsie that we didn't get to see on the replay by Vikla, actually, he looked pretty annoyed with himself, having a little glimpse at the cameras right there, because of course this could have resulted in a double kill for the Taliyah. You saw On survive with a slither of health. A little bit unfortunate for them there, and we'll see if Elk can actually snowball the Smolder, because so far so good. It's been looking pretty good for BLG on the both of the map. The Smolder hasn't died. You don't have summoners. Your flash is down, so it's not going to be as easy for the Smolder to walk into River.
Absolutely. And I like that Xiaoshu's kind of recognizing as well that he can be a bit more of a nuisance. You saw him ignoring the Aatrox on that top side. Will, however, recognize that in a 3v1, he does not win. His wave is being crashed, so just able to walk away from that. Good objective control so far from RA. They got the 3 grubs and the dragon now to start them off, so good to see Nyoke just go for a little bit more of a aggressive push here to try and get this early game going. It's why we do see that the Xin Zhao so highly prioritized. Knight dashing, flat, kind of dancing around here. Vikla doesn't have a huge amount of summoners, or excuse me, cooldowns. He's just going to get a little bit more kind of damage after the fact, as we can see Xiaoshu and Bin having a little bit of a wet noodle fight.
And for sure, Vikla right there, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from him, as Xiaoshu and Bin are going at it for like, what, the 15th time this series on Aatrox vs. Udyr?
Yeah, they do have the ghost being popped here. Bin goes into the world, and they're getting a bit of healing coming out from this as well. But, I mean, Shun should be able to, flash in, bonk on the head. You do not get to play this game, and now Bin gets to continue having a fun time on this Aatrox.
Absolutely. The kill goes over to the Jax, of course, but you get a pretty free time towards the top side of the map. There is no teleport onto Xiaoshu's Udyr to get towards that top side of the map to farm this wave and a half that's about to crash underneath his tower. And I was about to say, I really like what Vikla was doing right there with Knight, sort of like playing with fire, but you do end up drawing the ultimate from Ahri without burning anything yourself. However, trading a lot of HP on that regard means that you're not able to move around the map. He's going to get caught here, has to flash away.
Yeah, the Ignite went down. You can see Zora was positioning aggressively to punt him back, so did not give over a kill. On did have to burn that summoner for himself, as we can see in this top side. It is a wet noodle fight, and Xiaoshu probably does win this 1v1 in a general sense, but it's never always going to be a 1v1 when you've Shun on your team.
No, and you will see Shun right here also blocks the rocket coming in from Jinx. This could actually have been lethal for Bin, because he was super low on HP, so Shun, actually, I'm just gonna say, I don't think this was intended to be blocked, because no one had vision on the Jinx. Asum was sitting underneath his tier 2 bot lane when he fired that one, but it would have been a pretty good snipe that was blocked by Shun, luckily for Bin.
And Xiaoshu does need to be careful now, though, because I will say, just you're getting up to pretty scary AD levels here for Bin's Aatrox. I do realize now why he's gone for the AP anti-heal rather than the Bramble Vest, so he can continue to take plates. He wants to make sure that he's not causing aggro by being auto-attacked from the Aatrox, so wants to be able to continue to push that, as we do see a flick back not land from Vikla on the recalling Ahri, so Knight will get away with that one. The Maw of Malmortius finished up here for Bin, so already we're starting to see first completed items, the Malignance, the Essence Reaver, these big kind of power spikes coming in here for BLG, and they are ahead of the curve.
80 stacks onto this Smolder as well. Very, very close. 83 right now to the 125. That's the first benchmark. When you're looking for Smolder, this is where he starts doing more AoE with the auto attacks. And honestly, it's a little bit difficult to pivot around these fights if you're RA, especially if your Jinx is falling a little bit behind. Of course, going for that Kraken Slayer first item, Essence River completed for Elk, will make your fights towards the bot side a little bit more difficult. RA want to be able to stack these dragons up, earn some more time for themselves. The old
That's a
right
misclick.
there
It won't
from
be that
Zara.
big
No
of a
one's
deal.
gonna know. Okay, they know. They know.
It'll
Keep
be up
walking
before the
wood,
next
you know.
dragon. It's fine. It's fine. But this might not be fine for Xiaoshu. Has been just getting a fair bit of chunk damage there onto the Udyr, and just kind of showing that
what?
he's very big.
The Aatrox versus Udyr fights are so freaking unpredictable. Are you going to hit your sweet spots? Are you going to be able to heal up? If you're the Aatrox, then you've got Udyr where he's like, damage, shield, damage, shield, damage, shield, damage, shield. And then you're like, it all depends on whether the Aatrox actually hits his Qs to try and heal up through the damage, but then you've got another shield on the Udyr, so I feel like up to the very, very end of the fight between the two champions, it is so impossible to tell who's actually winning because it's so reliant on Aatrox landing the spells.
I'll wait to see. Both top laners will have their TPs, a TP from the Taliyah to come back in towards this mid lane to try and gain some kind of control. They have 6 grubs here for RA. They're looking to make a 2 out of 2 for Dragons as well. Get them nicely set up in this early game. They are down about 1,000, but that's not exactly game ending. But again, look at the difference in the items. You've fully completed items for basically everybody on BLG, with only the Taliyah having that Seraphs. Not even then, the Seraphs hasn't turned turned into an Archangels yet. So you're still not quite at a strong power point. But for the moment, excuse me, BLG happy to just kind of concede a little bit of pressure, build themselves back up just a little bit, and maybe look for a fight. Xiaoshu already moving.
Sorry, Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu already moving, doesn't want to commit the TP right here. He's going to try to contest that wave, but they have found
He separates
Taliyah.
the fight, but he's been caught out. He doesn't get the flash over the wall, but they do trade back 1 for 1, but it's a mid laner for a support. You take that fight any day of the week, and now you're just getting peppered down. This Smolder is starting to stack, and Bin is getting huge. 1 more auto would have been enough to take down Nayu, but he's not able to get him just yet. Everyone running for the hills right there, but BLG take a convincing 2 for 1 trade, and they will get Dragon as well.
Yeah, and Shun was so pivotal right there, stopping Vikla right before he gets into the fight. We said how important these Taliyah ultimates were going to be, the wall separating the fight, trying to win these neutral objectives for RA, and Vikla gets caught. Shun, very good spotting right there from him to try and stop him from getting into the fight. And BLG have stopped this, the dragon stacking from the side of RA. There was a point in fight where I was seeing the Jinx sort of auto-attacking the Aatrox as well. I'm like, you're not dealing damage, you're healing the Aatrox at this point. Again, all eyes on Vikla. He is on top of a ward. Shun instantly jump counter-strike onto him. You'll see that On actually commits the ultimate on him as well. And they'll make sure to take him down. Another kill going over to the Smolder. They do stop the threat from the Taliyah. And once Bin is into this fight, we talked about the deficit in terms of items. Asum onto the Jinx doesn't even have a Kraken Slayer completed. You see that the auto attacks are completely negated by the Aatrox, who's, by the way, not even building a tank. He's just a bruiser. He's just a bruiser boy at this point.
It's just a big old bruiser boy, as we can see now. Shun fighting to make sure he got the scuttle. Pops a little Scryer's Bloom as well. The Rift Herald still to be started and potentially still to be fought over. Both mid laners and bot side do not have their teleports, but now On moving into Vikla. Vikla doesn't have a flash. Flash forward there by On. He needs a little bit more attack speed. Oh, he autos the ward instead. A flick back from Vikla, but I feel like it's just going to lead to Knight getting himself a nice little kill. And Bin gets himself over the wall. Still healing, still keeping himself a nuisance. Will eventually go down after the rest of RA jumping on top of him, but in a 4v1, he nearly got himself out of it.
The positives here, though, for RA is that they do end up trading a kill towards the top side of the map, which is going to net them a Rift Herald, and hopefully they can use that Rift Herald to get some pressure, especially towards the mid side the mid-side, the middle of the map. Side, literally the middle of the
Still
map.
early for both of us. We're fine. It's still early.
Yeah, you know what? For somebody who I don't think has seen much of daylight in her life, surprisingly, I'm awake right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprisingly awake.
Not a morning person
you
is
go.
what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, no. So again, Bin gets caught on the top side of the map, trying to take that control wall down. Nayu is right behind Xiaoshu, and Xun actually is very close to joining the fight, but due to the fact that they have swapped from the side of RA, they're bot lane into that mid. They do get the move from both Alistar and Jinx into the jungle, which prevents Xun from joining this 1v2 and making it a 2v2. Really good rotation right there from RA. Knight has found another victim potentially. No, he's gonna jump in, he's gonna jump out. Just kidding.
Yeah, I like the discipline there from Knight as well. Just kind of recognizing I'm going to go for it. Never mind, I don't need to. I have seen that there is plenty of support here for the mid laner of RA. Vikla was not on his lonesome right there as we wait to see where the next real fight can be. 2 minutes till the dragon spawns. Both teams fairly equal right now, but even with it being an equal game right here, you can see RA already down 2,000 gold, but in this situation, this isn't a bad place to be as RA. It's definitely a better place than you were in the last game, but this is fine. Your Jinx is scaling up. You're getting items onto your tank to try and, be a frontliner to jump on top of Elk. And we have seen Smolder, as much as he takes over games, we have seen them where he's just not able to deal damage to the tanks. He's not able to deal damage and safely kind of, burn down some of these more healthy targets. So RA, yes, they are behind, but with having those grubs, having that dragon, they're not as behind as they could be. And honestly, as much as that sounds like a backhanded compliment, that's as good as it can be sometimes.
I was about to say, do you want the good news or the bad news first?
I'll take the good news, but I'm a
right, the
I'm a
good
glass
news
half
is-
full kind of guy.
You know what? You're playing into a hard scaling composition. Excellent. Udyr scales, your Jinx scales, you've got Zinza in the front line, you've got Alistar in the front line, you've got Talia protecting your Jinx as well. No one can dash forward. You've got a bunch of tools for protecting your Jinx. You're doing excellent. You're only 2,000 gold behind versus the top team in the league. You're doing absolutely fantastic, RA. However, you're playing into a Smolder, and Elk is very close to hitting the 225 magic number. This Smolder is ahead on items. I feel like the next time that Elk presses his B button, he's most likely going to have the Sojin in his inventory as well. 2 items completed for that Ahri. 3-0 for Knight right now. He's absolutely threatening, and now you might just walk into it.
Oh, I liked a little bit of discipline there from Nayu, just recognizing, you know what, I could dash over the wall here and jump onto the Raptors, but if I do, I don't have a way of getting out without using my flash. So checks the brush, recognizes he's surrounded by that chicken pit, so doesn't kind of go for it. A little bit of a move here from Asum to turn the car around, gets himself the nice little charge down. While this is happening, you can see Bin on the top side with a TP, happy to keep pushing this in. All 5 members of RA here in the mid lane. Charm lands here on the Zora, takes a chunk, but nothing too crazy. You do have the Event Horizon in as well. There's an ultimate coming out, which does basically nothing from the Smolder. Decent damage here from Knight as he is on the flank. Right now, Bin's going to go a reset, maybe get himself an item before jumping into this fight. Yep, gets a second completed item and TP's immediately down. This is only second dragon for either of these teams. This isn't as big of a fight as you might think it is. And honestly, BLG might just give it up because they don't really need to fight it.
They're actually going to push in that mid lane wave and dip straight back into River. They have a pretty good flank with Bin right here, so if they want to fight, On is going in.
They got a great fight to come in there. Great ultimate from On as he flashed in, trying to go in and dipping in, dipping out. Vikla already down to half HP below that. Bin can't really get on top of this one, though, as he has been charged down by Asum. And Bin almost gets on top of him. Asum flashes away, and Bin gets taken out. Now you can see that Elk joins the fight, and they're doing some serious damage. It's a good Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's just not really enough. And now Elk feels very confident to move forward onto this. Still has his flash available, waiting for a couple of small cooldowns to come back. It's hit by the zap. A forward here. Oh, Vikla doesn't actually get onto the wall, and he's actually kept his team penned in. A flash forward, a kill, another kill. Charm does not land, but Xiaoshu has not got a ghost. He's trying to sprint as far as he can away from this fight. The ult comes back off cooldown for Elk. Does nothing. And Xiaoshu being jumped on here by Knight, but I think he might might have just given himself over. He might have given up the ghost a little bit, and Knight says, yep, thank you very much. The delayed triple kill for the mid laner of BLG, and now BLG are just starting to snowball.
6-0-2. Knight is having a fantastic game right here onto the area. Has been playing on the limits the entire time. And if we watch this fight again, Bin right here has a fantastic flank to try and sandwich and split apart RA. On is diving in straight with the ultimate onto Vikla. They have been pinning down this Taliyah every single fight from the side of BLG. But a very nice turnaround right here by Asum and Shashu to try and get that first kill onto Jinx, get the Jinx excited, get the extra movement speed onto your AD carry. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. The Jinx is not pumping enough damage. Smolder is just a better version. Elk, level 12 onto this Smolder. He's going to dash through that wall as well. You see, he will kind of get stuck right here between a rock and a hard place, and he has to flash through to avoid the Taliyah knock-up. But all is well done. The second Knight rejoins that fight on a super fed Ahri. Another Medjay for the BLG mid laner.
Already 20
stacks already on it. And somewhere in his house, Nymera is greening from ear to ear about this.
Oh, yeah. The only thing I will say, Nymera doesn't like the minion dematerializer on Ahri builds right now. He's done the maths. He doesn't believe it is necessary. But, I mean, still believes Knight's the best Ahri in the world.
There has to be balance.
There has to be balance
in all things, you know?
You can't always be happy with it. Now Xiaoshu recognizing, yeah, I don't win against Bin anymore. I've had to prioritize magic resistance because Knight is becoming a problem, and this means that the Udyr is just not able to do it. You do finally have a second item here onto Asum, but I mean, it's kind of too little too late. I mean, yes, the Jinx will continue to scale, but you're 6,000 gold down. You're not really on a Dragon Soul anytime soon. A flick back from Vikla onto Knight is very nice. So you can still do damage, but I mean, Knight's 3.5 items at this point. You get caught by a charm, you're going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Knight's eyes saw what I saw, the fact that this knockup was not going to hit, but I guess the hitbox were like just a little bit further onto the Ahri. Gets a little bit chunked down, but now you do get to see a little bit of the power in trading in terms of Taliyah and what she can do to you. Wasn't necessarily that threatening. Didn't even take half the HP of Knight right there. And moving back onto the whole drafting phase, especially in game number 1 when Smolder got locked in for RA, BLG shut that thing down in laning phase. They did not allow that Smolder to play the game, even though we did see that Smolder actually did pretty good amounts of damage in game 1. Right here, I have to say, I'm not very happy with the whole handshaking process between the Jinx and the Smolder, especially knowing that the Smolder is just a better version, especially knowing that BLG do count on these team fights, even if the early game doesn't go very well. They do count on those flawless team fights that they tend to have to bring them back into the game. So just allowing them to scale, allowing them a free laning phase into these team fighting compositions that they're very known for, is like shooting yourself in the foot from the side of RA.
Yeah.
We have seen over and over again these teamfights that the Jinx just cannot keep upping damage.
No, they just can't. That's why Jinx just hasn't really been in the meta at all. Like, just feels like there's just so many better options right now. The Jinx was very prominent last year. Jinx Aphelios handshakes in 2023. Ooh, that ward will get spotted right at the last second. That's sneaky. I like that from RA. Just putting
That's
in a
very
ward.
well placed, yeah.
Yeah, really well placed. Becomes a nuisance. Actually not possible to hit it without hitting the fruit first, and now Xiaoshu loses his ghost because Knight came in with a near death cap of items. Second dragon now going over to BLG as RA recognized, yeah, we had no way of pushing in and getting vision around this Baron, so we had to spend our time and resources doing that. Dragon has now been secured, and mid lane can kind of go for it, but maybe they want to fight beforehand on looking to try and just burn down a little bit of Zora's HP, maybe more than just a little bit. They're getting a lot here out of them. A flash forward, or a flash in retreat. Good ultimate there from the Smolder to try and pepper down these health bars, and they're getting so low. Elk gets one. A good charm there as well. You can see that Elk just putting in work, putting in damage.
Knight?
No one can deal with Knight. Manju flashes away, gets the charm, gets the dash, gets the kill! And that is why Knight is probably, almost certainly, the best Ahri in the world. He dances with death and knows that he takes the lead. That is going to be BLG cracking open this game. The Baron will be a formality. Knight's not even going to go for it. He's going to break open the base himself. And in the next 3 minutes, you imagine it's going to be curtains for RA.
You see his big smile on his face. What an incredible performance on the Ahri. 8-0-5. So close to his 4th item as well. And the way he played around this team fight, the way he danced around RA, the way he gave them hope and then taunted them right in the face right before his death. And I felt like this was a little bit promising from the side of RA. On burns everything onto Zora. The ultimate comes through Elk as well. You'll see Alistar pressing the ultimate right here. It takes a while for the Alistar to go down. You've got Udyr in the front line. You've got the Rockstone from Taliyah. You're set. You're locked and loaded. But Knight dodges the knockup, has one more ultimate. The second he flashes backwards, taunts Xin Zhao in the face right before his death. What an incredible display of skill on this particular champion from Knight. Honestly, if the MVP was not solidified for this game, I think right now it is.
8-0-5, constantly finding picks, constantly doing well. Look at that damage, he's so far ahead. And like, yes, it's Zora without his ultimate, but that's still half his HP off a rotation, let alone off of like a full team fight. So, I mean, this game is just... It's just solidifying in my mind that BLG are the favorites for the split. Is now Assum. He's dead. Two more resets coming in for Knight. See if he can get himself into double digits in terms of the kills, but right now he's just going for a double, getting a triple. Not gonna get himself the penta, maybe a quadra to end it all, but double on triple. It's a full house for BLG. It's a 2-0 for BLG, and it's them going up to 11-1 in the standings.
Ooh, that triple fist bump right there from BLG, and they didn't shatter expectations at all. If anything, they solidified them further. Our expectations were, we're going into this game, BLG need to show the caliber of players they are. You don't play around when you go into these sort of games. When you know that you are superior to a team, you show your superiority. You show how you can choke them down in lane, in mid game, in macro, in tempo, moving around the map. Your button pressing, even better than theirs. And honestly, in every single aspect, I checked the box in this particular series.
Oh yeah, BLG from start to finish, in control, having a bit of fun, showing the level of play that they are capable of. They won't have an undefeated season, but my God, like the funny thing is, I had a quick check there just before, you know, the end of this game. They've dropped 4 games so far this split. 4 games in their 12 series they've played. They only have a quarter of the season left, but they have only dropped 2 to IG, 1 to Top Esports, and 1 to JDG. They have lost games to only the top 4 teams in the league, excluding themselves. Their number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the ones who have taken games off of them. So this is a team, this is a behemoth of a force coming in right now. And I mean, again, like there's nothing else more to say about it. I think RA knew that the task at hand was almost impossible. And I mean, there's only but praise for BLG. For RA, I'll be totally honest, it's kind of one of those moments where you kind of just go, all right, let's move on to the next series. Let's continue on. They're still in a semi-okay spot to make playoffs, but I mean, I think it's 4-8 now is kind of, I think it's 4-8, I believe, or 3-8, excuse me. They need to start winning games. 8 is kind of the cutoff point before you're really starting to go playoffs is out of our reach.
Yeah, you've got 5 games left right there, and you've got NIP, FPX, WE are 3 out of these 5 opponents that you've got left. And sure, you started sort of your fight to try and get back into these playoffs top 10 positions versus BLG, and sure, you can like brush it off and say, yeah, okay, well, we're supposed to lose on paper and we lost, so we're not counting necessarily on that. But only having 3 wins and sort of like the minimum you might need is 8, and you've got 5 games left, and 3 of these games are on the are against the top of the table teams. It kind of becomes difficult.
yeah, it becomes nearly impossible. But, you know, for RA, you got to just kind of brush yourself off, pick yourself back up and say, that was the way it went. We go move on. We go towards our next series. As you mentioned, the NIPs, the FPXs. Still not impossible games. I definitely give them a higher chance of victory in those over those teams than I do with BLG. Just BLG are just that good. And yeah, I mean, there's only so much we can really say. Like, I'm just so excited to see what this team can do. And even just the history of BLG as well. They're a team that has always invested to try and get themselves up alongside the JDGs, the top esports in most recent years, and of course the RNGs and EDGs. We're in the middle of a JDG dynasty right now. They are the three-peat back-to-back champions in the LPL, but BLG, they've made the investments. They brought Uzi back from retirement. It didn't work. They tried to build a team around, you know, kind of newer players that were, you know, kind of coming together. They brought Bin out from RNG. They said, yeah, we want this player. We're happy to kind of go for that. Shun from IG. Of course, you know, Knight coming over from top esports, and of course JDG as well. And slowly but surely, they have built themselves a roster that is exceptionally powerful, that maybe for the first time in a very long time, they can start to look at a championship and kind of go, maybe our name is going to be up there. That's how good this team is now, right now.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the success behind JDG was Knight. So yoinking that player over into BLG, I think, has made them even stronger. Now, of course, I want to put an asterisk right here and give major props to Elk in the bot lane, because even though, sure, he's one of the best AD carries in the league, I feel right now it really hurts, particularly in draft, to be an AD carry with all the bans that get thrown out in there, and then you have to resort into, you know, the Tristanas, the Ezreals, the Dravens, any niche kind of champion that you find towards the bottom of the map, the Seraphines, playing Smolder, knowing how to play the Smolder in the early game to not fall too far behind. Honestly, major props to Elk. Twisted Fate, bringing Twisted Fate in as well. I mean, having that pool to sort of be able to fall back on, especially in draft, makes it so much easier.
Oh, for sure. And again, just makes it so much easier to kind of go for that kind of stuff. And I'm looking at the rest of the schedule as well. It's not the easiest one for BLG, but it's definitely Ultra Prime next week, Weibo Gaming. Weibo are definitely going to be hoping that BLG are having a little bit of a, maybe secured a couple more spots up that playoffs to kind of go, yeah, we're going to be a little bit more fun in that. Maybe they can sneak away a win, but then the last week is NIP and of course OMG. So still a couple of playoff contenders in there for BLG. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, it's just incredible to think that we are now 3/4 of the way through the split for BLG. They have 4 series left. They've only dropped 1, and like I mentioned earlier, they've only dropped 1 game as well. So this is a force, and it just makes me excited. You know, watching the LCK, watching the LPL, the LEC. I just want to see I want to see G2 BLG. I want to see T1 again against BLG. I want to see these guys kind of go for it, just because of the kind of the rematches that you could get would be insane. But look, we still have a little bit of time before then, Georgia. So yeah, we'll revel in it for the moment. We are still kings of MSI.
Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, you know what? I can't say anything because I'm hanging in the balance here. You know, there's LEC, there's LPL. I'm like sort of in the middle.
Look at us. We don't just play games, Georgia. We win them. Championships. It's incredible.
You know what? It's great. Being in the middle is great because you get to choose the winner, right? You're never a loser. You know, the LPL always wins. LEC has made it to World Finals.
I'm not trying to be mean, but it ain't going to be the LEC. If you were between LCK and LPL, sure, I would give you that. But it's not going to be the LEC. I'm very sorry. But yeah, I mean, look.
You know what? Friendship with the LEC, now done. LPL is running home.
Let's have a look at how that game kind of went down, because again, it just kind of was a slow burn, but even then there was these bot lane dives, and it does feel it's a bit of a BLG specialty to start the game off and just kind of say, look, we're going to throw resources into Elk for the first, you know, kind of few levels, and there's not really a team that has kind of dealt with it really effectively yet.
Absolutely, and I feel like against BLG, you make one mistake, you sort of lose the game. We saw an earlier on skirmish that cost that bot lane quite a bit. They lost a big chunk of their HP, and then literally that's all that BLG needed to sort of take control of that bot side of the map. Elk got a couple of kills early on. He managed to stay ahead of the Jinx the entire time, and we talked how incredibly important that would be, knowing that basically you're picking the lesser good Smolder in the likes of Jinx. You know, champions like this have not necessarily been good, and especially when they have been good, they have been paired up with enchanters, the things of like, you know, the Lulus, the Milios and all that, where they kind of buff them up and actually see their true huge potential in these fights. At this point in time, there are not many enchanters around, therefore you don't see a lot of the Aphelios and the Jinxes as well, and Smolder seems to be a little bit more self-sufficient with the kit that he has.
Yeah, I mean, Smolder's kind of one of the things that was, you know, Pabu, I think, on Twitter the other night. He's kind of like, he does feel like the new Zeri, kind of. It feels like he's a bit too safe, a bit too easy to kind of get those big pentakills, at least multi-kills at least. And I am very much of the opinion that pentakills should be earned, not given. You shouldn't just gotta get loads of them and stuff like that. But, you know, much like with Zeri, it will be a fair bit of nerfs to throw this way. And in fairness, you know, as much as people are Zeri haters right now, Zeri is in a much better spot in terms of the balance right now. So, but yeah, I mean, like things like this where it's like Smolder wasn't the reason BLG won this game. It wasn't the defining factor. It was Knight, and I will be very surprised if he's not MVP. But this is just kind of, this is why this team is so good. If it's not Elk popping off, it's Knight. If it's not Knight popping off, it's Bin. If it's not one of them, it's all 3 or 4 of them. If it's, you know, Shun on carries, Shun on tank engages, it just feels like it's Knight there having a bit of a smile, knowing how good he is. And yeah, like, player of the game, 11-0-1, 34% of his team's damage. I mean, what more can you ask?
Absolutely. The only thing that comes anywhere near this, since I was looking at a bunch of like stats and seeing how much a lot of the players deal in their team, is Ruler. Ruler is always about 35 to 36% of his team's damage, and to have Knight pop off with 34% of his team's damage, and in a team where you cannot point one player to say, oh yeah, this one will carry this time around. Knight has been so self-sufficient. He's played the Karmas, he's played the Akalis, he's played the Ares, he's played every single type of champion that you want in the mid lane, and he's played to his team's success, whether he has to be more supportive or more of an assassin, particularly in this game. He's done this flawlessly.
Yeah, he really, really has. But our first series is done. We're going to get ready for our second one. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break as we do transition the teams here in Shanghai, but we'll see you guys in about 25 minutes or so. See you soon.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. I am still just Oisín, and I am joined, as always, by the fantastic Georgia. Trouble, bring us into this next series here. We haven't got a lot of time before we do jump into this, but you wanted to highlight the mid laner of Ultra Prime.
Absolutely. I feel like this madman right here has single-handedly been holding the flag on the ship that is sinking. He's trying to hold it afloat. He's been blowing up balloons to shove them underneath the ship to keep it afloat. 75.4% kill participation, and his damage per minute speak for themselves. I feel like Yokai has been going above and beyond to try and help Ultra Prime reach these expectations of making it into playoffs. But currently the team is unfortunately sitting only on 2-9, and a lot of the other players on Ultra Prime have sort of been underperforming.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see now, kind of like, just looking at the roster for Ultra Prime, we can kind of have, you know, a bit of a moment here to kind of say, like, this isn't a terrible team. Like, there is some decent names on it. Of course, Doggo coming over from the PCS and trying to have a move for here, but it just hasn't really come together. Feels like it's just, you know, again, when you're in a league of 17 teams, unfortunately, the pool just naturally kind of falls down a little bit more. So, and coming up against today, we've, you know, kind of got TES and Top Esports. They are just, I mean, just the name value alone, this roster is insane. Man, it makes me so excited to finally cast my first Top Esports game, because I don't know if you know this about me, but I am a huge Jackie Love fan. I freaking love this guy. The way he plays the game, even when he ints, he sees the min-max. Like, I don't care. He's like one of my favorite players of all time. And of course, surrounded by such a huge amount of names around him in terms of skill is honestly incredible. I feel like we kind of have a repeat of the first series, because it's again a David versus Goliath. Like, Top Esports was the very, very top of the standings, 8-2, and Ultra Prime is literally the other way, flipped 2-9. I mean, that's literally it. And right now, like, when we had a quick look at the average game durations and talk about breakneck speed, Top Esports shortest game duration on average at 28 minutes and 20 seconds. Ultra Prime are a full 4 minutes slower than that. And again, like you said, and they're also losing a lot of these games as well. So it does feel like right now for the side of Ultra Prime, this is an extremely hard hill to try and climb. But I mean, you got to try something. Your season's running away from you. You're, as we said earlier today, you're hitting the more than 3/4 of the way through the split. You're only coming down to the last 4 or 5 series, a handful, if you will. This is where you have to kind of unfortunately start putting your foot down. If you do lose this, you go to 2-10, much like RNG and much like EDG. I start to genuinely kind of question whether or not you're going to be able to try and do anything, because 6-10 is just not a scoreline that we've really seen ever make it into the playoffs. And I think at some point, I think if Weibo wins later today and OMG then tomorrow, then that 6 wins actually doesn't become enough at all, because they'll already be on 6 as well. So you got to hope and pray 7-9 will just be the cutoff point, but you also got to try and take down some of the titans of the league right now, as Top Esports with Cream in the mid lane look to try and, you know, build themselves back up towards the top of the standings. They had a bit of a rocky 2023. 2024, they're looking for it to be a little bit better.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, you also have BLG, unfortunately, in your pool to try and make it towards these playoffs. Starting today with Test, then you've got BLG, so it's starting to mount up a little bit. I think it's time to throw a curveball. Talking about curveballs, have I ever talked to you about the combo called Rammus Yuumi? Coming to you by the inventors of Rammus Yuumi, Ultra Prime. Of course, it was picked into double AD carry lane, but I feel like if you are creative enough to bring something like this out, I feel like it's a pretty cool curveball to throw towards these teams that do seem unbeatable, that do sit at the very top of the standings around the JDGs and the BLGs of the LPL. So I feel like if anyone, Ultra Prime can probably bring something out to catch Top Esports off guard.
Absolutely. Look, you got to try something here as Ultra Prime. You can't just play standard. We see this so often in the LPL, where if you play standard against teams that are just better than you at that, then you're just not going to win. You need to be innovative. You need to look for something that's a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more off the cuff. You know, you can't just play a standard from the back. Unfortunately, that does mean you have to take risks. It does mean that you have to try and push something that isn't in the meta for a reason. It doesn't have the highest percentage plays, but that's just where you're at right now. We are going to jump straight into picks and bans for game number 1 of Series 2 of the day as we come towards the end of Week 6. Only 2.5 weeks left in the regular season. We are flying by as we move our way towards playoffs, but already Ultra Prime putting in a lot of emphasis on the JackeyLove. JackeyLove now has to kind of make a decision. I think that a lot of AD carry bans coming in. See Smolder kind of still sitting around there, and see if Ultra Prime want to give that over to Doggo.
I was wondering if that was going to be a Karma last ban, because it feels like for Ultra Prime, it is usually a B1 uncontested, so that's really good to see. Whoa! Hold on a minute.
Wow.
The Akali being locked in right here. This is kind of dangerous because things like, you know, Nautilus, Rakan are really good into Akali, and all you have to do is literally just commit your support into this particular lane. We've got the TF that can literally chase you around. We've got so many picks that can like pin Akali down in lane. The Nico looked pretty clean by Knight in the previous game. Perma pushing you, shoving you under tower. It doesn't allow for your jungler to have too much pressure because your early game is a little bit shaky. And seeing the Viego right here, I wouldn't even be surprised to see probably Cream on something like an Ari or a Nico to sort of facilitate that Viego on a 2v2.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to go for right now, but Ultra Prime already locking themselves into that mid lane, kind of saying straight away, look, we agree with what the what you were saying, Georgia, is that Uakai is our guy. He's the man who needs to be kind of given a carry, given facilities. However, we'll see if that bites them in the butt as they look towards their support. I feel like you have to pick your AD carry here. If you let the AD carry go and then Top Esports get a pick for JackeyLove, they get themselves a bot lane solidified, then you'll see things like the Xayah and of course the Smolder, if they don't take it kind of banned away. That's where I feel like you're kind of putting yourself in Doggo on the back foot, and we've seen already earlier today what can happen if the bot lane just gets further and further behind. So Top Esports, I imagine you pick in your AD carry here unless Cream really wants to take a favorable matchup into the Akali.
I mean, you can go again for like a Nico or an Ari angle right here if you want to try and play for that 2v2 against the Xin Zhao Akali, trying to pin the Akali in lane. If the Twisted Fate does get locked in right here, it can get flexed all 3 lanes. Pretty good into the Akali early on. Massive shoving on the Twisted Fate. You can put it into the top side. Does pretty well into a lot of the tank matchups that Decade has showed. But also, we did see it very successful in our previous best of 3 series, going towards the bot lane in the hands of Elk, absolutely demolishing Smolder. Talking about Smolder, he's still open, up, and available. Now, of course, I'm not a big advocate for picking Smolder when your mid lane won't necessarily be having a lot of prior in the game, because that sort of ties the hands of your jungler not having a lane to play for. So I would like to see potentially them going with a different kind of AD carry that can get some shove down the bot side of the map.
See what they can do. Again, you can see the Zarya. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Xayah banned away here now by Top Esports, just to get that Lovers duo separated up in the bot side, give the Twisted Fate and the Nautilus more power. It kind of also forces Ultra Prime into a Smolder bot lane to try and just, you know, we saw how powerful the Twisted Fate was into that earlier today when Elk just kind of navigated that one, and JackeyLove is much the same kind of AD carry, just being able to kind of go for it. But for now, Ultra Prime's focusing on more of those mid lane bans, getting Uakai as much as he possibly can in terms of his preference. And it did feel like maybe Ultra Prime felt maybe obligated to take the Akali as well, saying, look, we can't ban it in our first rotation. We have to take it away from Cream because he's just too damn good on it. But Cream can go straight over to the Wave, which just escaped all escaped all bans right up until the end. And Ultra Prime now build themselves kind of, again, you got to pick yourself an AD carry here. The Kai'Sa's good, but I don't know if it's going to be great up against the Twisted Fate. The range is just not really there.
I feel like the Kai'Sa right here is sort of a pick that solidifies the fact that you're not going to be picking Smolder towards the bot side of the map, so therefore the Twisted Fate can no longer go to the top side because you go Kai'Sa bot. So you can't pick the Ezreal, you cannot pick the Smolder because Kai'Sa is really good into both of them. So therefore they're pushing Test to put that Twisted Fate towards that bot side of the map because Santa's going to be locked in for Ultra Prime right here. So things like Aatrox are pretty good. 369, of course, has played a ton of it. But now I do see a lot of champions that are melee, a lot of champions that want to play into you. Darius wouldn't be necessarily a very bad choice for 369 right here. Things like Renekton wouldn't be a really bad choice because, as you can see, the range from the set of Ultra Prime is so short that these kind of bruises really shine in these competitions.
I really, really do. And now, locked on low, Renekton for 369, his most played champion in the entirety of his career. And again, I always say this, but if Renekton is pickable, the LPL top laners will pick it. That is just how it is for this champion right now, and just the style that they play for this this league. And looking at the stats as well, Renekton for 369 has a 63 games played, 42 wins, 21 losses, 66.7%. So 2 out of 3 times he's winning the game if he picks Renekton. That's just how good he can be on this. He plays a weak side, he plays a carry side. 369 is still the king of the top lane when it comes to the LPL Renektons. And I mean, yeah, Decade on the K'Sante. K'Sante is a fine pick as such, but it is very much one of those, has been nerfed, not as blindable anymore, and we'll see if it gets punished today by this Renekton.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried right here for Ultra Prime. I'm not going to lie. I feel like all their lanes have absolutely zero prior in the early game. And even though this is quite fine for Zinza because he can fend for himself in his jungle, he's a pretty strong dueler when it comes to that. It feels like his only clear opening is towards that mid lane. Getting towards that way, pretty immobile champion, get that level 6 onto your Akali, try to potentially get towards that mid lane and shut down Cream, allowing then your side lanes to sort of breathe by unlocking that Akali onto the map. Talking about this though, it's going to be very difficult. The Twisted Fate, very heavy push towards the bot side of the map. You've got the Nautilus into the Rakan, which is a pretty good matchup, so your bot lane's going to be pushing. Renekton into K'Sante, pretty good matchup for Renekton. He's going to be shoving an early game for the way pre-6 Akali is going to be shoved underneath the tower. So for now, we've got Tian with so much open map and knowledge at this point.
So nothing for the Ultra Prime? Was that just top esports? There was nothing?
That was it.
Oh my God, I'm so sad.
I saw one person holding a paper. There was one person that was cheering for Hacker, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Oh, that feels so awful. I'm so sorry to hear, or rather not hear, the Chios.
It's okay. They're noise cancelling headphones. They don't hear it either. Don't worry.
That's true. They don't know that they weren't being cheered for, but yeah, it just feels bad, man. But I can't blame them. Top esports, multiple LPL champion, multiple international appearances as well as
world champions.
Yeah, I wish.
They do have 3 of them.
They do. They do have a world champion on them, so they definitely have a couple of them there in the bot lane, world championship bot lane for sure, but we'll see what they can do. And this has been a bit of a renaissance, if you will, for top esports. 2023, as I mentioned earlier, was not the year of top esports. They were very much falling behind the curve and just did not really build themselves up to the expectations that we had. So they made a couple of changes. Oh, I do love this. If that hook had landed, it might have put Mako in a bad spot. JackeyLove now gets ignited. Should have the Ghost to be able to get away from this one here. I feel like Hacker was a little bit slow on the play there now, but now 369, yeah, immediately recognizing jungler's bot. I go aggressive. I take down this K'Sante as best I possibly can, and that is big pressure on the top side.
And I feel like Tian is gonna he's gonna very easily be able to sleep into Hacker's jungle on the top side of the map. He's not actually going to attempt that. He's gonna choose the path towards his bot side of the map, but I feel like it could potentially be an option. You do have priority with the way in the mid lane. You do have a lot of push with 369 playing super aggressive towards the top side of the map, but you could potentially be denying the entire of Hacker's top side quadrant on the map. However, he feels like his bot lane could potentially be under threat. They are playing under tower. You do not know the whereabouts of that Zinza at the current moment, so better safe than sorry at this point for Tian. He does play a farming heavy jungler as well, so making sure you full clear first and worry about the rest later is of major priority.
Absolutely. See that the pressure is still decent from the side of from the side of Ultra Prime, as TN now with a full clear gets himself up to level 4. Going to find himself on bot side just to give a little bit of priority back to JackeyLove and Mako, but nothing else really kind of crazy to come out of it right now as 369 looking to be aggressive here. But yeah, the level difference makes it a little bit harsh on his health bar. And we wait to see where they kind of go. But yeah, it's definitely Ultra Prime, I feel like, had an opportunity to go for something a little bit crazier there, but sadly, Hacker just not really in a position to kind of go for it. If he flashes in, maybe gets the knock up, something like that could have worked out very nicely. TN sprinting towards this top side.
Oh,
he knows
sees
the scuttle's been
He
taken.
sees him on the ward.
Yeah, he sees
He
him on the
knows
ward,
he doesn't have the blue buff because he got spotted on a ward. He does have the priority through Hui, who can actually move first. Hacker's gonna wait in the bush because he knows he's under attack. Tian has also been spotted enough. I honestly think that Hacker got away with murder here. Oh,
the damage! Ignite won't be enough to kill him because that pot is still ticking up, so that keeps Dway alive, but losing your flash this early on, and this is despite the pressure, you can see JackeyLove and Mako starting to take control of this bot lane.
Yeah, we talked about how it's quite difficult to play the Rakan into a Nautilus lane. Nautilus being a prominently hard champion to play against, especially when you're on Rakan. It's a straight-up counter, and especially with all the push in the kit from Twisted Fate and the short range from the Kai'Sa, you're bound to get pushed in this lane from the side of Ultra Prime. But then again, I'm looking at the jungle pretty even between the two, even in levels. You'll see Hacker going towards that top side of the map. He's potentially looking to play for these void grabs. However, his K'Sante is stuck under tower at this particular point, but because that Akali has pressured that mid lane wave, you do get a little bit of leeway to get into the river. However, when the wave bounces back and these void grabs become more difficult to take, you'll see that TN is gonna walk in. Again, even level Scream on the back of Yokai.
Yeah, Yokai taking a bit of a chunk right there. There's 2 of the grubs given over, though, so Hacker has done a fairly decent job here. Mako is a little bit late. Hacker, though, taking a lot of damage. No ultimates available for anyone except for 369, which is more of an AoE than anything else. Looks like they're going to try and maybe burn down the grub just a little bit. A lot of damage. Actually, well, I didn't even notice. Doggo had moved up as well. So this was all 5 members of Ultra Prime towards his top side, which means JackeyLove gets a free push in the spot side. It means that the advantage you had gotten there for Ultra Prime is no longer available. He's going to be able to crash this wave pretty much about half of it, I would say, before anything else really exciting happens. But through 2-1 for the grubs. Ultra Prime won't be unhappy with that, but you do need to get up to 5. I feel like you have to fully contest for that the full 5 there to really make it worth it in those later stages of the game.
Absolutely, and especially when you commit your 80 carry towards the top side of the map to try and secure all 3, to try and make it that much easier for you to secure the 5 on the respawn. It becomes a little difficult right now to play the map because the transition was a little bit awkward since Twisted Fate was already pressuring towards the bot side of the map. Mako on the Nautilus was blocking you from walking through the jungle. Cream right here is a little bit overextended, does have his flash available if he needs it, but the fear is completely gonna throw Hacker off of this. Gank still level 5 again for the Zinza. Hacker has been looking the entire game. He's been bot lane, he's been top lane, he's mid lane, he's gotten the grubs, and he has not necessarily fallen that far behind to a farming Viego.
Not yet. Of course, the Xin Zhao is one of those things that you need to be kind of finding early advantages. You're so powerful from level 3. Level 6, you're even more powerful, but it is one of those things where it's more of a tank stat than a skirmish stat. So see Hacker now maybe looking for something in the mid lane. There's a flash for Cream if he wants it. They're going to use this cannon as bait. Now Cream trying to move in. Oh, Yokai though. It's a lot of damage. The ult is down now for Yokai. Perfect execution to get him out. Yeah, I feel like that was just a moment where Hacker wanted to make something work, but the health bar just was not there for the side of Ultra Prime from the mid lane stance.
Hacker, get back into your jungle. Start killing creeps. Get that level 6. Become an absolute monster. The actual skirmishing power when you have that level 6, when you have that ultimate on the Xin Zhao is huge, but now he's been thrown off tempo. He has to cover mid. His bot lane is under attack.
Bot lane is under attack. We've seen this from our BLG earlier. The bot lane is just a target. Flash from Doggo, but he will be Heartbreaker down. Double kill coming over to JackeyLove. He'll take a fierce amount of damage on the backside from tower, but he's got an escort to get him out to safety, and that is Top Esports 2-0 to start this game.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, you see, it kind of threw the whole tempo off for the side of Ultra Prime right here, trying to cover for the mid lane, trying to go for the gank. Then, you know, Kali gets chunked down, so he has to go back to base, which means there's an extra member on the map for TeS. They rotate that member towards the bot side of the map. The bot lane gets dive full versus 2. There is no way of replying to that, especially having no teleports available for the side of Ultra Prime. We'll see this one more time. You see Tian is already towards the bottom of the map. Cream is moving as well through the jungle. Sway does the best he can, getting the double knock-up onto the Viego and on the Nautilus, but it is not going to be enough. And Doggo, unfortunately, flashes through towards where Viego is going to grab the soul. Anyway, JackeyLove, good guy right there. Tanks just about enough, but that has solidified that he has a static shift. Exactly, static shift is in his inventory. If he was pressuring that bot lane hard, now it's going to be pretty much uncontested in terms of push.
Look at Doggo right now. He knows that by himself, he just can't walk up. Meiko will be getting level 6 very soon. This is just an uncontestable wave right now. And I will say that with the static shift, makes it very hard for JackeyLove to permanently freeze it. He's got to push it regardless whether he likes it or not. But yeah, this is such a difficult lane to try and be in right now. We even saw with the priority in that bot side moving over to TeS. The top lane is going over to the side of 369. He's about 10 CS ahead. He knows how powerful he can be, as we see Hacker now forced to use his ultimate just to keep himself alive. Will not be able to contest for these grubs, so it should be a 4-2 split in favor of Top Esports.
And that was a little bit of a skirmish right there. There were no ultimates thrown into the mix. Meiko had already started making his way towards the top side of the map to try and secure the void grabs for the side of TeS, and I don't think Hacker can actually get in here, which means that 5 of them will be secured for Top Esports. There's going to be a lot of tower damage, and honestly, having a Twisted Fate that's already fed towards the top side of the map, having 5 void grabs in your bank is going to really help taking these towers down. Oof.
Yeah, just already seeing the breakneck speed. We're looking at a 2,500 gold lead here for Top Esports, 10.5 minutes in, and it does come off the back of these kind of plays where they get the early grubs, they get themselves the priority on the plates, and 369 being kind of left on his own to deal with Decade. Decade's not doing badly. In fact, he's gone towards the Bramble Vest. I really do like this pickup, just kind of knowing that there's plenty of auto attackers who will be hitting him, but it just becomes harder and harder for them to really make something work here. And you can see JackeyLove just bit by bit, little by little, either knocking down the health bars, knocking down the plates, and with that static shift so early, you see just the minions can't hold it. They just can't keep the wave alive long enough to try and stop any of these pushes.
Absolutely, and a correction on my side, it's going to be 4. It's not going to be 5, not quite the big buff coming in from the void grabs, but still enough right there. Overpower. Hacker did manage to secure the first 2, and they're diving Doggo, the yellow card. They're not going to commit. They haven't seen Hacker on the map for a while, so if they commit to this play without a wave as well, it could be completely detrimental to all the lead they have been able to build up towards the bot side of the map for Top Esports. Now Hacker has been spotted, placed towards the bot side of the map, trying to create some pressure. They know that the second that Meiko is not in lane, he tries to put pressure around the map. They're trying to be a little bit more threatening towards JackeyLove. Of course, JackeyLove running the Flash and Ghost and having both available to him. He does want to stay safe towards the bot side of the map, allowing Meiko to roam around. Shrey is waiting in the bush, trying to find an opportunity, but I don't think much can be found right here. I feel like it's all laying in TeS' hands, and for the next objectives to come, TeS is going to want to fight because they do have the items advantage on the map.
Yeah, they will wait for the ultimate from the Nautilus to really come back. A flash away by Meiko as he tries to survive this, but he will not. TP's coming in from both of the top laners. They look to try and continue this fight. Hacker has gone down. Yuakai next to follow. JackeyLove picking up his 3rd kill of the game. 369 does pop in with an ultimate, but nothing else really to be doing about it. But that's going to be Dragon basically confirmed. Good opportunity by Ultra Prime to try and capitalize on the ultless Nautilus, but I mean, I hate to say it, but you're already starting to fall way too far behind, and immediately afterwards, the objectives are going over to Top Esports.
Absolutely, already 4,000 gold in the lead for Top Esports. You're gonna get your second dragon right here. I actually wanted to point out the Black Cleaver in 369's inventory. Obviously, an item that got buffed together with Renekton on 14.4, but it also benefits you so much because you have 2 more AD damage dealers in the likes of Viego and the Twisted Fate. Now, Decade underneath the tower, he cannot even defend himself under the tower. He cannot stop Jackula from taking the extra tower plates. One more auto attack will do it. Almost there. Like, there you go.
Just trying to see if they can get those last little bit of gold before the plates go away. But yeah, I like this from Ultra Prime. I like the fact that they're trying to catch out, you know, get a kill, try something. But, I mean, you're leaving JackeyLove to literally auto-attack. Like, right now, Uokai's on him, but it's too little too late.
I feel like it's one of those moments where you're like, we're just gonna get whatever we can because we know the second Renekton is in the fight, we have to bail. And the only one that could actually get a pick on was Meiko. He had previously used his ultimate, was not available, didn't have a flash. So he was the quote-unquote easy target, even though tanky enough, even in the early game, he was the easy target for them to get. But if you do leave JackeyLove unattended, level 9, Twisted Fate already has an item and a half on him. He's going to shred through all those squishy members. And now Ultra Prime, I guess they want to fight towards the top side of the map as well. 1 level down for their top laner. I don't know if you want to take this fight versus such a strong Crocodile.
I was going to say, but I don't think they have a choice. I think they know that the game is running away from them and they need to try and find something. Decade will go in aggressively, but immediately kind of regrets that decision as he walks away. Top Esports not willing to let this Rift Herald just go for free. They want to contest at anything and everything they possibly can. They know how strong they are in this mid-game. 1 item or so on most people. Good little knockback, a flash away though. Hacker has to pop the ultimate to keep himself alive already. The Rakan's gone down. It's support for support trade, but you're just being slaughtered. That's going to be a 4-for-1 trade for Top Esports as they continue to put down the pressure. Doggo wasn't even a part of it. He was isolated towards that mid lane.
There is no avenue for Doggo to play the game. Oh, JackeyLove.
Welcome back to the team fight.
Yeah,
you missed it earlier. This is what happened to the rest of your team.
Yeah, there is no avenue for Doggo to play this game. He's so short range and he's running into a Viego, a Renekton, a Nautilus, a Twisted Fate that's auto-attacking him from miles away together with a Way. You see Doggo trying to wrap around on the left side of your screen and a very nice Q3 from Decade to pop into members. But like the second Doggo gets Nautilus ult, he can't walk up because he's gonna melt with the Renekton. So he instantly gets zoned out by the Nautilus. Nautilus ends up going down, but 4 members of Ultra Prime fall in the process. And I feel like this is such a difficult Kai'Sa game to play right here for Doggo. This is the kind of game that you want to have your Akali ahead, you want to have your Kai'Sa even or ahead. So the second that Arcan gets engaged into the backline, you have both of them sort of dive in and assassinate either the Twisted Fate or the Way. But at this point, Top Esports is so far ahead that neither of them possess a threat.
I mean, Doggo just can't go into fights right now. He will be feared, he will be gold carded. Decade is dead. Like, that's just how it is. You die. The Renekton is too big. 2-0 and 2. It's a 9,000
Is that what you spam 999 in the chat?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 99999 coming in here. Get some going for them. But, I mean, this is why Top Esports are just such a scary team right now. Their speed of playing is monstrous. And now Ultra Prime, you fought at that objective just a second ago. Gonna lose a tier 2 now on bot side. You have to react to 369 in the top lane. You're too late to kill him, so you're being pulled around the map way too thin. They're gonna get another charge. They're gonna get another tower. They're gonna break open the base at 17 minutes, Georgia. How did he miss?
Wait,
TN! How did you miss? It doesn't matter because they're still gonna get the tower. But how did you miss?
The happy power remote by TN. Oh no, Hacker is in.
Hacker is in, but I don't think he wants to be. Crescent Guard comes down. They haven't done a lot of damage. There is the Descending Despair to do a lot of work. That is a big old boom. Decade has just respawned, and he might be going down just as quickly. 369 is going to reset. They might look to end the game. I'm not even kidding. They may look to end the game right now if they want to go for it. They have a TP available for 369 if he wants to go in for it. They were thinking about it, but they will just get the inhibitor and back away. I thought they were going to try and speed run this game, but they're just destroying them right. There's nothing you can do here as Ultra Prime. You're just outclassed.
I mean, you can't say they're not speed running it already. 11,500 gold lead, 18 minutes just into the game. I think the best thing they can do right now is knowing that the third dragon is coming up. You go back, you buy new items. Talking about new items, Medjai's just completed 4 cream in the mid lane, already 10 stacks. Had it from the ring. Sojin being completed by 369 as well. They are so freakishly strong right now on the Rift with 11,000 gold plus in their inventory. As you see, Hacker is trying to find an angle right there, but a huge ultimate coming in from Cream, and Dogo being slowed right there, cannot really get far away now from his teammates. Ends up exploding the entire ultimate on them, and they all have to back, leaving them with an inhibitor less at 17 minutes into the game, which in different terms, you know, in the less terms, you'd be like, 17 minutes, inhibitor down, an endless amount of XP and gold straight into my base where I can't get ganked, but it's not really the case right here, because in 1 minute, Baron is coming up. Your bot lane is going to be bleeding if you're Ultra Prime, and you're gonna have to reply to potentially a Baron threat by Tess. They're more than equipped enough to do it. Talking about being equipped. Wow.
I love how the assassin Akali is just absolutely terrified of this Twisted Fate right now. Jackie Love nearly on 3 items.
Twisted Fate is the new assassin.
It is, honestly, and just having the Earth, Wind, and Fire of the dragons behind them as well. They're looking for something here. They're looking for Tien, who does flash away. They're going to try and jump in on top of him, but the Heartbreaker keeps him alive for the moment. The ultimates are good. He's getting a little bit more, but not quite enough to get him going. Now that Tien is dead, can you go for a fight? There is no 369 here. Doggo gets a double. Yukai finally goes in, but here is the Renekton. 1v5, and he wants them all. Way with a double kill. The solo laners of top esports will not be silenced. 3 kills, though, to Ultra Prime, but it's a 3 for 3 at the end of it all.
Yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie right there. Tien walks into the wrong side of the jungle. The vision wasn't quite down, and Ultra Prime get the jump on him, but no matter how this fight ended, it's still 3 members of Ultra Prime, end up going down. They lose yet another tower, more pressure in the mid lane. They had to defend their both side of the map as well, and they still leave this fight that looked promising, limping. Now Tien gets spotted, of course, clearing the water here. Walks a little bit too close to Hacker. Doggo is also around, has to flash through the wall. Has to pop the ult to try and get away from the taunt from the Rakan, but it just wasn't quite enough. And right here, Ultra Prime are playing with numbers advantage. They're 5 versus 3 before that huge Crocodile joins. 999 joins the fight. Everyone has to disperse. And here's the 20-minute Baron that we talked about, the threat. When the box side of your map is bleeding, 369 is at it again.
369 nearly gets
very
Hacker.
lucky.
He's still facing him. He's still going for him. 369. Damn, he's fine. Because he is just absolutely smashing people right now. They can't deal with him. He is 1v3, 1v4, now 2v4 as finally Cream comes in to help him. But this could be the fastest game of the split. They've got inhibitors down. They just need minions. They've got a wave in mid lane. I believe it was 22 minutes. And 30 seconds or somewhere around there for the fastest game of the split right now. But look, 3 inhibitors down at 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Ultra Prime just haven't got a hope or a prayer.
They've got 3 creeps right there. They're going to wait for the next waves to come in. Bot lane, mid lane, top lane, all coming in at the same time. Baron buff up. And 5 members of Ultra Prime trying to defend the last remaining towers they have.
Hacker's still alive, and he keeps himself going for the moment, but the resets are in. They finally take down Tien, but it's not enough. You have 15 seconds, Top Esports, to end the game, to get the fastest game of the split. They're going to kill off absolutely everybody before they do that. 10 seconds. Can they do it? 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I think they just did it. I think they just did it. 22:09. It was 22:10 for BLG EDG. We'll have to wait and see if that's an official one or not. We see how it goes, but that was mighty close. It was at least equaling to the fastest game of the split here for Top Esports.
Wow, what a freaking performance. Again, taking that Twisted Fate towards the bot side of the map. Jackie Love and Mako completely stomping that bot side of the map, completely broke apart the rest of the map as well. 369 going 999 mode. Cream just completely shoving that Akali under tower. Yokai had no chance at all into trying to carry this game on Akali.
No, really did not. Unfortunately for Ultra Prime, it was a speed run for their demise, but for Top Esports, they are now 1-0 up and pushing towards a top 2 finish. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have game number 2.
Future knows not your
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are speed running really, really fast through our games today, Georgia. I mean, we were hitting the wild and ready that it is, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this was just, I mean, it was top esports from minute one. We can even see it in the breakdown. It just was insane.
This is a speedrun and LPL day. Any percentage right here. Kareem with 30,000 damage on that way. And of course, Jackie 369, like all popping off, all three carries on the side of top esports. Absolute performance, stomping the lane phase all the way to the very end, and arguably, if not smashing the record slightly for the fastest game of the season.
No, they were 5 seconds slower.
No.
They were 5 seconds slower.
5 seconds
I had
slower,
a feeling it's from when the game officially ends, when the victory thing comes up. So I had a feeling that it would be a little bit of caveat, but there's our player of the game, Hwei, Cream. It just seems to work. And I'm
40%.
really, really excited here for Cream coming into this, because it does feel like he's learning more champions. He's no longer just kind of seen as a one trick or a two trick, and he's making his home here in top esports.
Absolutely. Now, moving on to the other side of the coin for Ultra Prime, I do not want to see any Akali B1 shenanigans. What is this? This is equivalent to a Vi B1 shenanigan. It's very easy to counter, very easy to account for. And Akali is not necessarily a champion that gets a lot of priority early on. So then you have your jungler sort of tied in his jungle, not knowing which lane to play for if bot lane is not snowballing. So yeah, get rid of the Akali altogether. If you're afraid of Cream picking it up, get rid of the Akali altogether and try to go for something else. In terms of a plan, you can be a jungler if you want to. We have seen a lot of priority in the likes of Kindreds, Zinzaos. It's very easy to play for, or a lot of AD carries, and there are a bunch of them that have not been banned out. Only Sen and Kalista out of the pool so far. The Varuses, the Lucians are still in. Ashe is still in play.
Still in play, but a missed ban there from top. So Ashe, what I assume would have been maybe one of the bans there, or potentially a Varus, but they're going to get the Ashe to go over to Ultra Prime. Top esports now got themselves an opportunity here. Do they take the Varus away? I feel like you kind of have to, having the two archers in the bot lane is so powerful. You have to take that one off the board, and then figure out where you want to try and take this draft after this, so you don't have the Nautilus this time around.
I think this could be a pretty easy Renata support here. You don't necessarily have to beat to R2 it, you can R3 it, but knowing that usually that Ashe goes towards the support role and not the AD carry role, you quite often end up with double AD carry down the bot lane. So Renata is super powerful, especially if you take into consideration the ultimate, the flex on the Maokai, which more often than not ends up going towards the bot side of the map. Extremely strong engaged dual lane together with the Varus.
Could go towards the jungle as well. See what they want to try and go for. Hwei looks like it's going to be the takeaway here for Ultra Prime to try and get Cream onto something he's not comfortable with. Does feel like right now Cream is feeling very good in how he's playing this game right now. We B1 Akali because Cream is really good on Akali, so we take it away. Then he played Hwei. Now we're taking away his Hwei because he was really good on the Hwei. But if Tess beats you here, you do not have any other options of taking away his champions. It is going to be the double AD carry. Now, I would not be surprised to even see potentially the Maokai being flexed into the jungle. However, not if the Ahri gets locked in right here. It's not one of my favorite combos. Still pretty potent in the bot lane to leave that Maokai for an engage option. Absolutely, and now the Ahri gets locked in here. Another Cream specialty, the Akali, the Ahri. He was the double A in the mid lane for OMG. Even the Tristana, so we kind of, just kind of Atta, if you will. If you was some kind of anagram there, I'll figure it out. But it is going to be kind of more priority. And with the Zinzao being banned away and potentially as well, like kind of more jungle bans, it feels to me like that Maokai might just be flexed into that jungle position rather than the support. As, top esports, they're not under any obligation to put it in any lane right now. Absolutely. Vi needs to be banned out from the side of Ultra Prime. An extremely strong weapon, especially at pinning down that Zeri. Paired up with the Ahri, it's even more deadly. The Lee Sin potentially. Tian is like a legendary Lee Sin in the LPL. Again, Lee Sin Ahri, very potent duo. Viego Ahri, another very potent duo. But
I do like where you're going with this. However, I'm not the biggest fan of Ahri paired up with Maokai. It makes Merctreads a pretty easy target for whoever ends up in the mid lane. In this case, it's going to be the Hui. So I would potentially really like to see that Maokai towards the boss on the map and then Lee Sin or Viego for TN to play a little bit more aggressive on that 2v2.
We'll see where they want to try and work with this right now. For the moment, it is just a happy little setup. No one really committing too much to anything. The Volibear gets taken away. So again, I do feel like they're setting themselves up for another kind of pick. A lot of jungle bans, but Top Esports is the one with first pick, so they will get the Lee Sin. That means Ultra Prime, they got to figure out what they're taking into the jungle right now. The Graves is an option, but gives you a lot of AD carries, not a lot of engage. You're kind of looking at just the Ash Arrow for the moment. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to try and work with here, but the Graves feels like a kind of a solid option for now, but it kind of puts a lot of onus on the Decade to be all of your engage.
So you need to figure out something right here. Even something like a Sejuani could potentially work. It is going to be the Poppy. Now, Razork was on LEC yesterday, and he did say it's not such a detrimental matchup for Lee Sin. Like, if the Lee Sin is a good player, he does find a way to work around the Poppy. And when we're talking about legendary Lee Sin players, I think TN definitely falls under the category of that. He's won a World's Championship on the back of this champion. So if anyone knows the champ, it's definitely TN right here. Aatrox is going to be the last pick for Ultra Prime right here to sort of round up the composition. And it looks very poke heavy from the sort of Ultra Prime with the Ashe and the Hui, but extremely squishy when it comes to that. And there's a ton of backline access and engage tools on the side of Top Esports. The Ahri, the Lee Sin dive in the backline, the Maokai engage. That I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Ultra Prime to pilot these team fights.
Go with the Gnar this time around here for 369. Thought about the Renekton, but doesn't want to overcommit to that just one yet. Gnar, of course, something that he's actually not played a huge amount in his career, 369. He only has about 18 games on it, but 14-4 so far in his career. Last time we saw him play it, I believe, was earlier this spring. I think it was only last week or so up against IG, but definitely something that he has been able to kind of navigate fairly well in his career and in his setup. So you've got decent engage options here for the side of Top Esports. You've got decent pick options as well. But I feel like if you're not able to get onto the key carries, Ultra Prime have an opportunity to try and just kite you out, get the Aatrox resetting with the health bar, making sure you're just being a constant nuisance, and having Doggo on the Zeri, a hyper carry that we know he can play.
Absolutely, and you're very slippery with the Zeri as well. So it could be extremely useful when it comes to the team fights later on. However, I'm really scared because the Maokai has what I call it a secret weapon. So when the roots start coming forward with the Maokai, everybody piles up onto one row to try and not get stunned. Now, if you have the triple squishy carries piling up onto that one row, it makes it that much easier for an Ahri engage, for a Lee Sin engage, for a Gnar flank. So again, Ultra Prime are going to have to be very, very careful on how they pilot these team fights, because we have seen a lot of teams trying to play the double AD carry bot lane composition, and when it comes to these team fights, because you're so squishy, because you're so immobile, it just falls flat.
We'll see. No more theories, no more hypothesizing. We will jump onto the Rift. There we go. That's much better there for Ultra Prime. They got some in the end. I'm happier to see that, but
okay, I have a question on that. How do you know which team they were cheering for?
So I've actually found a little bit of a cheat. The first person, so if it's Ultra Prime is UP, and Top Esports is TES. So they'll say that they'll say the acronym. So if you know there's the 2 syllables versus 3 syllables. So the first one was like Top Esports, and then it was like JIO, versus that one which was just like Ultra Prime or UP. That's kind of the way I work it. So once I know when you hit 3-letter acronyms, it doesn't really work that well. But that's how I figure it out in these kind of days.
All right, you've cheated the code right here. Okay, I like it. I'm learning a little bit from it. Now, going back into this game, of course, Ultra Prime in a very that's the situation. 0-1 down. Well, 1-0 down. Versus Tess. They're sitting 2-9. Right now on the run to playoffs. The run has not yet been crushed, but with a loss right here to top esports, yeah, it might be very, very close to being so. As you can see, there are 2 wards right there on the bot side of the map, placed by top esports, spotting Poppy in her jungle and potentially entering TS jungle on the bot side of the map. Of course, running the double AD carry does result a lot of the times in getting massive bot lane priority, which would allow potentially Poppy to enter that bot lane jungle of Lee Sin. This is why the wards went down, to potentially spot that. You see another one was placed right now by Meiko into the bot lane Tribos to try and assist Tian if potentially the Poppy does enter. And you'll see potentially going through that Tribos in the bot side of the map, entering that bot lane jungle. But Tian has already pressed B, purchased a long sword, which makes him stronger, and now he's heading towards his bot side of the map.
They're anticipating this move right now. This is really smart pathing from TN right now, to saying, yeah, I know you're going to go for this bot lane move. I know you're going to try and make something work here. However, he has been spotted out just for the moment. Will have his blue buff stolen because he doesn't have vision on that particular objective right now. This should just be a trade of camps for now. You can see TN now knows he has been spotted and is going to get his Q to land. A flash for flash. They're going to continue it on. The Ignite goes down. A heal comes out here from Jue. They're losing themselves a little bit of summoners. Now they're trying to see if they can jump here onto Meiko, who does have a little bit of a movement. But Tien knew exactly how he wanted to play it. He will flash over the wall. The slow from the red buff. Double kill for Tien. And Top Esports once again starting this game off right.
World champion Tian showcasing his skills on one of the champions that did earn him that world championship title, that Lee Sin. Incredible play right here. And again, commenting him on the fact that he pressed B after clearing his top side and went bot side of his jungle with an extra long sword. That is such an extreme amount of damage if we're talking about the early game, that ended up netting him a double kill in this skirmish towards the bot side of the map, and currently at least a 500-600 gold lead over the Poppy. You've got Meiko right there as well. Dogo's walking up. Tien's gonna bail right now, but he's still 1 level up and he's dictating the pace of how this game is played.
Now with all this information, you can see immediately 369 saying, yeah, I can go aggressive here onto Decade, get a fierce trade back in my favor. And this is kind of how Top Esports love to play the game. We'll have a look at the replay here, because like you said, this was Tien and Meiko just kind of really committing to Jue. The flash away by Jue to stop the route, but now that you have that position and you've lost all your summoners, you're just not got the health bar.
Absolutely, and look at that. They back off. Meiko gets engaged on. He instantly jumps back onto Jue. The W onto the ward just to get into distance, and the flash forward to solidify the kill onto Dogo as well. Only Hacker left on this bot lane skirmish, and again he's into Hacker's jungle. He's going to miss the 50-50 smite battle right there. I'm not actually sure if he even had the smite up for Tien, but he is living rent-free currently in Hacker's jungle. He's gonna have the attention from his mid lane as well. Cream does have the push in mid lane. He's gonna walk into the river first, which means that Tien gets to play a little bit more aggressive. He's gonna grab that one void grab, then dip back into his jungle.
You don't have the priority just yet. Decade had just reset a little bit earlier than 369, so 369 wasn't a little bit of a reset, so he'll give up 2-1. Not the worst thing in the world for Ultra Prime as they try to slow down this mid game. I will say it's in an unfortunate position for TM because he reset so early. He was on a bad timing to reset again, so he kind of want to make sure that he got at least another little bit of a clear before he went back. He should have his Caulfield's Warhammer and then some, but because you moved Ashe towards that top side and Dway just not really in a position to try and kind of help contest anything in this bot lane. Actually, no, Dwayne didn't even go near the top side. I do believe he ended up just getting caught. And, 369 just baiting Decade out to use the World Ender. Didn't even use the Mega Gnar. So that just shows you how scared that this top side is, or how scary this top side is for the Aatrox.
Yeah, Doggo was also scared because Scream had just dipped into Fog of War. He just got 6, dipped into Fog of War towards the boss of the map. So you do have to respect the fact that you could be getting dived. So Doggo was playing between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Of course, he lost a bunch of gold right there by tower plating that was taken away from Jackie Love and Meiko. It has been absolute bot lane kingdom so far for the Test bot lane. And right now he's going to net them probably the first dragon of the game as well, since they are the strongest on the map. You do have a 2-0 Lee Sin, very close to Sundered Sky as well. You do have your first half component, almost the second half component as well. For Tian, he's gonna go towards the top side, get the chickens, get the red buff, rinse and repeat. Hacker might be sneaking this one in during the resets from the set of tests.
Yeah, I like this from Hacker, just being proactive, kind of recognizing, yeah, we need to get onto the map, get these things going for us before that powerful bot lane comes in, before that serrated Dirk and Caulfield's Warhammer. But Cream might be thinking about a contest right now. Meiko coming in here, level 4. Doesn't have the ultimate to try and gas him off, but yeah, they're just not quick enough to kill it off because it was only the Poppy there. They're going to go for a 50-50 smite, but they have the execute and the steadfast presence to stop the Lee Sin from getting in. A flash away, but the charm does land on the Yukai.
Jackie Love.
Now Jackie Love's coming in. They're going to try and burn down Yukai, and it should be pretty easy. Jackie Love picks himself up a kill. Cream getting resets, will have his charm, and just about landed down. Dway getting slowed down as well. Don't think they'll have the full damage to take him out. Ooh. I was right, but I wasn't exactly correct with the amount of damage that would be coming out. So that is still Dragon for Ultra Prime. They're still doing well on that sense, but they're bleeding gold right now. They're really starting to struggle to keep up with this pace the top esports have brought.
Yeah, but the positives right here, you lose your mid laner. However, you do make sure to commit onto this dragon. It was Hacker that ended up securing the neutral objective for themselves. He gets out with his red buff as well. Sure, you lose quite a bit on the bot lane again due to the pressure, but at least you do get away with the neutral objective that you started in the first place. Luckily enough for Ultra Prime, Jackie Love was not level 6 right there, and Tian is looking again every single chance he gets. He plays very aggressively towards Hacker, and again, I just want to echo what Razork said yesterday. Is like, it doesn't matter if you do pick the Poppy into the Lee Sin. A good Lee Sin will find ways to play around it, and Tian has been finding ways to play around this beautifully. Hacker, of course, winning the 50-50 on the smite fight right here. Jackie Love will fall into the fight from the side through the Tribush. Not necessarily level 6 to follow up with an ultimate, but Cream tries his best. Dashes forward wasn't quite enough to kill the Ash. Doggo, however, does pick up the wave that stays behind, so he has kept pretty relevant in CS. Bot lane is the one that's actually going pretty well for them, 75 to 68 CS.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the flash in, they're going to get all the damage down, and Cream picks up a kill. Perfect tanking here by 369 to make sure they secured that one there. And I mean, this is just becoming so hard now for Ultra Prime. Top esports, they get an inch, they take a mile. Hacker trying to see if he can match up to Lee Sin, and in fairness to him, he is. He got the dragon, he got 2 of the 3 grubs. He is starting to become a bit of an issue for them to try and deal with, but slowly but surely, you can see Top esports building the pace, getting themselves more and more. Charm comes down, they do get the ult out of the Hui, and the Hacker gets himself back in on top of that one there, so nicely done there. Meiko goes down as well. Ultra Prime turning that fight around completely, really well done by them. Good damage and good catch out onto the mid laner.
Yeah, very messy right there from Cream. Actually face checking. You know that there's 2 members of Ultra Prime in your jungle. You don't necessarily see them. Where could they be? There was only 1 bush between them and where Tian was, so you knew that they were going to be playing around that brush towards that dragon pit. So I feel like it was a little bit of a mistake by Cream to sort of face check right there. It gives up a lot of the pressure that Tian has been applying onto the map during this early game, and it allows Ultra Prime to be coming back into the game. And again, I'm not saying this because Ultra Prime is a bad team or Tess should be playing flawlessly, but when it comes to seeing these sort of games where one team is towards the very top of the standings versus the very bottom of the standings, you want to see these clean, stellar games like BLG showed in the first series, like Top Esports showed in the first game of this particular series. So these kind of slip-ups versus teams like Ultra Prime could potentially be forgiven, but you cannot be making these mistakes or afford making these mistakes versus teams like JDG or BLG.
Yeah, 369 in Decade having a little game of Ring Around the Rosie. The house does land, stun does not, but I mean, this poke damage is being significantly worse for Decade. He does have the World Ender and will pop it. Cream is there back, again, though. TP coming in, but it's going to be too little too late. They can charm him straight away. Will not land it. Extra movement speed coming in from Yukai, but Cream and 369 are just comboing so well, and Decade, I feel so bad for him. There's not a lot he can do about it.
Again, here you see the vision. I'm not sure what happened to Cream right there. He literally just walked forward straight into Yokai and Hacker's arms. Of course, he popped his first ultimate, but then he couldn't get out because of the W from the Poppy that blocks you from dashing back out. So he ends up going down, gives up a little bit of that pressure onto the map. A little whoopsie right there from Cream. He did have a stellar game one of the series and didn't necessarily cost him too much. There's still 2,500 gold in the lead, and the majority of that lead lies into the bot lane and the jungle. Tian and JackeyLove. JackeyLove has taken 4 tower platings and almost an entire tower. The arrow! Insta cleanse.
Let's have the cleanse kicked back there onto Decade, who has no flash and no world ender. The Q will not land, but he is surrounded on all sides, and you can come out with your hands up, or you can give your life over to TN. The original officer on the scene shall get himself the perp. And that is going to be Decade dead now for this potential Dragon fight. Won't have TP either, but I mean, 369's been left for pretty much for free just to kind of sit here and do whatever the hell he pleases. So now Mako flashes away, recognizing he was in a bit of a bad position. But still going to be dragging over to top esports, still going to be the top lane tower, potentially even the mid lane tower as well, because Yokai has gone in, he drops down the Spiraling Despair. It's a fierce amount of damage, 369 almost going down. There is a flash available here for Yokai, he'll get it, but immediately 369 goes into the Mega. And that flash will be for naught, unfortunately, here for the Ultra Prime mid laner.
That Q was huge by 369. If he doesn't connect that boomerang, he doesn't get the rage, he doesn't transform into the Mega Gnar. Therefore, he does the way. Yokai had to commit the flash for that one, and Ultra Prime are under attack.
They are under attack. Cleanse already burned by Doggo, and you can see their Hacker trying to use the ultimate. Will get it, and a heal, so he's still alive for the moment. This Decade comes in over the wall. Doggo, though, 1v2 underneath a tower. Gets himself a double kill. Tien misses another Q. The arrow lands. Decade should be able to finish this one off. And top esports bite off more than they can chew. They've given a huge amount of gold back over to Ultra Prime.
Absolute disaster right there. The 1v2 from Doggo underneath the tower. 3 kills right now from Zera. You don't get to have a huge play on the tops of the map for top esports to sort of equalize the disaster that happened on the bottom side of the map, because Yokai is holding on to that wave on the top side. And let's watch this again. What in the world happened? Oh, this is the previous one where Decade overextended. Yep, caught emotes in the chat for Decade right there. Walks a little bit too far forward. Very unfortunate, because Ultra Prime were banking on the fact that they wanted to start stacking these dragons, potentially earn some more time for themselves, or at least fight under their own timers. Right here, Mako is going to pop the ult. Doggo is going to tank it and cleanse. Very nice cleanse on the Varus ult as well. And then
they don't
Mako
kill the tower. They don't kill the tower. Oh, that's not even. I thought it was Doggo being like absolutely, you know, the Giga Chad going in, getting the movements. No, they just didn't kill the tower. It wasn't past 14 minutes.
I think this was very messy by Top Esports. There were 2 fights going on. Cream was a little bit too far forward onto the Ahri. Mako was trying to assist. I think he completely missed the fact that he was still tanking the tower from the initial ultimate, landing onto Doggo right there. And JackeyLove, even though he tried really hard to kill the tower, of course he couldn't. There were no creeps around right there to actually assist him. So it was a huge disaster. They both ended up going down, giving 3 kills over to Zeri. Getting her closer to 2 to 3 items. That's becoming a little bit dangerous, because, yes, we did mention how squishy the double AD carry bot lane can be, but Zeri is a very evasive champion, very slippery. And it could potentially be that winning moment that you need. That bot lane disaster gave enough gold, as you can see right now, to Doggo to catch up onto JackeyLove, who took an entire tower before 14 minutes.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a whoopsie there from Top Esports, but look, they're still ahead. They're still very much kind of in control of the pace of this game, about 3,000 or a little bit more than that, as you saw a stat a little bit earlier as well. Every 100% of the time Top Esports get first tower, they win. That is just a stat that they have. It's literally, if they don't get first tower, they don't win. I'm sure there is a stat there to kind of go for it, but this is an interesting kind of setup now for Ultra Prime. They find themselves not too far behind, because that's how the game went in the first time. You know, it went very, very quickly. Top Esports made plays. Doggo now, without flash, without cleanse. And without a hope or a prayer, will he get over the wall just in time? No, he will not. And he will fall to JackeyLove. He wanted to try and make the most amount of distance as he could, but sadly he will go down. And now Cream's in a position to flank from the bot side.
Okay, they have spotted him with the hawk shot right here from Sway's Ash. But they cannot walk up. They are literally being surrounded. Maokai top side of the map, Ari on the bottom side of the map. You do have Tian and JackeyLove coming straight at you. Tian is going to mount again Shelly.
They want the fight right now, and they can just take this tower pretty much for free. This is just 2 towers because Hui is kind of the big issue right now. Yukai is a bit of a problem, as you can see there. Now they finally put in 3 people, but a nice flash away. 369 should be able to back away from this one, no problem. After giving up all that pressure in the mid lane, you don't even get your kill in top. And now Tien is behind you. He's going to look for it, but a TP comes in, and now Tien walking away from this pretty much scot-free. Decade's going to finally be him, but a great kick there from Tien. He's just so good on this champion, but Ultra Prime, they're still pushing for more. They still want this fight. The Ashe is dead, but look at the kiting. JackeyLove finally gets punted right out. Decade taking a bit of an ignite, but look at the bottom side of the map. The Ahri sprinting up. Won't be able to get there in time. And out of nowhere, it's 6,000 gold. It's just Ultra Prime. They tried to make a proactive play and they got punished for it.
Man, Tian on Lee Sin is just such a beautiful side to watch. The Q through to Gromp to dodge the flash E from Poppy was absolutely immaculate. The gameplay from Tian this game has been nothing but clean. And top esports are gonna get out of this 369 with so much pressure towards the top side of the map. And you'll see Tian will kick both Aatrox onto Poppy, getting away from this play. Another 2 members will jump in with the blast one. He's gonna flash out of the Aatrox Q3 right there. And as JackeyLove gets knocked out, you see a sprinting Cream all the way from the bot side of the map to try and assist, but they're gonna stop right there. 6,500 gold is enough for Top Esports to press their B buttons, reset, buy new items, get the next dragon, and sort of go again. Now, second item completed for Tian's Lee Sin as well. It's going to be Eclipse. Whew, that arrow just about missed on Cream.
Just about. The Eclipse is going to give him a plenty of killing ability here for Tien, just something that he needs to kind of do to be able to kind of just burn out someone like Yukai. If he's able to get on top of him with a Q, which he might be able to do right now, he's going to land his Q onto just the kind of minion for the moment. And yeah, fortunately for Ultra Prime, they're just floundering a little bit. They're not really sure where they need to be. The poke coming out from the side here from JackeyLove is just going to be so difficult to deal with. You can't really walk up. The single target CC, even with a cleanse for Doggo, it's just going to be so much to deal with.
That's why we're saying that these double AD carry compositions are very difficult, because once your towers start falling, where do you really position these 2 squishy members? Decade under attack right here. Tien is looking.
Tien is looking, and Tien will they will finally take him out. Yukai did TP towards that top side. 369 has got the Spiraling Despair on him, and he's in mini, so he's taking a fair amount of damage. Finally will go down. Shutdown going over there to Yukai, but I mean, you can just see just how quickly Top Esports reform, reset, get themselves back onto the map. Their kill lead isn't anything to be kind of, writing home about, but they are so monstrously ahead in gold. 7,000 already, and when you have got the lethality virus, when you are going for that attack damage, kind of carry Lee Sin, it's just so difficult to deal with. Arrow does land in the mid lane. Cream flashes away though. Doggo will land the slow, but will he be able to get anything else? The Charm tried to get the cleanse out as quick as he could, but Doggo wasn't able to get that one set for him, and now Tien can come in and help his mid laner.
I would say for Top Esports, even though monstrously ahead, I don't know if you should be playing between tier 2 and tier 3 up top lane. You see that 369 also goes Mininar, so you're not as tanky as you thought. Tien has already used his entire kit right there in Yukai with a pretty good ultimate onto 369, who's actually Mininar, ends up killing him. So they're now on the retreat. Cream has to block his flash in the mid lane. So even though it has been a pretty good early game and clean by Tien, I would say that it's not the cleanest in general for Top Esports. They have dropped quite a few kills. They're going to try to start the Baron right now, and Ultra Prime are going to have to walk into them. There are no tanky enough members to face check champions like the Ahri. You see Hacker tanks one charm in the face and falls down 50%.
I will say, though, for Top Esports, not as easy to get the Baron this time around, just because their AD carry is lethality. The Varus just doesn't hurt the Baron that significantly, or that quickly, I should say. As we can see Tien getting everybody jumped on him right there, so he is dead. Nice opportunistic kill built in there for Ultra Prime. Now 369 knows it's a 1v1 on the bot side, but Ultra Prime not willing to let this one go. They still have fight left in them. They feel like there's definitely at least a game in here in this series for them. They're trying to see if they can get some more pressure, build some more issues here for Top Esports. But yeah, when you're losing your flashes from those small moments, that's not a good spot to be in.
And Grim was looking right there to potentially see if there was a re-engage angle to be had. Again, having Zeri and Ashe walking into the pit right there is a little bit dangerous. The 3v4 could be very realistic for the side of Top Esports. Ahri is very powerful right now. Level 14 Ahri. Level 13 Varus as well with triple item onto JackeyLove. These Qs start hitting onto Zeri or Ashe. You can take a big chunk of their HP and I mean, Tien was sitting on top of a control ward. He thought he was safe. I don't know how in the world he thought he was safe. And I did say he had a very clean early game. But Top Esports have been giving quite a few kills over to Ultra Prime. They've been playing quite carelessly around the map, sitting on control wards, not respecting vision, face-checking brushes. Again, you're playing versus a team that is 2-9. This is where you need to showcase the difference in skill, if you will, and they did do that very well onto game 1, but game 2 is looking a little sloppy. Even though ahead, still sloppy.
It's a little sloppy, but we'll see if they can kind of clean that one up. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. Ultra Prime not really in a position to contest it. I don't think they want to either. It's not really a big one to be going for. Doggo has finished his second item, which is the Runaan's Hurricane. He's kind of lacking in the damage front right now, which JackeyLove is not. 1 Q brought Jue's health bar down by about 50%. Now, do they just give up this dragon and say, cool, we're happy to let you go with this? 369 now in a little bit of trouble. Will hop away from the arrow. Does have flash should he need it, but he would rather keep it for a flash engage if he can. Uses the ultimate. Doggo comes in. Does not land the slow. 369 still dealing with this. A TP coming in from Yukai on the back end of this play as well. Top Esports looking to maybe defend this one here. Tien will take a full combo out from Yukai, but should be able to heal it back up as well. Decade without a World Ender. Shouldn't be in a good position to go for this one here. They get the damage down. This Hwei is doing work. Yukai, you mentioned him. You highlighted him in our pregame. He is the light in the dark, if you will. But for now, Top Esports, they're still kind of not really getting the best of this fight right now. They're losing summoners. They're losing health bars. But Ultra Prime, they want to go for this fight. The Mininar shall be turning Mega ever so soon. They cannot just walk up to this. Hacker is going to try and just maybe get a steal with this. But the Q does land straight away there from Tien, gets the execute damage down. Doggo just seeing that the rest of Top Esports are moving in. But I mean, you know that the TPs were burnt there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Top Esports maybe look to try and push in mid and go for Baron.
Honestly, that was a pretty good angle for Ultra Prime to take a fight. You saw the Mininar was there. Grim had to expand his ultimate in the previous skirmish, so Ahri doesn't have access into your backline. There is no flash into this Gnar. They took Mako's flash and ultimate as well, so there was a pretty good angle right there to potentially look for some poke with the Ashe, with the Hwei, potentially steal the Baron and get in, but Yokai is looking for 369.
Yeah, 369 is dead here. There's nothing that he can do about it. The Spiraling Despair will get him into despair, and that's going to be his second death of the game. And this is the thing, if you can keep getting these kills, that's 45 seconds on the map without 369. You're not getting that pressure against you. This breakneck speed that we talked about from Top Esports, not leading up to something here now. Ultra Prime have been weathering the storm. They've been keeping it about a 5,000 gold lead, and with those terps finally dropping, feels like they are in a much better position. And I gotta say, Yukai on this Hwei looks so much more comfortable than he did on the Akali, and just able to make so many more safer plays around the map.
Absolutely, his poke hurts so much as well. He does find 369 on a Mininar stance. He absolutely blows him up with his 2 items. Working potentially towards something like a death cap would be huge to play around, especially since Top Esports are looking for those Baron plays. Getting them grouped up in the pit, getting a huge ultimate and poke from Yukai's Hwei could be huge for them winning a fight. And honestly, with top esports being so sloppy around the side lanes, having no teleports available to them, you see how Decade has TP for himself. He can go towards the bottom of the map, keep pressuring. The second somebody tries to react, to push down that wave towards Ultra Prime, you can try to potentially start a fight. You have that Ash Arrow, you don't have to necessarily commit because it's a non-committal engage tool that you have onto this champion. So you can weigh your possibilities on how you want to play the fights here for Ultra Prime. The Arrow lands, maybe you can fight. A lot of poke lands, maybe you can fight. But right now, top esports are pulling them in. They're starting the Baron yet again. You do have Hawkshot to see if it's actually going down. It's going to be pulled right now.
Yep, they know what's happening, about half the HP. Like I said, you don't have a traditional Shred Help Bar AD carry. It's a poke Varus. You're not going to be able to burn this Baron down within 10, 20 seconds. This late kind of setup right now from the side of Top Esports is delaying the game quite a bit. We're coming up to about 28 minutes here. As they look finally for the fight, they will get a fair bit of damage down onto Doggo. The Keeper's Verdict does say that you are no longer a part of this one here. Mako will go down as Tien tried to save him, and that's a fight won now by the side of Ultra Prime. They do lose a fair bit of health bars. Do Top Esports turn back for the Dragon? Or sorry, for the Baron.
But Top Esports lose yet another one. This way keeps hurting so bad. The reason is coming in, I think that might be a big... It's not going to be the Death Kappa, actually. Wait, he sold it. He bought the Banshees. He sold it. He bought it again. Okay. It is going to be the Banshees for Yuka's way right there. He contemplated it for a second, but you see, very nice ultimate tank right there from Dre onto that Ashe. Allows Yokai to walk forward more aggressively and zone out the rest of Tess. Healing Mako in the process as well. And even though Jackie is sitting on 3 and 1 right now, 4 items onto these Varus, he can't seem to walk forward into that way because he's posing a huge threat right now.
Objective bounties will be going away, I think, very soon. So shows you where the state of the game has gone. It's only a 4,000 goal lead for the side of Top Esports. We're about 8,000 at one point now. Ultra Prime, they're the ones with control. They're the ones pushing back and saying, no, look, we can take back up control around this Baron pit. And we'll say they do need to be careful of the Soul. That will be coming up, and one of the big things that this Soul stacking will get for the side of Top Esports is tenacity. Extra tenacity to get you out of those CCs a little bit quicker is definitely something to be coveted and to be pushed for as we move in now. Hacker moving back in towards this top side just to drop down a ward to make sure they have full vision on it. But, I mean, right now, the Ultra Prime are in a solid spot. 3 items on the Zeri. You've got decent poke to come out here from the Hui. This is a good moment here for Ultra Prime. They just need to try and just make sure that they don't mess up on the execution.
Ooh, they got the cleanse out of Jaculov. The arrow.
Yeah, the arrow comes in. He throws back the Chain of Corruption. That's going to do so much. They thought they found their man, but they just couldn't quite finish him off. He even keeps his flash. That just shows you how crazy the damage can be from Top Esports. And now, without Decade, he will have a teleport in 40 seconds, but it should just mean the Dragon goes over and the Soul over to Top Esports.
There is still a lot of poke coming from the side of Ultra Prime, and they do have some vision with the Hawkshot that was just used by Ashe right now. So they could potentially just find an angle, just get in and try to poke down Top Esports. However, 369 on a Mega Knight. He's going to go mini, but he does have a Guardian Angel. So he could play guard right here for that Dragon Soul to go over the side of Top Esports, and it is going to be the case. Hacker does not have an easy route in to try and even take a peek at what is going on in this pit. And honestly, Decade walking a little bit too far forward. We talked about how opportunistic that Ultra Prime composition is. You know, you put down... Oh, that arrow is just about going to miss, but Mako might be looking here.
Oh, Mako flashes forward, but they found Yukai. They got rid of the Banshees, and he's now dead. The Spiraling Despair will do a little bit after the fact, but now without that poke, without him available, you're just not in a position to try and contest this. It's going to be a 4v3 at best for you. 369 down bot side. They're going to try and kill him off. He's on the weak side because they know they cannot contest this Baron.
That was so well played by Tess right there. Mako finds the opening onto Drace, turns instantly to take the Banshee off Yokai just so Cream can re-engage onto him. And the second test call for Baron, 369 is running for the heals because she knows the only play Ultra Prime have left on the map is potentially a gank towards 369. Losing your GA here could potentially be disastrous for the next fight. So very well played by Tess overall. They're looking for a pick on Cream. Very well played right here for Cream. Sidesteps the arrow, but Zwei is in deep trouble. Mako is gonna flash forward for the root, but the second he sees that Yokai is there, he just makes sure to take that Banshee off of him so the re-engage can come through from Cream. Very clean gameplay from Tess.
And that's Baron now, and right back up to a 7,500 gold lead here for Top Esports. They even have the Chem Soul just to keep them at a little bit of survivability. Great for the Gnar, great for the Maokai, who might be needing it right now. And, I mean, it's going to work a little bit in his favor. He almost goes down, but he just about... That's Chemsoul diff. That's Chemsoul diff right there to keep him alive, getting that extra little bit of reduction. But now you're without all that engaged tools, all those ultimates just being used. Your top tier 2 will fall, so Top Esports will still be able to get themselves more and more control around this map.
And there is no Ash Arrow, so the second there's no Ash Arrow, there's no Hwei ultimate. You actually get to walk up. You have 2 lanes of pressure right now, one in the mid lane. Oh my god, Decade is actually getting chunked down by 369. 369 about to go full Mega T and is backing him up in the mid lane.
Bloody hell.
99999.
Yeah, I mean, the damage numbers coming up are insane. 369 was very handily keeping everyone at bay there. Yes, Tien was in the area, but got the health bars right the way down. JackeyLove soaks up all of that CC, which means the Keeper's Verdict's going to do nothing. A flash forward to try and get the stun down onto Yokai will not yield any fruit. For now, it's just basically bog standard. Get everything you can going. Keep pushing all these inhibitors down. Get the damage down. The Chain of Corruption is in. Can they get the last of the damage here on the Zwei? They don't have a Piercing Arrow just yet. Steadfast Presence just to keep the Lee Sin off them. Decade getting the resets potentially off of this ultimate, but not quite able to be done just yet. Bot lane's going to be pushed in. Top Esports not going to leave anything up to chance. They're going to try and just suffocate out Ultra Prime and take everything from them.
They do have every single lane pushing for them. Cream is going to assist the mid lane wave in as well. Zwei super low. Arid still has ultimate up.
I mean, you got to pull the trigger. You got to do something here, Ultra Prime. You can't just wait to lose a death of 1,000 cuts. No inhibitors. 2 towers between your Nexus and Top Esports victory. And Top Esports will back themselves away. They're losing the Baron. They know they haven't got the pushing power. And they're just going to reset, spend that gold, get themselves back on the map.
JackeyLove was shrunk down a little bit, doesn't have a lot of mana as well. Cream did just use his ultimate to try and potentially get a pick for the big W right there. It wasn't meant to be, it's fine. They're going to reset. Now they've got triple super minions, triple super minions. That is almost like a burger name right there.
I know,
I'm
right?
not gonna name, but yeah, double super minion
burger.
lanes. Oh, 369 is trying his luck right there.
He is trying his luck, but now that they know that everyone was bot side, so Hacker is in a lot of trouble and he is dead. Nothing to be done here for the side of the jungler of Ultra Prime, and that means that without that engage, or even disengage, to be perfectly honest, you're not really in a position to go for it. Cream goes in, tries to catch out Yokai, and he will get his man. 3v5, and there's just not really a lot else you can do. Mako trying to even get behind them. The Aatrox is dead, the Nexus towers have fallen, and a 2-0 will be coming in here for the side of Top Esports. They will go up to 9-2, still keeping themselves in third, but very much keeping in touch with JDG and, of course, BLG.
I mean, what can I say? They looked so strong throughout the entire series. Even when they had their whoopsies, when they were face checking, when Tien was like, hey, I'm clearing a control ward, I know there's 4 members of them around me, do I care? No. Do I die? Sure. Do I come back onto the rift and ace them? Also sure. It felt like they had these whoopsies, these mistakes around the map, these, I would say, disrespectful moves sometimes.
Yeah, happy
it's
moments.
4 members, 5 members. Yeah, happy moments, sure. But then they just came back even stronger. It's like the game face came back on, and honestly, we saw, like, you know, BLG have some fun moments, now Tess having some fun moments, but at the end of the day, like, 369, He did not have the best KDA, but when it came to gameplay, he was holding 5 members at bay on his own on this Gnar. Cream was diving in on this Ahri. Of course, for the losers right here, Ultra Prime, it gets a little bit difficult to make it into the playoffs. Still stuck on 2 wins and now 10 losses. And you've got BLG in your games to come, pretty soon as well. It's looking kind of grim.
It is. It is looking fairly grim right now. But Top Esports now right up at the top of the standings. I believe they're on 9-2 here. They're only 1 game behind. They're still in 3rd place. They will not leapfrog JDG, mainly because JDG have played 1 less series and are 9-1 instead of 9-2. But they are equal on wins. BLG are still 2 wins ahead of the rest of them. So it does feel like right now BLG are our definitive #1 team. But for Top Esports, top 2 is so very real for them. They can and should be looking for that. And I believe they play JDG next week. So this is a moment for them to kind of maybe take control of that top 2, get into double elimination almost immediately straight off the bat, and start thinking about a potential, championship run.
Absolutely, and this is why these particular games, when it comes to like the JDZs, the BLGs, the Top Esports, when you're playing versus the lower standings teams, you need to be very decisive. You need to be very cutthroat. Both BLG and Top Esports showed just that in their series today. They didn't leave an inch. Well, okay, maybe Top Esports left a little bit of an inch, but they pulled it straight back. They pulled it straight back.
Absolutely. And again, look, a 2-0 is still a 2-0. That gets them a nicer kind of game difference score as well. It gives them, more credence towards being in that top 2 position. For Ultra Prime, 2-10. It's hard. It's hard to say. I do think we are going to start to see within the next week or so, I mean, specifically in the next few days, to be perfectly honest, we are going to start to see the likes of EDG, Ultra Prime, RNG be knocked out of playoff contention. And it's, it's not for the lack of wanting. It's just how it is. There are better teams, there are worse teams. And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, it just hasn't come to the standard that the LPL demands if you want to start making a top 10 run.
Yeah, it just looked a little bit lost all over the map. I feel like Yokai sort of being jailed onto a B1 Akali doesn't necessarily do you any well. It's a champion that is not necessarily blind pickable right now, very easy to counter, stays underneath the tower. You can't necessarily play for your sides if you are stuck into your lane. So Yokai did not necessarily find his way in the first game, especially since the B1 Akali game, but he did find his way in the second game, playing the champion.
Very good.
And it looked really, really good. It looked really promising. I was lacking a little bit more frontline. I was lacking a little bit more engaged to try and enable him to carry. But when it comes to Ultra Prime, I feel like he's so desperately lonely in terms of trying to carry the team forward and propel them forward. And honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed in how Doggo Split has looked so far.
Yeah, look, Doggo came in very hyped from the PCS, a year or 2 ago. It did feel like he was going to be, able to kind of really contest against some of the AD carries we have in the league, but it just really didn't happen. It hasn't really kind of come to fruition. He's had a couple of great moments, but I think I do remember a specific game where he literally ended it 0-0-0 on a Draven, just because that is just how it does go sometimes. But you can see there, Yokai tried his absolute hardest, but against the range and the engage that you have from someone like an Ahri and Lee Sin combination, it's just so difficult to keep yourself safe all the time.
Yeah, absolutely, especially since they had to get a little bit more creative as well. I think Yokai was pairing up a lot with Dre towards the later stages of the game, trying to make picks, with the Ashe Arrow. So the second you overextend, the second the Ashe Arrow doesn't connect, then it turns boomerang and you're overextended. You're all alone in the jungle and you end up going down.
Yeah, I mean, look, took a lot longer than game number 1, almost 15 minutes longer, to be perfectly honest. It was a much longer game in general, but Top Esports still got themselves, they're kind of set up. They still got themselves into a much stronger position. And again, I do feel like Top Esports, in a similar vein to JDG and of course BLG, they are a team that have carries in every single lane. They have someone that, even if you do focus out the likes of Jackie Love and the pressure we saw Hacker try to put in this series, just didn't work out because 369 is there, TN is there. There's so many ways that this team can carry from that it's just not just that simple of shut down X equals victory. That's just not how it works. But for Top Esports, I do think that we need to see, you know, maybe a little bit more cleanliness around those mid to late game fights, you know, just a little bit, just tighten it up just a tiny bit.
I feel like they were so far ahead that they were kind of lost in terms of we're far ahead. How now do we snowball this? Because there was so much wave clear on the side of Ultra Prime that they didn't necessarily know how to break this. They ended up diving a lot of towers, overextended, getting punished, not playing around their Mega Gnar when 369 was Mini Gnar. They were still diving. There was a lot of instances where Cream would not flash an Ashe ult and he would get caught. There were a bunch of face checks. There was TN who was feeling very godly on his 4-0 Lee Sin and gets caught into a brush, like trying to clear control ward. So there were a few things, but there were very easily fixable things, like not face checking, not clearing a ward on your own. Like these are clearly mistakes that they wouldn't do playing the likes of the JDGs and the BLGs right here. So I'm just gonna call it a happy game. They were too far ahead. They were trying to push the limits. They were trying to test the limits for themselves. And I think these particular games are probably the perfect games to do that on.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, yeah, at the end of the day, it is still a game. It is still something you need to have fun with, enjoy in some way. Sure, you might have a couple of moments there in the last one, but these are the kind of things you need to do, as we can have a quick look at the kind of highlights and how it went down. And it did kind of all start from this. They just started to bully Decade, and he never really got back into it.
Yeah, that was a 1-5 Aatrox at some point, and this was the face check. Now we talked about a little bit of a whoopsie from Cream right there because they did know exactly the location of Hacker and Yokai, and this was the play that we thought could potentially put Ultra Prime back in the game. Back-to-back paired with this one. You'll see that Mako walks back in there and the Seed gets the aggro, hits the Zeri, which gives aggro back to Mako, and Jaculov is desperately trying to hit the tower to free his support off of the aggro, but it just wasn't meant to be the case, and it was a chain of very bad reactions for the setup of Top Esports, but it looked good for a moment for Ultra Prime. We thought that was what it took. 3 kills onto your Zeri, 2.5 items, working towards the third is all you need, but it just wasn't meant to be the case, and Tian kind of put a clinic on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin was just so clean. This is a great example of just how Top Esports were able to fight. They make it an equal numbers advantage, and then despite Ultra Prime being proactive, looking for something more aggressive on that play, it just felt like Top Esports were just already ahead of them and just had the hands available to take them out, to make sure they weren't ever going to fall away from this one. This one, the game started getting a little bit more fun, shall we say, for Top Esports. They started losing a couple of fights. They started getting caught out. This is the ward play you were talking about, where TN just kind of dies.
You know what? I feel him every time I say control ward. I don't know. Easy mouse, easy my ADHD. I don't know. I have to take it down. It can't be leaving there rent free when I know there's a control ward in the bush. I guess TN was on the same page with me. But this particular fight also shows you how terrifying Yokai was. And right here, they get a very nice arrow onto Jaculov, but the second Decade flashes forward to try and capitalize onto the CC. Everyone piles onto him and takes him down. And another one here by Mako, dashing forward, taking the threat straight out of the root. I feel like Yokai was the one player holding this game together. The wave clear of the way had the fact that Tess were kind of squishy, so the second any of the damage landed from the way, it became a little bit scary. And Tian, of course, he's got a world champ skin on this champion. Of course, is going to be the MVP of the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just the early game, being able to kind of recognize the path in the Poppy would take, the priority that Ultra Prime will put onto that bot side, and just counteracting it so well. Just really heads up play there from Tien. And I mean, look, he's still one of, if you know, kind of the top 3 junglers in our league for sure, and that's just kind of how it kind of comes across for Top Esports. Great to see him getting some recognition. Great to see Top Esports getting themselves back up there, of course, for Ultra Prime. Spring is starting to run away from them, but we'll have to see if they can salvage it, if it's even possible for them. It might be completely out of their hands. But that is our second series there now, Trouble. We are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going for our third and final series of the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are absolutely rocketing towards our third and final series of the day. We are in Xi'an for WE versus Weibo Gaming. And this is probably the closest match we're going to have today, because this is 8th versus 9th. And this is a very big moment here for both these teams to kind of either create distance or to catch up to the rest of the chasing pack.
I'm absolutely very excited for this because there's no way we're getting another 2-0 series here. These teams are very close in terms of skills. These teams are very close in terms of rankings. Weibo Gaming currently on 5-5 and WE 6-4. So this could be huge, especially when it comes to making that playoffs run. You need to beat teams around you to make sure that you one up on them when it comes to those tiebreakers, when it comes to other teams trying to take these places further up. And for WE and Weibo Gaming, since they're so closely packed in the standings, this is of pivotal importance that they win.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, kind of looking at Weibo, looking at kind of how this team is very much a team that it should be doing much better than it is. On paper, this is a solid team. You brought Xiaohao and ZDZ in, of course. You did lose Weiwei and the Shy, but I don't think that Xiaohao was a downgrade in any particular sense. Like, I do feel like Xiaohao did exceptional on AL last year. Really was the one player that you looked at and said, no, this guy could be a very, very good jungler. Unfortunately, it really just hasn't kind of come together. I think Xiaohu's had a really unfortunate season as well, just not playing to the same level that we expect to see him for.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes to side lane. Xiaohu was somebody who was really good at split push. And of course, he had mastered it both mid lane and by playing top lane. So he knows exactly how the macro works, how the tempo works, where can you pressure, where can you not. But particularly this season, he has been caught out of position so many times, trying to pressure waves on the side lane. The mid-jungle synergy has just not, unfortunately, been there for Weibo Gaming. Even though I do rate Xiaohao pretty high, I think he's playing quite aggressive. He does manage to weigh his situation, especially when it comes to the very early game skirmishes towards the bot side of the map for Weibo, which is very frequently winning. I feel like Xiaohu is not on the same page with him.
I completely agree. And look, they're going to have a tough one today because they're against a high-flying WE, and WE on the other side of this one, they're kind of a bunch of ragtag ruffians who've come together and really kind of made it work for themselves. Fofo, Kong, Wayward, Stay, Iwandi, these aren't the mainstays that you expect. They're kind of, I'll be totally honest, they're kind of the rejects from a lot of different other teams that have come up through the system over the last few years, but they're making it work. They're in the top 10 position. They're in 8th, 6-4, really kind of pushing themselves to be a team that can and should be in playoffs.
I kind of just feel like they're a BLG/TES/JDG light edition. I feel like there's a lot of individual skill when you look at every single player on the side of WE. Particularly, I'm looking at Wayward up in the top lane. Like, okay, this guy has been mean. He's been called Squidward every time he messes up. He has been getting pentakills. Then he's absolutely running it next game. It's a consistency issue that I feel like is plaguing WE because the individual skill is there throughout the entire map. But particularly when it comes to Wayward, I think it's given an avenue to play through for WE that a lot of teams don't have, especially with how the current bot lane meta is and having to shut down the Smolder or having to cover for your Smolder. Wayward given an avenue to play for topside, and through topside for WE has actually given the team a lot of wins.
Absolutely, and something that we've kind of highlighted as well is that top side could be pivotal as we look at the head-to-head between Wayward and ZDZ. This is kind of a weird one. Most people would look at these guys and kind of say, no, you know, these aren't the highlight names. Fofo versus Xiaohu, perhaps, you know, Light versus, oh my God, I've forgotten the AD carry of WE, but even just the bot side. Yes, thank you, Stay. But even just the bot side for WE. But no, this is like, again, look at the solo kills, look at the damage per minute. This is a top side that can and should be carrying.
Excuse me, what? 11 solo kills? Wayward is sitting #1 in terms of solo kills in the entire league. In a league where Bin and 369 are in, two of the greatest top laners internationally right now, and he is #1 in terms of solo kills. This is why I'm saying this guy does give an avenue for his team to play through top lane. He's got one of the highest kill participations as well for that reason, because his team loves playing towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that WE have made work for them. Like this is a kind of two sides of the same coin. Whereas we're looking at Weibo right down towards 9th and 10th. They're really not kind of working in that sense that we expect them to do. But this isn't kind of what we're, it's not the expectations we put on WE. Yeah, sure, they're 8th. But you look at this roster, you look at where they're kind of coming from right now. This isn't a roster that you immediately say playoffs worthy, but they're making it work. And I think the likes of Fofo and Iwandi kind of linking together and making this work for themselves is definitely going for it, and I feel like they might have the momentum, because right now Weibo, it's just not clicking. It's really, really struggling to see how this team can really bring themselves back up, because they're just not feeling the mojo, if you will, right now.
Absolutely. I think in terms of these teams being very evenly skilled, I would tip the scale a little bit towards WE. I have been liking a lot how Iwandi and Stay have been so stable on the bot side of the map, constantly creating advantages for themselves, if you will, or being stable in an unfavorable matchup to allow for WE to play through topside has been a very major success for them. And also the fact that they are very spicy in terms of drafting, pivoting TF towards the top side of the map. Not a lot of teams have done that. Mundo Jungle coming in from Heng, as well as Jin in the bot lane being successful, because I am a Jin hater myself, but I feel like Stay just makes it work, because you literally just play in a more of a quote-unquote supportive role in terms of an AD carry, and it just works out perfectly for this team.
Yeah, it really does. And I do think that, again, those expectations can be great and can be bad for you. Like for WE, not many of them. People were just kind of saying, yeah, look, if they make playoffs, whatever, but wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. Not really that big of a deal. Weibo going from World Finals in 2023 to struggling, to be perfectly honest, right now, not confirmed for playoffs, not confirmed to get themselves into the top 10. That is a bit of a moment there. That is when you start to point fingers. That's when pressure starts to come in. And we even saw it there with the player photos, or excuse me, the player shots that we saw a little bit. WEC did a little bit more loosey-goosey. They're taking it seriously, but they're happy enough with the things. Weibo looked kind of serious. It looked very much like, look, we know that we need to turn this ship around. We're getting very close to not being able to try and, control our own destiny and make it a top 10.
Yeah, you could say they're a little shy off of making playoffs right here, especially in 2024.
We don't say that name in this house anymore.
If you know. I didn't say anyone's name. If you know, you know. However, I feel like a lot of the win condition does lie in Weibo's gaming, in Weibo Gaming's bot lane. Light and Crisp have been absolutely instrumental for their victories. I feel like they do generate a lot of pressure through the bot lane. I feel like the Xayah Rakan game that they had, let me think, into NIP, the Xayah Rakan game that they had into NIP was so powerful, I want to say, through the bot side of the map, that it actually snowballed that lead from Light throughout the entire map. So I feel like as long as ZDZ and Xiaohao can contain the top side of the map, and particularly Wayward, I feel like Light and Crisp could very easily just run away with the game.
We'll see. Weibo coming out on the stage. Of course, we are over in Xi'an, the home arena of Team WE, so it's a bit of a travel for the Weibo faithful, but they should be feeling fairly good. And again, on paper, this team should be going for top 6, potentially even top 4. Fair enough, ZDZ and Xiaohao will be 2 players that you would look to prove themselves, but the 3 out of 5 of them are very, very solid. A triple MSI champion in Xiao, who 1 in top, 1 in mid. And of course, the world champion Crisp from FPX's time. This is a team that should be doing a lot better than it currently is, but for now, they are going to have to kind of accept where they are. And I mean, their run, if you will, for the last few games is not going to be successful. They're 5-5 for the moment. They've got their last 6 games. They play WE today. They play ADG later this week, but then BLG, then you got JDG, then you got IG. Like, you're going against 3 of the top 4. And only kind of 2 quote-unquote easy games left in the season.
Absolutely. And on the other side for WE, this was a team that in 2023 scraped by in playoffs. They just barely made it into playoffs, and then that was it. They got 9th, 10th place, and that was about it. And here they do have the chance of making something greater for themselves. And the proof is that they have picked up a game versus JDG.
Yep.
We said how difficult it is to pick up a game versus BLG, JDG, and Top Esports, and this WE roster has managed to take, not a series, but still a game off with JDG, so they do have what it takes to pressure the higher up in the rankings teams. And right now it is the time to sort of pull apart from the Weibos, from the team sitting around the 4 and 5 wins mark, and sort of accelerate themselves towards the top part of the rankings.
Yeah, BLG obviously did beat WE recently this week, but yeah, Prince coming in as well. Yeah.
He's back.
He is back in the lineup for the moment, so they are obviously trying to make that one work for the side of Team WE and making sure that they can get the best out of this Korean AD carry import that they brought in for themselves. But yeah, I mean, like out of today, you've got RA next week, TES, that's going to be a tough game for them, but the RA one should be a quote-unquote easy one. Then TT, LNG, Ultra Prime, like WE have a really good run-in to kind of get themselves some decent wins. If they get a win today, go to 7-4, you're looking at, maybe even a, 11-5 position at the end, because the only one that you're guaranteed to maybe lose would be the Top Esports one if you were to take a kind of, the higher chance of the higher seeds. So this is a great season so far for WE, and they could be looking for a top 6, maybe even a top 4 finish.
Absolutely, and it starts today versus Weibo Gaming, a very close match. But I would say is, again, a little bit WE favored as we're looking to get very soon into the draft. Now, I'm starting to get excited because I was like, hey, I'm looking at WE and they've been cooking, they've been playing Jhin in the bot lane. Now, take this part out. Because Prince is someone who plays, not Jhin, luckily. Well, he does play a little bit of Jhin, but mainly a lot of Misfortune, which could be something that we're saying, hey, throw some spice into the draft. We have seen a lot of Maokai in the bot lane. Pairs up really nicely with Misfortune. Prince does tend to play a lot of that super high win rate in Season 14 with the champion as well. So it could be that sort of spice that we want to see in that bot lane for WE to stop Light and Crisp dead in the tracks.
Well, we'll see where the draft goes for the moment, but again, we can kind of bring up the kind of disappointment so far on the split for Weibo. It's not done and dusted just yet. 5-5 is still a very respectful one if they can start picking up some wins, maybe start building that momentum. And I will always say I would rather momentum at the end of the regular season than at the start, just because we're seeing the opposite effect happen with AL. AL starting so well and now starting to crumble just a little bit underneath the pressure. So we'll see what they can kind of go for here. But this is a big moment here. If Weibo win, they go up to 6-5. They bring WE down to 6-5. And that's when playoff starts to become a little bit harder for everyone to kind of, really guess where they're going to end. But a win here for WE puts them right back up in that top 6 conversation. Get themselves a bye, look towards being, kind of contesting some of the bigger teams. That's where you start to think, where the expectations start to rearrange themselves, if you will, between these two sides, where we should be ranking them, if you will, in the standings. And yeah, I mean, look, for Weibo, they got to step up. It's they got to get themselves a great win here. They are a team that have done very well in their first game of most of their series. Like, I think one of the stats is that I think they've won like 7 of their first games out of their 10 series played. So they need to have that, and then they need to carry it into the second one. And the one that kind of strikes my head is when they were against OMG. They won the first game. They nearly almost perfect gamed them, and then just couldn't get anything done in game 2 or game 3, and they lost the series. So I need more.
And particularly the one that comes to mind for me was their previous best of series versus NIP. They did end up 2-0ing them, but Weibo looked extremely shaky, especially in game 1. They needed almost like 30 plus minutes to try and close it out. There were a lot of mistakes from NIP that they had to capitalize upon. So it wasn't the cleanest. It was still a 2-0, but for Weibo Gaming, I think it's more of making a statement, right? The wins that they have so far is versus RA, TT, RNG, Ultra Prime, and NIP. They have lost to most of the teams around them in the standings. LNG, OMG, AL, FPX. They've lost to all of these teams. And if you cannot beat these other teams that are competing directly with you in the standings, this is going to be a problem, because then the bigger teams are going to come through, like the JDGs and the BLGs, and they're going to take them down most likely. So you're not making your path easier for you. But today would be a very statement victory from Weibo Gaming. It has to start today. They need to pull themselves up while also bringing Team WE down.
We'll see what they can get right now. We should be jumping into picks and bans Game one of this best of three. Big momentum swing for either of these sides to get themselves more on track for a playoffs.
Ooh.
As we already see the Smolder, the Kalista, the Lucian banned away, the Hui, and I imagine the Karma as well will have to be banned here by either of these teams. And now they go for the Nico. So yeah, you got to ban the Karma here. You would imagine it's Weibo just too powerful of a pick to be given over to Fofo.
Absolutely, and obviously Fofos Azir is also something that is very talked about, but of course Azir is disabled currently for the time being. Karma, though, open, very powerful duo, especially if you pair it up together with a melee bruiser slash brawler jungle like Zinzao, like Viego, like Lee Sin. In a lot of the times we have seen the Kindreds and the Graves, it does enable so many junglers to sort of play the game, and it is going to be the B1 for Team WE. Now, for Weibo Gaming, do you just yoink away, I would say, the Zinzao, just so you can break apart the pairing that is so obnoxious to play around, especially since we know WE want to play for the top side of the map.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a twist of fate, either mid or top, because you have got the Varus locked in. We have seen it a couple of times between the two things. Xiaohu not a stranger to the twist of fate. And there's definitely been a little bit of a flex we have seen. So now that you mentioned, the Xin Zhao can go over to WE. So they lock that a very powerful mid-jungle combination, especially in those early game skirmishes. Having those extra shields and stuff for the Xin Zhao to go aggressive can be huge. And now WE, do you just lock in your top side here? Or do you look for an AD carry that can maybe go toe-to-toe? Would be surprised to see the Jinx, but the Ziggs is a little bit of a WE specialty right now. They are a team that is very happy to go for that pick. For now, they're just going to go with the Tristana. Now, again, I mean, there's always the world where that Karma's a bot laner, and of course the Tristana's mid, but we'll wait and see where all the champions end up falling once everything's picked and chosen.
I feel like this Tristana is most likely going to go towards the bot side of the map. Now, the bigger question mark for me here is going to be the Twisted Fate. Do you put it mid or top? Because you have red side, and this is a very good thing for Weibo Gaming right here, because they get to dictate where that Twisted Fate goes. However, we have seen a few counter picks towards Twisted Fate, with a more prominent and recent being Yasuo towards the top side of the map. And we do know that Wayward does like a spicy matchup. He will take the fight to you. He likes the 1v1s. We said he's the top laner with the most solo kills in the entire league currently. So we'll see how he chooses to respond to a potential Twisted Fate top lane for the Disease. He does like his bruising his tanks more. Not necessarily the very squishy carry top side of the map. So I do have my my questions here on whether that Twisted Fate is actually going top lane or if it was locked in for Xiaohu.
Yeah, we'll wait to see. So far, the Jax is the only real ban we've seen so far. So everyone is kind of just waiting to see where everything kind of, you know, where all these picks going to go. Where is everyone going to be moving these things around? You still potentially could pick up the Ashe here for Weibo. Go with an Ashe Varus bot lane. We talked about how crazy powerful that can be. Still waiting to see if it is going to be the bans coming out here for WE, but Weibo seem to be much happier with the way things are going. You've got plenty of pick potential, getting that Destiny Gate across the map, just, you know, kind of constantly looking for single target damage and CC with the Varus and, of course, the Twisted Fate. I'll wait to see where they want to try and bring the rest of this comp together. But for now, WE, they are just going to be respected the fact that the Ziggs could be going bot lane. Because, again, like I said, the Karma could be swapped out. Could be a Karma top as well, to be perfectly honest. Against the Twisted Fate, wouldn't do too badly.
Absolutely, and I want to correct myself here because it is indeed played the Twisted Fate for the first time. It was in the NIP series that I just mentioned earlier, so it is a double flex still right here. I love the fact that WE are taking away a lot of the power from the Lee Sin, which is pairing him up with things like Nico, Ahri, LeBlanc. He's very good getting set up for by these champions, making the plays. However, we still do not know where that Twisted Fate goes, and I think it's going to be a very telltale on what they choose to put towards the top side of the map. Now, Wayward, what do you have as a reply to a potential Twisted Fate in the top lane? Do you pull out the Yasuo? Do you pull out the Fiora? Potentially even.
Do you go for something a bit crazier? The Jhin, you thought...
Wow,
sadly
it's
for
like
you,
Stay Never Left.
It's like Stay Never Left. Now we'll see where that Karma's going to end up going right now. They could go for the Camille for Wayward. It would be a weird one for me. I think the Karma top makes a lot of sense, just because you know that the Twisted Fate will be, you can kind of honestly move the Tristana and the Karma depending on what lane you want it to go in right now. Weibo, you know you cannot pick the Azir, so you're happy enough to let that one go. They're going to try and see if they can get maybe a mid laner going here for Xiaohu if he does not want to take that Twisted Fate. Has been opting in for the Orianna as of late, that kind of more magey build. Let's see if he ends up locking in anything too crazy. Looks like they're just going to go kind of standard scaling, get the poke in, use that Varus Corki combination alongside the Twisted Fate to get picks off before a fight can even begin.
Wow, Yordle power has to be replied with Yordle power. Corki in the mid lane. I haven't seen this in a very long time, but it does scale pretty well into the late game. It does give you a lot of push potential in the mid lane, especially when you have access to these rockets with the Corki. So you can get a lot of priority. The packages, of course, Rumble ults all over the floor, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives. And I have to say right here, I love what WE have brought to us. They have a very strong front line with Xin Zhao being backed up by a Karma into a Bard that's going to be roaming around the map, making it very difficult to track down. And Jhin sort of facilitating these fights later on with the curtain call and the ultimates. The one thing that I'm very worried about, however, is that Tristana top lane. Because to me, this is a very susceptible to gank sort of pick. Yes, you can buffer the gold card with the jump to jump further away. But once the gold card does land, the Lee Sin can very easily just hit a Q on you and follow up. So we'll see if Wayward can stand tall against the pressure again. The guy has the most solo kills for a reason. He's incredible in figuring out his matchups and min-maxing the heck out of them. So we'll see how he pivots his Tristana into ZDZ's Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Tristana top is definitely a flex that I wasn't exactly sure we would see today, but nevertheless, it is going to be going into the Twisted Fate. And again, because the Twisted Fate top has become so, you know, kind of prevalent in the pick bans now of so many of these teams, it has become just more of a, you have to find counters, you have to find ways of dealing with it. And we'll see if this is the way they can work with it.
Ooh, look at the early game Bard right here. Pops a chocolate in the brush. Very, very nice right there. A little bit of sustain for Wayward later on, being able to take these trades with the Twisted Fate. And Xiaohu also towards the top side of the map, trying to cover for ZDZ for a potential, you know, the early game from the Bard slapping in the face together with Tristana is kind of scary. So making sure that ZDZ does not fall victim to that. However, ZDZ has gone towards the barrier, playing a little bit more defensive right here.
Very defensive. Yeah, not going with the ghost usually is the way we go in the top side, but we'll see. TP for Wayward.
Though, how the teamfights will look like now that ZDZ does not have... Obviously, you have Fleet, but you don't have the ghost. So I wonder how you're going to pivot around Xin Zhao getting towards the top side of the map. We're going to have to wait and see. First gold guard's going to get pulled out. And instantly, they're both trading onto each other.
Yeah, this is just kind of how the trades will go, pretty much. That's why we saw the little hot cocoa being popped out. So he gets a nice little bit of a heal back at the level 1. Just a nice way of Bard kind of affecting the lanes without having to leave his own bot lane, basically. So we'll see now what Iwandi can do with this pick. Of course, something that we've seen kind of historically just be such an incredibly powerful pick in the right hands. That, you know, obviously I think of Keria in World Championships 2023. We have a level 2 now, CDZ. Gonna have to walk away from this one. Actually gets a fair amount of damage back. And we can see the last time that this Tristana top was played was 1,084 days ago. It was actually Xiaohu in 2021, back when he was a top laner. He picked it up and was able to utilize that pick. And now we can see ZDZ with the barrier gets a fair amount of damage back down onto Wayward, and this is why the barrier was chosen. It's could be a flash gold card. There it is, flash for flash. ZDZ knew he had the killer moves, but does not get in range.
he wasn't quite in range right there, but now both his top players are very susceptible to getting ganked. Right here, we know that ZDZ does not have teleport as well, so Wayward is going to be TPing straight on the top, and you see the pings are instantly dropping from the side of WE, pinging onto that Twisted Fate. Xiaohao is going to wrap around the top side as well. He knows that this Xin Zhao is going to be running towards the top side of the map. Level 2, level 3 now for Wayward, has access to all of his spells, and Heng is around, but they don't know that Xiaohao is in this bush.
Now they do. They're jumping on the ZDZ. They're trying to slow him down, get the damage in, and they will. The knockup comes down to Xiaohao. Another jump backwards. Xiaohao does not use his flash. He does not need it for the moment, but WE fantastically set up there for the moment just to keep that top side burning in their favor.
And we mentioned it straight from the get-go. WE are going to play towards Wayward. Wayward is one of their strongest pawns in this chess game that they're playing right now. So making sure that you get him fed, you get him ahead onto this Tristana, you grab a few items is going to be of pivotal importance to win this game. Heng does not disappoint. Sprint straight towards the top side of the map. Now, something that we don't necessarily talk a lot about, and I did say that I'm an avid Jhin hater. The main reason is because there are so many like bruisers and frontliners in League of Legends right now that it becomes almost impossible to play the likes of Jhin. But right here, if you look at Weibo's side, the most tanky member is most likely going to be the Lee Sin, and that's not necessarily like a very heavy-duty tank champion that you do tend to see. So I feel like Jhin here does serve a purpose of dealing a bunch of damage because they're basically squishes on the side of Weibo, as well as a lot of utility in setting up the fight with Curtain Call.
Get a lot of range with that as well. You can see kind of outside of the Qs, or excuse me, the ults and the Qs from Varus. They have a lot of range on the side of Weibo. They're going to be very much kind of in your face, looking for fights. Xiaohu does get stunned up here by Fofo. And they seem to be just trading back damage in and out pretty much as frequently as they possibly can. You can see double stacking here for Xiaohu. He's got a Tear and a Cole, just knowing this mid lane is not really a lane. Yeah, he's scaling. He knows there's no real damage threat for them right now. Scaling is the word. It's why I hate Corki. I hate Corki in his ear. It's like, oh, we're fine. We can just sit here and scale. It's just so annoying.
Don't worry, guys. Hashtag we scale. We might drop a couple of kills in the early game. We'll come back. Now, Heng, of course, sprinting straight towards his winning side. Again, you've got I1D. You have Fofo TPing straight back into that mid lane. The target, of course, is going to be the Void Grab. Xiaohao has actually sneaked in while the skirmish is going on in the mid lane to try and sneak in potentially one of those Void Grabs. Going to smite it, but Heng is waiting right behind the pit.
Yeah, he is. Xiaohao going to try flash over the wall. Will he be followed? He can't be followed, as the Magical Journey was just used. I don't know if that's the place you want to be recalling right now. As we can see, Heng just kind of walking around there, making sure that they only get the one of the grubs. But now you've lost kind of all pressure towards his top side. Twisted Fate, without his flash, is still susceptible to this gank. Have I1D and Heng, and remember, you talked about it earlier today, how difficult it is to gank top lane on the red side because of the way the terrain has moved. Not with a Magical Journey. You can just pick and choose wherever you want to go for a fight. Doesn't matter how terrain is set up against you. So for now, it is just kind of a happy place for Wayward to keep pushing in, keep farming up, keep trying to just keep ZDZ behind in this lane. Fofo, though, bot side. Should be fine.
All right, so usually the combo is W into Q. This time we tried the Karma, the Mantra Q for Fofo, but now he has to walk through his lane. He doesn't have any escort right here, and he knows he's walking into Cork. He listens on the side too. Yeah,
he has to flash over the wall. Fofo recognizing if he gets hit by that Q, he is almost certainly dead, wants to keep his life for the moment. As much as Prince is having a fine time just farming up in this bot side, he is falling behind just because of the roams. Light is now level 6. That Chain of Corruption could be coming out. There is a cleanse available, though, for Prince. So should he get caught out, they should be able to kind of get him out of it. But level 6 is now being hit across the board. This is when the game starts to get a little bit more testy. As you can see, there's the cleanse coming out. They get a little bit of HP back as well. Crisp just get hit by the Deadly Flourish, and we'll take another auto attack or so. But for now, despite that first blood going over to WE, they haven't been able to get into any major gold leads. They haven't been able to get any major advantages. And all flashes and summoners should be back up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say that the flash is back up on ZDZ, so the fact that WE have not yet capitalized on a flashless TF. Is a big W from ZDZ right there. They do catch Varus. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not quite the fourth shot close enough. And Lad's going to get to walk out. But this is going to be Dragon for WE. Very important.
Yes, nice early stacking there. Xiaohao might look for a move on Iwandi, but I think Iwandi has recognized now that he's not really in a position to chase that one down. Nice move up here by WE to get themselves a dragon. They get boss side priority. And they get themselves the dragon, the first dragon of the game. So, this game is taking a little bit of a while to kind of warm up a little bit. Yes, we got the early skirmishing coming in from top side, but for the moment, everyone's happy to go for it. So, where do you want to see both these teams look for that advantages? Now that ultimates are available, people are starting to pick up, you know, first items, half items. Where do you want to see them make advantages happen for themselves?
I feel like it has to be top side. I feel like Wayward is the one you want to get ahead. You can have your Tristana on a side lane. Later on, you can melt down neutral objectives, getting that Tristana into the fight. So making sure that that Twisted Fate does not possess too much, does not pose too much of a threat on a side lane could definitely be it. However, you do have to go through his flash yet again. And currently, there are plenty of wards. If you look towards the top side of the map, there's a control ward in that pixel brush. Then there's another one further down in the entry towards the blue buff. So they're trying to keep ZDZ as safe as possible. You see that Iwandi is going to make his way towards the top side just to try and clear some vision from ZDZ. But ZDZ has been crashing wave after wave after wave underneath the tower, completely unpunished. So I'd like to see Heng make another appointment towards the top side of the map to try and get Wayward ahead.
He does have flash. We'll have to use it, so you'll take that trade any day of the week there as Weibo Gaming's bot lane. You will know that you are able to kind of come back into this one here. And this is the thing, when the Bard's roaming around the map, yes, he's helping the lanes, he's keeping the Tristana nice and safe, he's making sure that everyone's coming back into this very nicely, but at the end of it all, he's still moving away from bot side. The Jhin is only so safe. He's doing a fair bit of damage onto Light there, brings him down to just below half, as now ZDZ might be getting caught out, does get the gold card down. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit harder for the Weibo top laner. ZDZ was, you know, in the ascendancy in terms of the early game, but he had to rush the Berserker Greaves, or excuse me, not the Berserker Greaves, the...
Steel Caps.
Yeah, the Steel Caps. And that's going to be a little bit of his damage now mitigated.
I actually feel like he's mitigating a lot of the damage coming in from Wayward. Like the initial trade right there actually benefited ZDZ. But not knowing where Heng is actually going to back off. Cork is going to TP towards the top of the map just to catch the wave. And I'm assuming that TF is going to be heading towards that mid, trying to catch the wave that Fofo is right now pushing. But what's happening to bot side? Ooh,
that was
we
a
have
replay.
Flash right there.
Yeah, that's why Iwandi lost his flash.
Iwandi. Little bit overextended. All Light had to do was press his R. But again, we talked about Weibo Gaming and how Light and Crisp are literally the ones that get them ahead in the early game. And right now that Varus is sitting 20 CS up onto the Jhin, an entire level up. And it's usually around the 10-minute mark that you'll see them move their Varus and Rakan around. Currently, of course, Light is in the mid lane to try and get some fights around these neutral objectives. However, W were first onto this one, but very crucially, Xiaohao will burn his flash for this, but he denies the Void Grubs buff.
Does deny the Void Grubs, but I don't know if that's really that worth it there. You won't have your flash now available for this next dragon potentially in minute 40's time. Heng is taking a huge amount of punishment right now. He might be forced to flash away. Nope, just uses his Scratching card and just disengages. That will be back up before the dragon fight. But yeah, interesting enough to see what they're going for. But now with all that pressure you've had to put in towards that mid lane and bot side, or bot side of the top side river, you are going to lose 3 plates straight off at a huge wave as well, just crashing in here. For Wayward means that he's honestly in a great spot, really. Just went towards that Kraken Slayer, already finished up that item. We are starting to see things stack up here for both these sides, and we're waiting for boiling point. It's only been the 1 kill so far. We've had a pretty... it's a bit of a change in pace right now for us on the casting desk. We've had BLG and Top Esports literally speedrunning their 2 opponents as quick as they possibly could. And now we're taking 2 teams that are so genuinely close in the standings that they are going to take their time. They are not going to want to make mistakes in this game because the momentum could shift so quickly against them.
Absolutely, and they're very evenly stacked as well. They're two teams that are very close in the standings, and they know that a loss right here could be completely detrimental for the run towards a playoff. So taking it slow is the name of the game, of course, when you have a Corki and you know you're scaling a lot into the late game. Taking it slow is the name of the game. On the other hand, Wayward has been chipping away on this top lane tower. He has the Kraken Slayer first. He's actually the first champion to complete an item, the first person to complete an item onto the Rift. Now, of course, another two have a Mana Moon that's going to complete into a more mana, and of course, 100 Sky for Heng onto this Zinza. But you see how Heng plays towards the top side relentlessly. He will keep sitting around Wayward. Taking these towers is more important to them than starting to stack the dragons. You do have the first one, so you're not worried about it too much. Taking a whole tower pre-minute 14 is going to be huge in terms of gold injection onto this Tristana. 575 gold.
This is a 4v4 around the Dragon Pit because neither top laner has access to a global if they want to try and fight it. Chris will walk himself away from that fight for the moment, has access to his ultimate. The quickness could have been used there if he needed it at the very least. So one dragon apiece. First tower goes in favor of WE. The gold is only about 300 or so in their favor. And we'll see their Prince just happily pushing in that tower, making sure he can get himself a reset, and we go back into another lull state. We will have Rift Herald up in a couple of seconds, and people are starting to ping on it, and first items being finished up. So Static Shiv on the Jhin. Interesting enough, shows you how powerful the buffs were to that item on 14-4. Just such an incredible presence now on pretty much every AD carry.
And it also gives you so much wave clear, which Jhin has quite a bit of it. He does have his W right there. He has the flowers as well. He does have quite a bit of wave clear. His Q, like his entire kit is pretty much wave clear. So having that extra Static Shiv to be able to push down the wave is huge, especially since he's playing cleanup duty right now. He was sitting bot lane, literally just pressuring waves that were crashing onto his tower. And as you can see right here, WE have put Fofo down the bot lane. His TP just came up. If there was a fight to break up towards the top side of the map for Rift Herald, he would be able to TP back into it. Then Weibo Gaming are going to reply with Xia, who also has his TP available. However, I want to mention that Weibo have cleared the entire vision on the top quadrant of the jungle that there was set up for Wayward. So now I feel like WE need to use iWand and Heng to establish a little bit more control on the top side vision if they want Wayward to be such a nuisance towards the top side of the map and constant split push.
This is the thing now. We're getting to 50 minutes into the game. Bard ult does not hit. Light looking to try and burn down Iwandi, who flashes away. Nicely done there with the Xin Zhao, just to try and make sure everyone has to back off. He does still have the Crescent Guard, will use it, but still gets stunned up. The Q will land and he will go down. Can they get the damage back onto the Lee Sin? Yes, they can. Now Prince opens up with the curtain call and tries to slow them down. 3, 4 will land, but nobody will go down afterwards. It's a 1-for-1 trade after the late lane turret goes down.
They do get the one kill, they do get the one tower as well. You see that ZDZ wasn't able to push quite as hard the top side of the map, so now Wayward is on his way top side. So I would say this is worth it. However, there were a few instances of very unfortunate events that happened back to back. A lot of abilities missed, a lot of drifts went the wrong way, people died. Not the cleanest for WE, but they do get what they came for, which was that mid lane tier 1. They're going to disperse back into their lanes and pressure respectively. Now you'll see the Bard ult misses, the Q misses, the W from Jhin misses. Literally everything that was thrown onto Light actually sidestepped. That was huge for him right there, making sure that he stays alive. After everything was thrown at him, the two junglers are going to pay the price with their lives, but everyone else gets out. Now for Weibo, it becomes a little bit difficult, right? Because every single time that you've got members that are quite immobile, like the Varus, being in the mid lane, having to pressure without your mid lane tier 2 tower, it becomes a little bit difficult, and you need to make sure that your control, that your vision around that mid lane area is impeccable, just so that Light can pressure out these waves and you can play towards control into the river.
Yeah, Xiaohao does still have flash. Will get hit by the Deadly Flourish as he safeguards his way to safety. WE starting to try to pick up the pace a little bit. We're noticing there with the mid lane play, they were moving around the map a little bit faster. It was a 1-for-1 trade, but like you said, the tower went in favor of WE. Now Crisp on a flank. They have not spotted him out just yet. It's Prince who's very much in the kind of firing eyes right there. Flash kick there, but it's onto the Crescent Guard of The Xin Zhao, he's taking a fierce amount of damage. There's going to be the Tempered Fate. But it should only delay his fate for a couple more seconds. That's a kill given over to the side of Weibo, but tower in bot lane was taken. And this is the thing with the Tristana. We've seen it so many times where you leave them alone for so long. They just take towers so quickly.
I feel like Weibo have to utilize the Lee Sin, however, that they have right now. So the second they see Wayward bot lane and Fofo top lane, they just pull the trigger to try and get the kill. Right now, they're going to get a lot of control through the top side, potentially even a tower. They sit down a bunch of their wards, and now they're going to get to reset, go back and grab a few more control wards and head towards the dragon. They already have one in 25 seconds. A second one is going to spawn. And if I'm not wrong, we should have Corki package for this one too. So it's definitely a fight that they're going to be willing to take. Yeah, there he goes. He's pretty speedy. I'm pretty sure that's a package.
It's pretty sure that's a package. Sprinting him down towards the bottom. We didn't get the noise, unfortunately, for it, but yeah, the game still very close. Not even. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you on my team here, just to keep me up with it, you know. I'm not sure how his access to that, but how long is he able to keep it? Because, I mean, Weibo weren't really in a position to start this dragon off straight away. WE can just wait, to be perfectly honest. They don't have to go for anything too exceptional for the moment. The poke will be significant coming out from this Corki with an item and a half finished, but it's difficult to know. That's a 2-item Tristana at this stage of the game, so yeah, I think he just give this one up. He didn't have time for the package to be used.
Yeah, I feel like this also hurts your chances a lot because you have ZDZ on the top side of the map. There is no teleport, there is no Destiny, there is no way getting into this fight. So I feel like trying to get TF to become a nuisance as much as possible in the top lane is more of a priority right now to Weibo Gaming. However, you do waste a pretty good package right there. The engage for both of these teams is very, very situational. On one side from WE, you have a bunch of poke, you have Deadly Flourish with the Jhin, you've got some roots landing from the Karma. You have to walk very close to the sun, of course, to get this down with the Karma. And of course, you have Bard Ultimate, which is quite easy to dodge in a lot of instances, so it's a very flashable ability. And on the other hand, you have Weibo Gaming with the Rakan going in, but then there isn't much follow-up because Corki doesn't necessarily want to be diving in with you unless there is a package. So there was quite maybe a lost opportunity to try and shut down members of WE, but ZDZ was not quite in a form to join the fight, and they thought it was more useful for them to try and get some more items onto the Twisted Day first before they pull him in.
And Crisp thinking about pushing for some vision. And lose his little shield there. The Baron is now on the Rift. 2-2 in kills. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of WE. Oh, ZDZ puts himself right in the middle of everybody right here, and I think he's going to regret that because he is dead. Now Xiaohao in a compromised position underneath the tower, and Fofo picks up that kill. We just mentioned the Baron, but you've lost your top laner and your jungler. This could be the ghost sign, but I mean, look at Tristana. The Tristana right now is just free hitting on the bot side. They're going to engage here onto the top lane just to make sure they can kill off this Corki. Now who could be going down before the fight even really begins? A magical journey to set them right in front of him. Crisp is going to try and get over the wall. No, he can't. That's 4 kills from nothing. WE will get the Baron, and what was an incredibly close game is going to turn into about a 4,000 gold lead.
Incredible at punishing overforced skirmishes. That's what is down in my document for WE, and they did just that. ZDZ popped out of nowhere in their face. They absolutely punished that. And when you were saying that Tristana started hammering bot lane, she was not, because you know what was called in the comms? Baron, 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 Baron. They knew that they had won this skirmish, and by having Tristana top side of the map, they can guarantee themselves the Baron. ZDZ playing a little bit too over-aggressive right there. They're playing a little split. Xiaohao is looking for Fofo. He gets pulled underneath the tower with the blast cone. A little bit of a blunder right there from Weibo Gaming, and WE is so quick into capitalizing. Of course, Wayward leaving that tower in the bot to go for the Baron. Crisp has been caught right here. The W is not going to land.
I was going to say, if they landed one bit of CC, he's definitely dead. Sadly, they could not time the stasis of the Tempered Fate.
He's very slippery.
Yeah, I will say, it's mad to me how many pro players even, miss that timing. It is one of those weird timings that it is 2.5 seconds. It is always 2.5 seconds. It has never changed from that, and nothing ever changes it. But it's hard, you know? It's a lot harder than you think it is to get the timing absolute, but Right now, WE just moving around the map. 4,000 gold lead after that Baron play. Get the tier 2 on bot side. They won't get anything else in the mid. They want to try maybe just control the vision around here, put themselves on the soul point in a minute 30.
I feel like it's a little bit difficult for them to split into two lanes that are so close together because they could get picked apart. Wayward cannot necessarily stay on his own in the mid lane. You see Crisp is like wrapping around, trying to get a flank onto Wayward. So Wayward has to be extremely careful pushing that wave. Yeah, they cannot, with the composition that they have, it's very difficult to actually push two lanes that are super close together. Prince is going to open the call. The curtain,
Had
rather.
4 shots, just needed 1. And that is going to be the Xiaohu dead screen now. 0-2 on this Corki, and we talked about it, just how struggling it's been for Xiaohu so far this spring split. Normally the king of spring, like, just got that because of how dominant he was with RNG. And now WE, they're going to look to open the base. They get a Tempered Fate onto the Varus. He's going to be forced to use his Chain of Corruption ASAP. He's putting nothing into this Crescent guards in Zhao. They'll get the inhibitor. They'll move back towards the mid lane. Xiaohao can't really defend this on his own. And this is going to be 2 inhibitors broken open now at 24 minutes. There's just nothing that WE can't do. They're just so confident.
Yeah, they're about 7,000 gold in deficit right here. WE are going to be going back, getting these reset, grabbing new items. There's a dragon in 10 seconds. They're going to be speed running towards this dragon. Fofo is staying around onto the camera to make sure that the Xin Zhao gets out of this
they're going to look for the fight anyway. They're going to see if they can get him, but they're not quite able to get anyone else. They will get their man, but that is 1 kill. And a dragon, to be fair for them, but they're nowhere near Soul. And you can see the pings coming down now from the side of WE. They're saying, cool, you take your dragon, we're happy with that. We're just going to keep moving around the map, keep using as much of this power we have, this presence around the lane that we have to get as many structures as we need.
Yeah, unfortunately, our observers did Yahoo dirty there as well. Showed us how he pretty much ate every ability that was thrown his way. Ended up dying, costing his team an inhibitor bot lane, a turret in the mid lane, a tier 3 turret in the mid lane as well. And WE keep pressuring around the map. Weibo looking. Xiaohao is one of the forms of engage that they have, but it gets a little bit difficult on the Lee Sin. He found out 1D.
He found Iwandi. Iwandi throws out the ultimate. The Tempered Fate is good, but not good enough to save his life. Xiaohu will be able to Valkyrie himself out of this, but now Xiaohu's on the wrong side of the map. He is going to be found out, you would imagine, pretty soon on this side of it. He should have one more move to get himself out of this. He went for the other side because he saw that Wayward was on the side with the ward, so he wanted to try and maybe see if he could land it on the Prince and get himself out, but was not to be. 1-for-1 trade. You'll take a support for a jungler any day of the week as WE, and they just come back into the game. 6,000 gold, well, 5,000 gold up, and they're just building up more and more pressure in this game.
Yeah, and it's just going to become more and more difficult for Weibo Gaming to walk inside their jungle. They don't necessarily have a guaranteed player that can face check into the jungle, that is tanky enough to face check anyone from the side of WE just for a little bit of vision control. You see Iwandi is going to get caught here by Xiaohao, and he is going to get Wayward kicked into the fight, but a very nice buffer on the W right there will get Wayward out. However, Xiaohao is going to have to pay with his life for getting that kick onto the Tristana. He tries to get the Q onto Prince to try and get out, but I don't know, even if he got that, I don't think he was getting anywhere.
No, I think it was a fun idea, but idea nonetheless. As we come back into live.
You have to be creative if you play Lee Sin.
Absolutely, it's where literally one of the most creative plays or players came from. You know, Insec, of course, getting a name, a move name after him. But now, with 2 minutes still left in the bottom inhibitor, you can see Prince with a full crit build here, the traditional Jhin build, if you will, starting to tick away at this mid lane inhibitor. I feel like if you get this now as the side of WE, you're going to be able to turn for that Baron in 30 seconds, no real questions asked. Still have ZDZ pushing in that bot side to deal with these super minions, to give them time without having super minions burning into the base. But I mean, he's going to have to use the Destiny Gate to get back into the fight.
I mean, you're going to have to fight at some point. There is going to be Baron coming up pretty soon for WE, and WE is definitely going to want to take that one. However, Weibo Gaming right now is trying to trade some side lane pressure for an inhibitor. You've got 2 inhibitors bleeding, 2 lanes, sorry, bleeding right now for Weibo Gaming. And I don't think I have ever seen ZDZ in a singular fight, apart from the one where he TP'd in the middle of literally everyone and ended up giving up his life for this. Now, I feel like Weibo Gaming are going to need to get a pretty good pick right here. Maybe look for Wayward. Maybe look for Prince.
Here we go.
Chris is going to have to get a pretty good engage right here, but ZDZ still on the bot side of the map. He's not looking like he's running anytime soon, but Fofo has teleport.
Fofo does have teleport, but I will say, Fofo does not win the 1v1 here against ZDZ. Fofo kind of needs to be with his team to get the max value out of it, but now they've maybe changed their minds about how they want to try and fight this. Just moving around the map. Weibo not out of this one just yet. It is WE's game to win. They've actually lost themselves about 2,000 gold since we talked about it. It was 5,000, now it's 3,000. They're slowly kind of seeing that the super minions in the bot side just not really doing what they needed to do. Super minions now will be crashing in towards the mid lane. And now they might start to try and burn onto this Baron. It's going to be so difficult. You got 3 items onto your Varus just finished up. He's nowhere near this fight. I think this Baron's just dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there were 2 problems that WE run into. One is that you don't have your Karma there, so your Xin Zhao is not going to be as durable in the team fights. Oh my gosh, Yahoo!
Xiaohu goes in and immediately has to go out. I don't know where they're looking for this fight right now. Xiaohu gets jumped on by Wayward. They're actually lights just zigging in front of him, so Xiaohu can't die. ZDZ goes golden as Fofo uses his own little stasis there. ZDZ will get stunned up, will be almost certainly taken out there, but no, he flashes away at the last second. Had the barrier as well to keep him alive. Look at this damage! The bouncing grenade almost! But enough from that. Fofo flashes forward, lands the Q, and now you can start to see WE start to feel confident. These health bars are so low. An auto attack is good, and that means you're 3v5 for the rest of this potential siege, and this could be the game.
There is quite a bit of wave clear onto Xiaohu's Corki, but I'm not sure they can actually play underneath the tower. 3 very squishy members. The entirety of WE is knocking on your door.
They're knocking on your door and they are breaking it down. Your turrets are no longer. Your health bars will be next. You can see Chris trying his hardest. Xiaohu just doesn't do any damage or any significant damage in this fight. And that's going to be WE 1-0 up over Weibo. And once they found an inch, they took a mile.
Very well played again from WE. Played through their strong lane, played through their top side, and Wayward with yet another pick. He brings out the Tristana into the Twisted Fate. He brings up his jungler towards the top side. They get that very first kill. Grabs the Kraken Slayer, destroys the tower, then goes bot lane, destroys that tower. I feel like the way that they used Wayward around the map onto this Tristana sort of caught Weibo off guard. They just didn't have an answer to it. Their only answer was just ZDZ on a side lane, just hammering it, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, it really didn't. And I mean, look, once WE found an opportunity, they just felt like the momentum, the feel of the game just went so much more in their favor. But we'll see if Weibo's got anything else to say about this one. WE take a 1-0 advantage as we take you into a break.
the bombs will make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, we can
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are quite literally speedrunning towards the end of our day. It is our third series, second game. Before we can have a look at that, we have a look at how that first game went, because Trouble, it was very close right until it wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like WE played to their win conditions, a very stable bot lane. They had Fofo backing up Heng, and then they played for Wayward. Like that was literally it. I feel like Weibo were sort of like stumbling upon their own moves on the map. Like ZDZ was not joining, then when he was joining, he was right in the middle of 4 people with Destiny on this Twisted Fate. They just looked very lost. Yahoo getting caught in the jungle, then getting caught in bot lane. They're losing their inhibitor because of this. It's just... This is what we've been talking about when it comes to Weibo. Like, obviously, they're so good individually, but when it comes to them gelling together, it just seems lost.
I mean, look, we talk about them gelling together, but WE came together. Like, they really did. I think Iwandi on this Bard was exceptional, roamed around the map, had trust in Prince to say, look, I'm going off to do things. You keep here. You'll be safe. Just make sure you don't die. And he was pivotal to setting up a lot of these engages towards that 20-minute mark, which just worked out for the side of Team WE.
Absolutely. It was a very irregular composition if you think about it. You've got a Bard roaming the map. You've got a Jhin down bot lane who's very susceptible to actually getting ganked and dived, a very mobile AD carry. Then you had your typical Xin Zhao together with Karma, and you're like, okay, this is going to be a front to back. Oh, well, it wasn't necessarily a front to back. You had a Tristana in the top lane that you were taking over every single lane, and the control, the wards and the vision control was absolutely stellar to back up Wayward every single time he stepped in any lane to split push.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, WE came with such a great idea of how they wanted to play the game. They were very calm, cool, collected. And it did feel like once we hit that kind of 15 to 20-minute mark, the game started running away from Weibo. And even plays like this, where you're kind of saying, like, they're going in for the Bard, but you've used so much of your engage just to kill the support. And yes, Xiaohao does end up going down. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, but like it was just around the map, the plays that came in. Whenever, WE were getting plays, it was, coupled in with an objective. It was coupled in with a couple more things that could work out for them, and Weibo just didn't really have that, unfortunately. They just really didn't come together. And honestly, it's been the kind of criticism we've had of Weibo all split long, where they're just not really the team that has any kind of synergy. It just feels so disconnected.
And I feel like they didn't necessarily give Xiaohao any lanes to play through, right? You had Rakan over in the bot lane who was sort of running around the map, trying to put out fires behind Xiaohao and ZDZ, trying to cover ZDZ for majority of the time, which means that if your Rakan is over in the top lane, who's diving the Jhin? No one. And it just all felt very disconnected. Now, of course, they're going to move themselves over to the blue side for Weibo Gaming, and very surprisingly, they will ban the Smolder over on blue side as well.
Yeah, now see now if Karma gets way through the bans this time. Fofo won't be getting first choice of that, but with WE, maybe they want to go for something slightly different. They will be able to get themselves a double rotation, so we'll see how they want to go for it. They ban away the Karma. I really like this because you're never really in a position that you want to be first picking the Xin Zhao just because there's so many things you want to pair it up with. But Weibo, going back to the Varus, I'll keep it a $150 right now. Light was mute in that. Light was not a light. Light was off for that last game. I think he did he barely did 5,000 damage, and it just felt like he just wasn't in. He was a passenger.
Yeah, unfortunately he wasn't played for, so when the rest of the map kind of got ahead, he kind of fell behind. But again, Heng with the Xin Zhao, a pretty nice aggressive early pick. For the WE jungler right here, you can choose to play throughout whichever lane, and Fofo with yet another control mage for the mid lane, you can get to push the wave really quickly. We have seen Vikla play a pretty aggressive way, if you will, shoving in the wave, dipping into Fog of War, and then helping your Xin Zhao with any skirmishes. Now, right here with the Ahri being picked, I just want a little bit more aggression in terms of the jungle. Give me a Vi, a Viego, something that pairs up really well, or even again a Lee Sin, something that pairs up really well with the Ahri, so you can play these 2 versus 2 skirmishes and shut Heng down so he can't play for topside.
Well, that's going to be the Viego locked in here for Xiaohao, something he has shown extreme prominence on throughout his very short career so far. We'll see if it ends up being a nice jungle mid combination for them now. But you can see WE kind of taking their options into stock right now and saying, cool, well, like, plenty of AD carries are still available, if we're being totally honest. So we're happy to pick up a top laner. We're happy to ban away the ones that would do notoriously well into the Aatrox. Wouldn't even be surprised to see them ban away the Gnar here as well. So just kind of putting a lot of pressure here on the top lane of WE, or sorry, on top lane of Weibo, and making sure that, like, I mean, again, just showing that because of Prince's champion pool, they're happy to let these AD carry bans fly.
I feel like with Twisted Fate banned right here, you're allowed to pick Aatrox. I don't necessarily think that this champion has many counters. One of them is Yone, and we have seen Yone picked into it, but ZDZ this season has 0 Yone games. However, until his last series versus NIP, he also had 0 TF games, and he did pick the champion up. So potentially we could see something like that pop up towards the top side of the map to try and counter Wayward, because again, I feel like it's of pivotal importance to try and get Wayward behind when it comes to laning phase, because this guy has been taking over games. You've got a pretty strong mid-jungle dude to do that. Now solidify that with a very strong counter pick on the top side of the map.
And they've got away with the Renata as well, so the support's taking a hit. But again, I do feel like you can kind of pick your... Maybe they look for counter support. I know Iwandi was always a fan of that back when he was on LNG, having that extra little support there. I mean, you can pick an AD carry here. You know you're going into the Varus, so it's not really that big of a deal. Maybe see the Ezreal coming out here for Prince, go for a bit more of a poke style alongside that Hui, but... Good smiles and laughing coming out here from the side of Team WE. They know that they're in a good spot, but they're laughing. We're going to go back to Jhin.
Again.
We're going back to Jhin, guys. And even Prince knows. He's
Look
like,
at
no,
him.
man, don't leave me alone.
No. He's like, oh God, okay, back I go into building Static Shiv and pushing waves under my tower. All right, guys, I get it. I signed up for this. Wayward is top lane, fair enough. Now, of course, let's see what this is paired up with. Usually a Varus you see paired up very easily with Maokai. This could be very scary. A Thresh for Crisp. I have not seen a Thresh in a hot minute right here. And a Camille locked in for ZDZ on the top side into the Aatrox. Oh, this is going to get spicy real quickly.
I know it's not meta, and I know a lot of people don't really think it should be him, but I do really feel, I was just about to say that Janna right now for Iwandi would actually be amazing. One of his original OTPs, kind of something he could bring in, just kind of keep the disengage out there, stop the Viego on the Camille from coming in and getting stuff going, but they are going to go for the Blitzcrank this time around and just get themselves a little bit more kill pressure. Hook v hook in that bot side.
I love this. You can hook anyone on the side of Weibo Gaming. There is not a singular tank. There is not a singular person that you can hook into the team that will not get one-shot by Aatrox, Hui, Jhin, and Xin Zhao jumping on top of them. I feel like Weibo Gaming are going to have to be very careful on their toes, because the second they step up on a neutral objective and Iwandi is there, whoever gets hooked dies.
That's kind of it. Hook in champion, kill champion. That's pretty easy way to play the game, but I mean, you've got so many good options here for the side of Weibo and for WE to kind of get in, focus in somebody down and try and burn them out. Weibo need to try and find a bit of momentum now in this game number 2. They just didn't really spark anything in game number 1. They were slow, they were steady, but as soon as the fire was lit for WE, they had no way to put it out. Now they need to try and bounce back, and notoriously, Weibo not exceptional in their game 2s so far this split. Definitely our team that thrive off of that game 1 momentum and try and build it forward, but this is a big moment here for Team WE. We talked about it earlier today. They are 6-4. They would move to 7-4. They would be right up there with FBX, with IG, you know, even AL, kind of around that top 6 mark, you know, NIP, whereas Weibo might be dragged into the depths. They would be fighting alongside LNG to try and make sure they get themselves into the postseason, let alone high up in the playoffs to be themselves, OMG, LNG kind of, and even TT kind of in that battle for the final few spots. So this is a big, big moment. We'll see if WE can finish off their 2-0 or if Weibo will have something else to say in this game.
来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
She's a big crowd in Xi'an. big crowd.
Wow. Right. Moving into the second game of the series, Weibo Gaming backs against the wall. However, they do have all the playmaking tools on their side. Ari Viego, huge playmaking duo, very powerful 2 versus 2 skirmish potential between the two. You've got a Thresh on Crisp towards the bot side of the map. Move that Thresh around, move that pawn around, move that piece around the map. And it could be success. You hit a hook. Somebody could end up dying right here. And for ZDZ, he's running the Teleport Ignite. He's looking to play more aggressive on the top. So now he's heard Wayward is getting solo kills. Right, left, and center. And right now, right here, he's looking to shut it down. Playing that Camille into the Aatrox, of course. We're going to have to wait and see where Heng is going to choose the path. Because so far, his road has always led towards the top side of the map, trying to punish ZDZ and set Wayward ahead.
That's how they've been doing it. That's how they've been trying to make things work for them, but try and do are 2 very different things. There's the Flay coming out. Hook back, though.
Yoink.
Crisp will take a fierce chunk of his own health bar as they realize the Aftershock is no longer in play. And this is all it's all about. It's kind of a who blinks first almost a lot of the times in these bot lane skirmishes. As there's the hook shot, wall shot, not going to land it. As ZDZ did not have flash to try and re-engage onto that, but good from Wayward to recognize, yep, I do not get level 2. I need to be respectful of this Camille's all in.
And you see both junglers are probably going to go for the full clear. Xiao Hao is looking to invade towards the bot side of the map. You do not have a lot of priority through your mid or your bot lane, and you are sitting on a ward. Xiao Hao right there. Fofo might be in trouble, but Xiao Hao doesn't know that Heng is right behind him. Gonna walk straight back into his jungle towards the top side of the map, and right now Wayward should feel safe. He knows that from that side, he's pretty much undiveable onto the Viego. Wait, Xiao Hao is doing a 180.
But he's being called by Heng right now. I don't know if either jungler really knows. Xiao Hao kind of maybe recognizing that they don't know exactly where Heng has kind of gone right now. He's not in the brush. And he will just walk away from this one here. Should be a pretty easy skirmishes for both these guys as they both really want to try and fight this. Neither mid laner's moved over just yet. A flash away by Heng, but it has been followed straight away. The stun comes down. I think Heng has recognized he is dead. Nothing to be done there. The Viego picks up first blood, and that's a good start for Weibo coming into this second game.
I'm not sure what was happening right there. I was expecting both junglers to sort of full clear and then potentially look for opportunities, but then Heng goes towards mid lane to stop the mid lane gank from Xiao Hao, and then Xiao Hao goes topside, then turns around 180, goes towards the bottom of the map, then Heng was waiting in the bush, but then he walked out and he went back in. I'm not sure what in the world was happening. I feel like Heng was looking for potential gank towards the bot side to wrap around, because Varus and Thresh were pushed super hard into that bot side of the map, but he ended up with him paying with his life. 1-0 now for the Viego, and this could be the start of the playmaking that we talked about. The Ari together with the Viego. This, oh my god, this was spotted him going back into the jungle. Thank you, observers. That's why Xiao Hao turned around instantly. Very calculated moves right there, and it gives me a little bit of peace of mind to the whole madness I just witnessed. I'm like, okay, it wasn't madness. It was all calculated. He was spotted.
Oh, but no, who wasn't spotted? Iwandi finds himself now into this mid lane. Flash gets blown there. Don't know if that hook was going to land, but Xiaohu could not leave it up for chance. So small little roam does lead to a summoner burn. Now they look for maybe a dive on the top side. I don't like dives onto the Aatrox. They tend to go wrong very quickly. And I do think that WE recognized they're in a good position to maybe turn that one around, so Weibo back themselves away.
They did have teleport onto Fofo as well, so potentially you could have pulled that to try and defend the top side of the map. Now Fofo is going to TP towards the mid lane. Now, it's not the end of the world for Xiaohu to lose his flash right here, because he's very close to hitting that level 6, so he is going to feel safe having that ultimate. Crisp staying around for the lantern. He knew that Iwandi is going to be sticking around for this particular one, especially since the area hasn't hit 6 yet, not having the flash, very susceptible to getting hooked. But again, for Xiaohu, hitting that level 6, he's going to feel a little bit safer, walking up, clearing the wave, taking trades into Fofo.
And that one ward, the ward didn't spot him the first time, spots him the second time. It's Crisp now. Might be in a bad spot, does get hooked in here, and Hui jumping in with a little bit of damage. Will have the Spiraling Despair, and that's going to force the level 4 Thresh to back themselves away. So again, good moves from WE, and they're using this Blitzcrank very, very effectively. Wayward's getting jumped on right here, but has his jungler in tow, just in case anything will go crazy. But it might be a 2v2.
Oh god, and I want his mid again. I want his mid again. They're pushing the Ahri out while Xiaohao's on the top side. They don't know that Heng is in this bush. If he moves forward, they will spot him out.
Oh, they're going to look for it now. They're going to try and maybe make this fight work for them. ZDZ is getting jumped on here. Xiaohu has come up with the Spirit Rush. And Xiaohao will get the resets as well. So not really a lot that WE could do about that one. They are coming up with Iwandi, who does have a flash if he wants it, but it's just so difficult to make anything stick. And honestly, that felt like WE had all the information. They just really miscalculated how much they could do.
Yeah, I feel like there was
never
the
mind,
first
he was
push from...
spotted. They knew he was there.
Okay,
Insane.
the Warden and the
Insane.
Vision. This game from Weibo Gaming to figure out where Heng is at all times has saved them in 2 instances and has netted them 2 huge kills. One on the Ahri, one on the Viego. We said that this mid-jungle duo was going to be pivotal for this particular game. You'd have to snowball. You have so much playmaking power within these 2 champions and within that 2v2. And they had used it to their absolute advantage. Extra props for the fantastic vision control to figure out where Heng is at all times this particular game and using this to their advantage. And also thank you to the observers for highlighting it to us. However, I also want to spotlight a little bit here. Iwandi, he's done a fantastic job within a minute and a half. He did take double flash from Ahri and Thresh, and Crisp right here gets slowed. They're not going to choose to engage onto that because they do know Xiaohao is around, and he is ahead. In terms of items, he does deal quite a bit of damage. They might grab Crisp.
They do grab Crisp, and he doesn't have a flash this time around. His Aftershock will keep him alive only for so long. And Heng will get himself a kill now, so he'll equal up that against his opposite number. Fofo, though, might be running on the Xiaohu. Xiaohu does have Spirit Rush and will have to use it to try and back himself away.
1.
And that shouldn't be too hard for him to try and run away from this one. But now you're dealing with lack of ultimates to try and contest this dragon. Heng will just have to clear his top side vote for the moment just to make sure he's not falling too far behind. But I mean, this is good moves from WE to get themselves back in contention of this game.
Absolutely. Crisp walks too close to the sun, ends up getting burnt, doesn't have vision into this brush. They knew WE were around, and he ends up face checking a little bit too close, gets gripped in. A kill going down. Luckily for WE, they managed to grab it onto the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao has been falling a little bit behind. So they're going to trade that kill for the dragon. Heng is going to go straight back into his topside jungle. Potentially maybe even look to set up something towards the top side of the map. You see Blitzcrank heading towards the top side of the map as well. Could potentially see a little bit of danger heading towards ZDZ's way. Again, this Camille does not run the flash. We see Fofo moving towards the top side as well. ZDZ is a little bit overextended. But for Camille, is a slippery champion. We do have Iwandi on the top side again.
And Iwandi gets spotted out by a ward, knows he's been spotted out by a ward, and we'll just clear that one, not too bad. 10 seconds to the next 3 grubs spawn. Iwandi, though, doesn't know where anybody is, and they are just sitting, waiting for him to get caught out. The single target CC would be insane. The hook does not land. ZDZ uses the hook shot, wall shot regardless, and now Weibo make their presence known and say, all right, we're 5-man strong up at this top side. You have to respect.
Yeah, and Iwandi and Crisp really need their level 6 here, especially when the skirmishes start happening. Silence is huge for the Blitzcrank. The cage is huge for Thresh as well, especially since you have 2 melee champions like Aatrox and Xin Zhao running towards your team. You want that level 6 onto the Thresh to try and get any fight or any skirmish going. It's not going to be the case for now. Camille does have TP, however, in a couple of seconds, and Weibo Gaming are sticking around. Blue buff is going to get handed over to Xiaohu, since his mana bar didn't look too good. And Chris,
they get everything, and Light is dead. He just gets caught out by the hook, a flash away from Iwandi. Really well done there, and just honestly, really poor respect here from Light. He had flash, he didn't use it, and I gotta admit, that was great timing from WE. If they had the timing on the Camille teleport, they knew they had time to go for that objective without having to fight for anything, really. And now the game feels like it's shifted back. Weibo were making good plays in the early game, but WE right back into this.
oh, Xiaohu
Should be fine.
just about walks out of the curtain call right there. And again, honestly, hats off to I1D. He's been all over the map. I don't think at this point he even knows what AD carry he has on the bot side of the map. And that's for a good reason. They left Prince all alone in the previous game and he fended off for himself beautifully. He wasn't ganked at all. And you see I1D mid lane, top lane, mid lane, top lane, mid lane, top lane, enemy jungle. The Chain of Corruption is going to land from the Varus, but it doesn't matter because the hook has already landed from I1D. And Light ends up falling. Crisp nowhere near to try and save him with a potential lantern right there. And again, honestly, this Blitzcrank is doing wonders. We said how Weibo Gaming extremely squishy. Whoever that this hook lands on from I1D are most likely going to pay with their lives, and it has been the case so far.
Yes, it has. So far, so good for WE. They seem to be turning the momentum a little
He's
bit
going
more.
mid again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You've got the Moby boots. You're extremely quick to get back to wherever you need to go. And this is why I think it's like, it was funny, obviously, in terms of how they were going about it. But this is why WE were kind of laughing at the fact that it's like, look, it's a Jhin angle. It's just a Jhin angle. We know we're going to be safe. We know we're not going to need, you know, kind of you to be, or how much pressure Weibo are going to put in onto you. You're not going to be in any danger. They don't dive bots. So why would we waste a pick, you know, kind of looking for lane dominance when we can just leave you alone and put I1D up towards, you know, the mid and the top?
Absolutely. However, Weibo Gaming are pulling in all the forces right here. They have rotated Light towards the top side of the map. Rift Herald in a minute and a half, but they are looking, they are praying. They are 5 members. They caught 3.
They do. They caught I1D as well. No flash on him. A flash by Hang. As they did not realize they were 5 men waiting. Flash over the wall does not land the Q from the stolen Blitzcrank effigy. But it is enough to get Wayward and Hang off of the Krugs. It's a lot of summoners used, or excuse me, cooldowns used to try and make this one here. Fofo, though, he's going to walk straight into a hook. He's get charmed, and he will get killed. Did not have any vision whatsoever. I do not know why Fofo is walking in that jungle.
Yeah, that was not a great move by Fofo right there, because you do have the information. There's 3 enemy members into this one. You know Camille is also TPing down there, so I think Prince actually needs to run and not stick around for this wave.
Prince? Why would you stay? That's just 2 very poor mistakes coming out from WE. No need for Prince. As soon as you TP, you see the TP, you walk away.
Yeah, you knew that this was going to be the Camille TP as well, so you can't just wait and greed for the wave. I think he greeted for one of the cannon minions as well. Tried to greed for that extra 1 CS right there and the extra gold that you do get, potentially maybe giving him an extra item. It's not going to be the case this time around, as he is going to be donating 300 gold over to a Camille that has been kind of starving right now. Completed that Trinity Force, is going to be able to be a force in these fights, and ZDZ he's just going to take the ladder. I wonder, can you land it?
Oh! ZDZ perfectly times the hook shot. And gets himself nice out into safety. So nothing really lost, though, on the side of WE. They didn't flash for it or look to engage like that, so they don't lose anything in that regard. But definitely a moment there for them to figure out exactly what they go for. Now, Dragon is the focus here. WE would love to try and stop the stacking here and get themselves back into this. It could be a full fight. Oh, never mind. It's just a pick. Xiaohao, he's already dead, and he will not be getting any more resets. It was Reset City for a while there with the Ahri and the Viego. The hook lands in. Xiaohao goes down. Dragon goes to WE, and they stabilize once more.
I get a little bit miscoordinated by Weibo, and WE are so good at capitalizing on mistakes. There is no flash on Xiaohao right there. Nice sidestep. Not having to flash away from that hook, but then again, very weird positioning. Your Varus is in the mid lane, pushing in the wave. Your Thresh is wrapping around, then you have Ahri getting caught again here.
And Spiraling Despair will go up, because Xiaohu down to about 1/3 of his HP, and they'll get a tower as well. And it's the thing, Weibo, they come up with such great plays. WE, in fairness, gifted them a couple, but WE definitely make up for it in the long term. They get themselves a dragon, a tower, they get themselves a kill, they've equaled out the gold. This is WE just kind of showing to Weibo, it's like, look, we may be right beside each other in the standings, but we are the better team, and that's just how it is.
I feel like they don't necessarily... It seems like there are too many calls going on from the sort of Weibo Gaming. You know that your Camille didn't have ultimate, you didn't have TP, you didn't have Ignite. You had just been pushed back by a skirmish down the bot side of the map, so you just give this one up. You already had the first dragon. It's fine if the stacking stops. You still have the skirmishing power. You still have Xiaohu on the Ahri, Malignance, Sundered Sky onto your Viego. Do not give the shutdown away over to W after you've worked so hard for that early game. But again, Weibo Gaming are very susceptible to making these macro mistakes and these call mistakes in the mid game. It's what has plagued them so far in 2024. ZDZ has found Wayward, but he's bringing friends.
He is bringing friends, and remember, there's no flash here on ZDZ. He will have his hookshot, wall shot back in just a second. Exactly it. Waiwandi is like, I don't care. We're getting this kill. We've committed too much. And they will be able to kill him off just about at the end. Wayward goes up to 2 kills now in the game. But that does mean that the priority up that top side just goes straight over to the side of Weibo. They get themselves a Rift Herald. They should be able to get themselves maybe even 2 towers from this. So you still need to get some kind of objective on the side of WE to make this worth.
Yeah, I feel like you should get your Aatrox over the top side as fast as possible. Maybe rotate your Jhin as well. Since you have pushed that mid lane wave, you cannot allow that Rift Herald to take 2 towers towards the top side of the map. I feel like Weibo Gaming know that the resets have come through for the side of WE, so they're just going to take that 1 tower and potentially use the next Rift Herald to create some pressure in the mid lane for the next objective, which is going to be 2.5 minutes, the next dragon, or create the skirmish in the river. I don't think it's worth it right here to risk it for the biscuit. Leaves your Varus alone, and again, W so good
fast. He's so
at
fast.
punishing reset timers. They see 3 people towards the top side of the map. They instantly sprinted towards mid. They take the window of opportunity that was given to them to take that mid lane tier 1. And again, Wayward takes the fight into ZDZ. They know that there's nothing on the map that is threatened by them, so they pull the TP from Fofo all the way from top lane. Iwandi is around onto that Blitzcrank as well. He's gonna pretty sure flash the wall. Yeah, if it just flashes the wall, has the extra movement speed from the rune as well. After one Summoner spell is used, I forgot completely the name, and they just capitalize on ZDZ.
Now WE just backing away here from the bot side, but there's a Rift Herald that can be used and will be crashed into this turret. This will be taken down. A TP coming in as well. That's going to be Xiaohu jumping back in onto this fight as well. Wayward trying to run away from this entire situation. They haven't killed off anybody just yet, but it does look like Wayward will be the sacrifice on the side of WE. They will get the tower for Weibo and the kill. While that's happening though, you've committed a lot of resources up towards this bot side. So bot lane, or top lane I should say.
Keep pushing.
Yeah, they can keep pushing though, because they got no one else coming in.
Yeah, that was a great call from the side of Weibo Game. They're gonna kill Hank here as well. That was a great call. They see Fofo all the way to the top side. He's not backing, he doesn't have TP, and they still have Rift Herald. Oh, who's tanking the 4th shot?
No, they don't tank it, but they will lose Crisp. Iwandi getting in some supportal combat. ZDZ trying to see if he could maybe kill off Fofo. We'll have the hook shot now in a second, but a great fear from Fofo. He puts down some damage himself. Spiraling Despair goes in and gets him down below half HP, but Weibo now trying to answer back, or rather WE trying to answer back. They'll get a tower after the kill itself, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 in both tower and in kills. And this game is starting to get very scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah, this one did cost Fofo his flash, I'm pretty sure, probably right here. Yeah, he has to flash away from this one to not get bursted on by the Camille. ZDZ is running the Ignite as well, so he's extremely dangerous when it comes to the 1v1, especially versus a very squishy mage like the Wei. And I feel like Weibo Gaming in the bot lane, they overreached, diving that Xin Zhao. Hank won enough time for his team to allow resources to come through to not lose that tier 2 in the bot side of the map. Whilst if they had focused that tier 2 with the Rift Herald there, with only Xin Zhao underneath the tower, they could have potentially netted themselves another tower. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, they won't get themselves another tower. They will lose their support right now. And this is what happened in game number 1 as well. The game was very even. It was all tit for tat. But then as soon as our 20-minute mark hit, WWE just had something in them, a confidence, a drive to get more out of these plays. And it's becoming harder and harder to see how Weibo can come back into this one, even though they're not even behind technically right now. It's just a kill. It'll just be a dragon. But it does feel like it's Weibo falling behind the mark when it comes down to these kind of setups, these fights.
Yeah, because it's very difficult to walk into a Blitzcrank, right? We talked about this over in the draft. Everyone is super squishy. Iwandi is looking again. ZDZ does have displacement.
Oh, he gets the knock up though. ZDZ now We'll have the Lantern to keep him going, but Hang wants a little bit more. Look at the damage you can do from so far away with this Jhin. Wayward picks up Crisp. Crisp just respawned, guys. That's not okay. He is just doing all he can to try and stay alive. A flash away by Iwandi, make sure he does not get charmed after Xiaohu finds a little opportunity. For the moment, this is WE starting to pick up the pace, pick up the heat. They're just burning all of the resources out of Weibo.
I'm loving the creativity from the side of WE, not only draft-wise, pulling out the Jhin, making sure he saves down bot lane. You know that everyone is squishy on the side of Weibo Gaming, so the Jhin is going to be super useful later on with the large amount of damage that he can do towards squishy champions. And then on the squishy side, add the Blitzcrank in, whoever gets hooked actually dies. Lovely silence here, so that ZDZ cannot pre-buffer the hook to get away. And as you can see, he'll also explode that way all onto 3 members of Weibo Gaming. Not the best right there. It's kind of like taking the Senna route back to your AD carry kind of thing, but not much that could be done right there. And for Weibo Gaming, every time they have to walk into a neutral objective and Iwandi is there, and he will be there, you're running the risk of, if you don't burn your flash, if you don't sidestep, you end up dying. So Weibo Gaming have to constantly be playing with 1 man down in these neutral objectives. I feel like they haven't necessarily capitalized on how strong that Viego-Ahri duo was. OMG being the prime example of how you can use that duo to take over an entire game. They didn't necessarily play around that. And right now, they're just falling a little bit too far behind.
It's behind the plays, and it's just, again, 22 minutes on the clock, dead even. It's 2 dragons to 1, though, to WE. This is almost identical to the situation they were in last time round in this series. 2 items now on most of the kind of big carries of WE. Are falling a little bit behind in terms of the item completions, though, for Weibo. They should be resetting and getting those finished up right there. There's the Black Cleaver finished up for Xiaohao. I believe the Camille, after this wave gets pushed in, it should be going back and finishing up their Ravenous Hydra. And then that should be a fairly strong position here for the side of Weibo to fight. And they do need to fight, but they're just being caught out so many times by these small skirmishes that are just isolating targets because of the Blitzcrank.
And as you can see, Weibo are trying to play away from the Blitzcrank is. WE walked into the top side, trying to set down some very deep vision into the top quadrant of Xiaohao's jungle, trying to set up for a potential Baron to come through if they get a pick onto Weibo Gaming, whilst Weibo Gaming are more interested into starting to get a few more dragons. There's 2 on WE that don't want to give them the sole point. Therefore, they did put some vision down onto the bot side of the map. Now, WE do have the chance to play towards topside and just go for the Baron. But to be honest, this is something that T1 was very known for doing. When you do have the strongest team, you sort of shift around your opponents and their vision. So by setting up their vision towards the top side of the map, they're going to have to... They're pushing Weibo towards the bot side, and now that they are bot side, they get to clear that one out and force Weibo into face checking. This is something that T1 was very known for. I think they were possibly the ones that figured this one out very quickly and very early on a few years back, and teams have been implementing ever since. So now WE have some vision towards that bot side of the map, and they are looking. Weibo with 3 members towards the side. Crisp, they do know they're in there. They do know they're in there, and they do have TP on to fall for as well. Wayward is playing bait right here, but they have spotted each other.
Yeah, Hook not going to land onto anything. 1 minute till Dragon spawns. I believe we are seeing it's kind of another completed item here for Prince. He might be so close at Infinity Edge. If he can get that before this next fight, don't think he has the time to reset or collect the gold for it. It could be a massive swing of the momentum of this game, just because it's that item spike is just so powerful for someone like Jim. The 4th shot does something like 1200 damage to squishies if you do not have any armor. So someone like Light not be feeling super great if that were to go, but 24 seconds till we go. TP coming in here from Fofo. He did go back and picked himself up. A little bit of magic penetration before this fight can really begin. It is going to be WE going into the likes of Weibo before they can really find a massive fight or a massive deal. And Wayward's already losing a little bit on the side lane, but he is an Aatrox, so he'll heal it all the way back up. No problem, no questions.
And remember, Iwandi, if he gets a hook right here, somebody dies, so he's looking, he's spraying. He's also very, very squishy. So if Camille does end up getting into your backline, You could end up dying right here, but WE, they're just pushing out people just by the raw power of having a Blitzcrank, causing flashes right, left, and center, and WE just like this. By I1D pressing W forward, they're in the river.
But that TP as well from Xiaohu's not going to be enough. It's not going to be close enough, and they're going to lose 2 off it. Xiaohu and ZDZ dead to rights. Wayward will stay alive. There's even a fruit just to keep him going. You've no jungler, you've no real engage. This is, you just have to give this one up. And again, this feels like the momentum of the fights are just going the favor of WE. They just feel more coherent. And now you can go back for the Baron TP topside because you're the ones who are in such a health, kind of benefit. Hong is going to get caught out a little bit. He will flash away from the hook right at the last second. Those Merc Treads doing the exact job they needed to do. There is a Honey Fruit on the river to heal him back up should he need it, but there's no vision here for Weibo. Absolutely none. They have to face check this. They aren't even going to. Wait, WE get themselves nice and aggressive because they want to try and go for this fight. They will lose their support, but they don't really care. Hong will try and tank up as much as he can, but gets sniped back on the back side of this one here. I don't know if that's worth now for WE because they can't go for the Baron.
Absolutely not. I think it started with Xiaohu right there, taking a huge chunk off of Heng. Ain't taking his fast, but what in the world happened here? They think they caught Wayward, but Wayward has his entire team with him. These are the sort of questionable plays that we keep pointing out for Weibo Gaming. Again, the Viego Ari combo, where is it? Why are you not playing around it? You've got ZDZ overextending onto Wayward. You caught him, but you go too deep, and WE has their entire team there. I feel like Weibo Gaming has been too split for both of these games. They haven't necessarily figured out how they want to play these team fights, and every time WE have figured out their way of breaking the fight is through I1D getting these hooks, breaking Weibo Gaming apart, and he's got another one.
Oh my god,
Fresh
another
dent.
hook, but Wayward is the one that gets sacrificed for it. So in that trade of Crisp for Wayward, you will take that as Weibo Gaming. Again, this game is such a close one right now. Both teams just kind of fighting for control over each of these objectives. But the Infinity Edge that I talked about earlier for Prince has been finished up. His power spike is just disgusting. Yes, the Lethality Varus will still do well, but it's not going to be at the same level of kind of just pure tank-killing power. Xiaohu will build up a Medjai already on 10 stacks because he knows that he needs to be the carry that can burn down some of these opposition numbers.
I feel like a lot of the power from Weibo Gaming is lying onto Xiaohu right now, getting these charms, trying to find his way into the backline. I feel like Fofo has been very unthreatened from the side of Weibo Gaming, even though they do have tools. ZDZ jumping into the backline onto the Camille, Xiaohu following together with Xiaohu. They do have the tools to bypass that front line from WE to get onto Fofo, to get onto Prince, to punish the only 2 damage dealers right now on WE, and it hasn't necessarily quite been the case yet. Mikhail's completed for I1D. Very, very, very important right here. A charm lands, a hook lands, it can be cleansed instantly from your support. So a very good pickup right there from the Blitzcrank and WE. Back again, trying to establish some vision towards that Baron that Weibo Gaming have been threatening for quite a few minutes. Back to back now.
Decent vision here for Weibo, but not perfect. That's why
Xiaohu's looking.
Xiaohu is sitting there. He has been spotted out, though, so we'll have to sweep that ward and back himself away. It's very shallow vision, though, for being honest here for the side of Weibo. They're not really in a position to go for it. Now the hook shot will not land. We'll have to use the last of the Hextech Ultimatum just to try and back it out, but that is just an easy little sneak away there. And you can see immediately, because of the distance you can go with that ultimate from Prince, he's right back into the mid lane. There's no threat on the Baron, and Wayward gets free push on bot side.
Absolutely, and somebody's going to have to reply to this bot lane push. WE can just sit mid lane and push wave after wave after wave after wave. The second they see that somebody has replied towards the bot side of the map, they can instantly start threatening the Baron and rinse and repeat. They might be sending their Varus. No, the Varus is not going to be going towards the bot side of the map. 20 seconds for the Camille to spawn, and Wayward is going to choose to take some jungle away here and back off. There is a dragon in 50 seconds. It's going to be so for WE, very important again. Ooh, we get the Wayward POV right here.
Yeah, I think ZDZ just kind of disrespects him, yeah.
very, very good right there. But the Q2 landing was so important to stop Camille from pretty much running away. Again, Prince on the utility, quote-unquote, AD carry, if you will. Assisting his top opponent for pretty much halfway across the jungle. And now this is it. 15 seconds. This is going to be sole point for WE. Even more damage. Infernal Soul for the likes of Hui and Jin. And iWandy is looking, but he doesn't know that they know that he's on a ward.
He is on a ward. And now that he's sitting there in the back of the pit, we'll say it was a bit unfortunate there for Prince. He didn't quite kill that pink ward there. That's doing some decent work to stop WE from having full vision. Xiaohu will land a little bit of poke now, but get smashed right back, to be honest with you. He has to use his ultimate defensively. That's massive. Not having the Spirit Rush available here for Weibo just limits you so much. There's a Chain of Corruption, not really doing a huge amount. It was max range, but now you're without ultimates. Now you're without opportunities. ZDZ is looking for a little bit of a flank, but this is going to be Soul. This could be an Infernal Soul if you're not careful. They will not land the Spiraling Despair. They will not land the hook, but they will land the Dragon. WE now with an Infernal Soul. Maybe look for the fight after the fact. They pop down the ultimate here. There's so much damage being thrown in here from all of the angles. They just can't see to kill off anybody. And it's Aatrox who falls down first. Look at these low health bars. Prince is huge. He will get one kill, maybe another one as he looks to try and push even further on. He does not have a flash available to him. They get in with the hook shot, but the cleanse is good. Trying to see if they can burn him down, but the Jin went too far to the sun. Infernal Soul was confirmed here by WE. But do they get themselves out? Because they have a Baron to worry about. They will not have Crystal on the side of Weibo. They can't go for it. Hui's too big.
Weibo Gaming found their way around this dragon fight. Xiaohu is absolutely massive on this area, but I think Weibo Gaming live and die by the sword or charm of Xiaohu right now. If he goes down, they lose the fight. If he stays up, they tend to win these fights. And again, they're leveraging the fact that this Ahri is so fed. However, WE did manage to get that dragon. They do have that soul point. Crypt Bloom also completed for Fofo right here on his way. And again, if we do get a chance to watch this replay, Wayward's positioning throughout this entire team fight was absolutely stellar, but we don't have time for this because Weibo Gaming are starting the Baron. They're pulling TPs.
They're going to try and find Wayward after the fact, who flashes away. It's a bit separated from Weibo, though. They separated themselves. Nice flash in away from by Xiaohu to keep himself alive. Wayward doing this just the exact same, but now, without those key ultimates, without those key cooldowns, can they look for a fight? Weibo looking to see if they can go for something, but iWandy with these hooks, so dangerous. CDZ trying to get priority into that mid lane, but for the moment now, this game's still so even, but that Infernal Soul will start to do work once these, this Hui poke starts to land.
And both teams are so extremely squishy at this point that you see Xiaohu lands a taunt, a charm onto Xin Zhao. He takes about 30 to 40% of that HP. Now Rukern, of course, be completed for Heng. Will mitigate, hopefully for him, a little bit of that damage coming through from the Ahri. 14 stacks onto the Mejja. Is looking for that Banshee. They found ZDZ, but the buffer on the hook shot right there is going to be enough.
Oh, ZDZ walks right into a trap, and he can't run away. The Infernal Chain stopped the hook shot. And now, without ZDZ, you have a minute of a 4v5. They're running straight to the Baron. They want to get this objective. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, specifically Weibo's back.
Absolutely. Xiaohu is also backing right now. He's resetting. He's going to complete his Banshees. He wants to have as much damage and as many items as he can. They're going to have to look to play this 4 versus 5. One charm is all it takes. One hook from Crisp is all it takes to actually trade one and make it a 4 versus 4. Fofo is looking. He's poking.
He's poking. They have no vision on this Baron. They don't know it's 6,000 HP. Xiaohu hasn't got a flash to get in on top of this one here. They've used the locket. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. It's gone. Xiaohu and Xiaoshu trying to see, or Xiaohu trying to see if they can take out the wayward Aatrox. iWandy chunks about 3/4 of his HP off there, but they've already taken the Baron. They've already secured the kill on the jungler. And Weibo, unfortunately for them, they just don't have the presence. They don't have the vision. And without information, they can't take the fight.
WE pull it back. That trap in the tri-bush on the bot side of the map on ZDZ. Pretty much solidified that Baron. And if he wants this one more time, Wayward jumps out of the pit, tries to stop Xiaohao from getting in onto this Viego, zoning him away. Again, a great display of how to zone away potential threats from Wayward. The fight down the Dragon, now the fight around the Baron. This guy is on top of his game.
With the Baron now, the short-range composition of WE should be able to start putting some work onto these towers, at least the remaining standing outer ones. They've done a fair bit for the moment, but they don't want to get caught out either. A Chain of Corruption here, a hook there. They could find themselves right back to square one. They're just letting the cannon do its work for the moment. Maybe looking for a little cheeky pick. It's what they've basically been winning off of so far, these hooks from the Blitzcrank. Just to set up the fight, set up any kind of engage. They would love to get these stacks off of Xiaohu if they can get rid of those Medjites, if they can kill off the Ahri, as slippery as she is. They're in such a good spot. They will take down this tier 2 in the mid lane. That will be the first of the tier 2s they take. Do they look for a little bit more? They need to be very quick on the side of Weibo. They're 3v5 for the moment, but I don't think WE want to risk it.
Chain of Corruption missed right there from Varus, which means that WE can get to walk up just a little bit, but in 50 seconds there's going to be Elder on the map, and WE still have the Baron to take control of the map, pressuring these waves, set down their vision, potential TP flanks for Aatrox, for Wayward to get behind them. The Banshees is going to prove to be very problematic for WE to break through for Xiaohu.
ZDZ TP'd, but he's so hard for him to get in. He knows he's been spotted out. They know he can't really get on top of this one here. Spiraling Despair still yet to be used. Hang has to flash away. If he dies now, that could be Elder. He tries to the cleanse, but the Mikhail's Blessing is not enough. Chain of Corruption has already come back out. That will spread out onto Fofo. Nobody there to capitalize on it. The base has been cracked open here by WE, but they lost their jungler. 10 seconds till the Elder spawns. You would imagine Weibo have to sprint to this objective.
It's all on Xiaohu, all on Xiaohu. He gets the taunts, he gets the charms, he gets the damage done. I wonder is looking, if they get one pick, they can make it into a 4 versus 4. 28 seconds for their jungler. WE really need to stall. Luckily for them, they do have a bunch of vision set down, and Weibo Gaming have to play it a little bit slower, since they don't want to be running into this Blitzer. Look at iWandy, he's waiting in the burst.
They're baiting them in. They're baiting them in.
ZDZ is very close.
And they're baiting them in. They don't know exactly where they are. Xiaohu doesn't know what's in that brush. Now he does. And he sees the rest of WE. 4 seconds till Hang comes in. He would be here. They can delay it a couple more seconds. The hook is now down for iWandy. He moves straight in onto ZDZ, who gets chunked out, who gets killed off. They need to finish him off. Nobody actually auto-attacked him. Why couldn't they? Are they finally flashing over the wall? It's a 4v4. Xiaohu trying to see if he can jump in with a Spirit Rush, but he only has one left. Now it's a 5v4 in favor of WE. Light gets hit once. Light gets hit not twice. But now Xiaohu looking for a little bit more. Needs that charm. Will not get it. And he's dead. Nothing more to be done. WE will take the series. It'll be a 2-0. They don't need the Elder because they've got themselves an inside track to the mid lane.
Hang makes his way into that Dragon Pit as well, grabbing that last kill. WE with a fantastic play. Prince popping off on that Jhin in the last fight, making sure they take themselves apart in the rankings from Weibo Gaming.
They join themselves up towards the top of the standings. I think they even get themselves with a 2-0. They should be getting themselves right up into it, and they can't even kill Wayward. It's a 2-0 for WE, and a great start to this one here. Really well done there from the side of WE, and just honestly fantastic play from start to finish.
Very entertaining series to watch. Of course, commiserations to Weibo Gaming for this loss. I think it hits really hard. You take this loss, you pretty much tie yourself with WE, but now WE have made sure to pull apart from the Weibo Gamings and anyone else around them. They have literally beat almost every single team around them. AL, FPX, RNG, IG. They have beaten them all, and now Weibo Gaming They're on their way to making the playoffs run an actual reality. And honestly, I am very surprised with the way they're playing, like pleasantly surprised. The way that they're so quick, capitalizing onto the mistakes, the way that Prince comes back to play for this best of 5 series, gets onto Jhin duty back to back, carries the last fight for his team.
Yeah, and just kind of...
Incredible gameplay all across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think that for me, like WE, they kept it close. They made sure they were finding the right fights when they needed to. And Weibo, I mean, this is starting to go into a little bit of a free fall for the moment. This is a difficult place to be in now for the side of Weibo. Team WE shooting themselves 7-4 now, right up the standings. I believe they go up to maybe even 5th or 6th or something like that. So they are very much in that conversation for top 4 towards the end of the split. And 7-4 after 11 series. If you said that to WE at the start of the season, they would take that every day of the week. That's a great position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Weibo Gaming, it's just not clicking, man. It's just not clicking. We said Xiaohu hasn't had a particularly great split. The synergy with Xiaohao hasn't necessarily been there. This game was it. Xiaohu was popping off. Unfortunately, they didn't necessarily use that Ahri Viego combo, that 2 versus 2 to snowball the early game. They got the kills early, they got the skirmishes early. They just didn't quite know how to snowball that. And I think one major reason why that was the case was iWandy on the Blitzcrank. This guy was everywhere. He goes bot lane, takes the flash. He goes top lane, takes the flash. He goes in the jungle, takes the flash. He goes mid lane, takes the flash. Takes the flash from Ahri level 5, then goes back in, then goes back in, then goes back in. It doesn't allow Xiaohu to snowball that advantage that he did build early on together with Xiaohao onto the Viego. So major props to the WE support. I think he played out of his mind this game.
Yes, really did. And it was just a constant threat. And the fact that ZDZ, you know, on such a safe champion as well as the Camille, someone that can go aggressive because you have the hook shot, especially late in the game when it's on such a short cooldown. The fact that they were able to constantly catch him out, despite how he was buffering it, despite how he was keeping himself just right on the edge where he needed to be, iWandy did exceptional to set up pretty much every single one of these fights. And Wayward as well, you know, kind of shout out to him being just the Aatrox raid boss that we know and have seen for so long, because the amount of times that we saw he should have died, he was almost dead, and then he got a reset on his Q, then he got some health back, then everyone else was able to kind of come in and help him after the survival. Really well done here by WE, and it does separate them away from that kind of bottom of the playoffs battle, really. Now Weibo find themselves 100% in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to echo what you said about Wayward, because even though he is known for the likes of Aatrox or whatever, I feel like his positioning in these fights, the way he was zoning out the Ahri first, then he turned around and zoned out the Camille. He played such an important part on why Xiaohu couldn't play the game on the Ahri, and why is it he couldn't find a flank into the backline onto WE. Wayward was a big reason why these were such huge blockers from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you can see it there. Just like what did you want to kind of say, like for Xiaohu? He literally died once, which was last fight. He was trying so hard to try and keep Weibo into this series. It just didn't really kind of come together. And I do want to just say that, like, I don't like seeing light on Varus. It doesn't feel comfortable for him. It doesn't feel like it's something that he feels very kind of intuitive with. He was again a bit of a passenger. Sure, he was doing a bit of poke damage, but I never really saw a moment where I thought that Varus is broken, that Varus is doing a serious amount of pressure. It just felt like it was kind of, he's doing damage, and it didn't lead to much else, to be perfectly honest.
I kind of feel like if you separate Light and Crisp, it feels like Light kind of falls behind in that sense. Like we've seen their Zyra Khan, we've seen them play their 2v2s. They're extremely strong in playing these 2v2s and then transferring their lead across the board. But because iWandy was on the roam the entire time and Crisp had to match that constantly, it felt like Light could not necessarily get the advantages that he wanted through the lane to then translate it throughout the map. I think the Jhin had to play a huge part in that as well. You've got a bunch of wave clear on the Jhin, you get the static shiv over the top. Prince was extremely safe every time he would pressure a wave, therefore he wasn't given any lead, so Light ended up falling behind, never found his footing throughout the game.
Yeah, really, really didn't. And for WE, this is fantastic. This really is a fantastic position to be in. You have 11 series played, 5 more left to go. There is a very real possibility that you come out with a 4-1 record in the next 5 games. Like, if you lose to top esports, not the biggest deal in the world. It has happened, unfortunately, that you're going to be losing to some of the top teams, but everyone else is pretty much below them in the standings. I don't think there's anybody else I can see here that I would be like, yep, they're above you. Maybe it's a bit of a closer game. It's RA, it's TT, it's LNG, it's Ultra Prime. It's everyone outside of that playoff kind of bracket. So this is a fantastic moment here for WE to get themselves up to a potential 11 and 7, or sorry, 11 and 6 or 11 and 5, excuse me, end of your score.
Absolutely, and I'm actually waiting to see what's going to happen versus Top Esports, because they played pretty solidly today, and we saw that Top Esports was also a little bit susceptible to a few whoopsies around here, and we said from the very beginning, WE is so good at punishing over-forced skirmishes. And Top Esports have found themselves sometimes susceptible to making these mistakes. So this gets me hyped to watch WE versus Top Esports, because if they do manage to beat them, then the rest of the teams that they have to play against are what? RA, TT, Ultra Prime, every single team that's literally at the bottom of the standings. So if they do beat Top Esports, they could be solidifying themselves in the top 3 potentially.
Yeah, like, I mean, genuinely, this is such a huge moment now for the side of WE, just to keep themselves very, very set up and very much in line with the rest of the teams. And I mean, the world's, the world's watching, but the world is your oyster as well. Like, this is just such a great kind of, almost dark horse style story where it's like this team has come together. Like I said, they're a bit of a mismatch of a load of different teams, a load of different potential pieces that kind of came together a little bit haphazardly. Not a lot of people expecting many things from them, but they are potentially looking at a top 4 finish, at least a top 6. I think at this stage, if they don't get a top 6, they're going to be disappointed.
Absolutely. I think this performance definitely deserves a top 6. I think individually they are so damn skilled in every single role for the side of WE, and they have found a way to play their game that does fit them. Again, Wayward, I want to highlight him here. He took the Banshee off of the Ahri, he zoned Xiaohu away, he took his ultimate, and then he turned around to the other side of the fight while this whole commotion and skirmish was going on to block out ZDZ from getting into his backline. So again, huge gameplay coming in from WE individually. And this is exactly what we want to see, especially when it comes from teams that we thought were going to be towards the middle side of the rankings, but then ending up taking games off of the Weibos, off of teams around them, off of teams above them. And now I'm honestly really hyped and looking forward to see what's going to happen when they go towards TES. Now, I heard MVP is coming up, so I will be very disappointed, Oshin, if my boy iWandy on this Blitzcrank doesn't get that one.
There he is. iWandy picking up. I believe that's a double MVP for him today. He got one on the Bard, one on the Blitzcrank. So the BB's giving him a
Support
double MVP. Support diff, my friends. And I mean, look, every single clip we kind of saw there was very much of the same kind of volition. It was iWandy starting it off, finding a good angle, going for a hook, and building towards his team as well. Like, he didn't build overly massively. He didn't build a locket or, kind of any kind of defensive items. He built for the rest of his team. He built the Kha'Zix Convergence. He had himself the Mikhail's Blessing just to try and get them going for it. But at the end of the day, this man was absolutely everywhere and deservedly gets himself an MVP. And now, Trouble, it is the end of the day. We have speedrun ourselves to a 6-0 day. Yeah, I know, it's just over. It's how it is sometimes. 2 6-0s in a row. 6-0 yesterday and 6-0 today. But if you have missed the results, here is how they came. It's a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It was pretty breakneck speed right up until that last series where Weibo did try their best, but it just wasn't 100% enough.
Yeah, and the first 2 series were a little bit lopsided towards Top Esports and BLG. We expected these 2 to be a stomp. They were a stomp.
Yeah, they were absolutely astounding. We can have a look at the standings as we do hit about 70% of the way through the regular split. 11-1 are Bilibili right up at the top of the standings. JDG could technically get right back up to them. The only loss JDG have so far is against Bilibili. We'll see if they kind of go for it. And you can see there WE shooting themselves up into 5th place now in the standings. Massive, massive moment for them and their organization, as the rest of the kind of middle of the pack, the FBXs, the NIPs, and of course the ALs, they all start to muddle huddle in together between a top 6 finish and potentially, you know, a kind of a top 8.
Yeah, and out of the 4 teams that they're all tied with, the WE is tied with, FPX and AL, they have beat. They've only lost to NIP, and they have a lot of these bottom of the table teams to play against, so huge things could be coming up for them. Of course, LNG and TT still in the running. They've got their 4 wins right
Only
there.
a
They want
game
to be ramping
behind.
back up.
Yeah, they're only a game behind as we can look into it. But of course, that's the end of the standings for week number 6. We can have a look at Thursday's schedule, which is the last of our Super Thursdays as we come up. Ultra Prime versus BLG. I believe if BLG win that one, we're going to start to see some teams get knocked out fairly bloody quickly. And then, of course, WE versus RA. And then a massive, massive game. Top Esports versus JDG coming up next Thursday. Huge to see who can get into that top 2, you know, double elimination by basically top 2 finish.
Yeah, get your hats out. Are you Team Jakilov or are you Team Ruler? Because I think this is what it's going to boil down to. This matchup, huge matchup next Thursday. If you don't tune in, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's only so much League of Legends to watch, but if you're going to watch something, I think JDG versus Top Esports next Thursday is definitely down as our match of the week. But that is all the time we have today. Thank you so much, Trouble, for joining me and bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you so much for watching, and of course, thank you to all of our fantastic back-end staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back next Thursday for more League of Legends, but until then, we'll catch you soon.